Roberts, Tony DeSorsi, Jonathan Berg, David Finnegan, the skipper Carl Rea, Valentine Petime, George Linden, Mihaly Mofana, Bruno Bayori, Kieran Hendricks, Nando Berger, and Jane Patterson. And Hollywoodbets Dolphins side. From the top, and Marcus Ackerman, Tyler Zondo, Ryan Parkins, Jason Smith, Brett Porteous, Stefan Tolle, Angelis Lane, Ethan Bosch, the captain, Bokushe Tele, and Neil Bottom. The standing umpires today are Thomas Lokabosi and Abu Gile Sotumo. One day travel. Western Province currently sits at the top of the table with Hollywoodbets Dolphins at fourth. Dolphins play today, and then they head up the road to the Petermarisburg Oval to take on ABT Tuskers. That's on the 22nd of October. The final match of the group phase of this competition. A reminder that only the top two teams will qualify for a final. There's no semi-final in this competition. So 1 and 2 on the log will qualify for the final. So the Dolphins currently fourth. There's 2 games left in their campaign. Just a few housekeeping rules as the people roll into the ground. Remember that this is a non-smoking venue. Smoking is only prohibited in the designated areas. Fans are not allowed on the field during the match. There is plenty of food and drinks available at the Hollywoodbets Chow Corner, which is in the northeastern portion of the ground, behind the players' change rooms. When you lost and found items or missing persons, please make your way to the reception, which is behind the north stand. And emergency and medical services are available on the northwest glass embankment in the medical huts. And here at Hollywoodbets Stadium, you can enjoy it in style and stand a chance to win. Now listen, if you head to the west deck, so the end opposite the big scoreboard, there's a beautiful new deck that has been put up by the KC Cricket Union. If you get spotted on that deck, it's free of charge to get on. You can win yourself 4 tickets for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins' first T20 right here at Kingsmead Stadium. Also, after this match, there will be a signing session. So don't go anywhere at the conclusion of play because you will be able to meet your favorite Hollywoodbets Dolphins heroes right on the field. As I mentioned, plenty on offer at the Hollywoodbets Bunny Bar, at the Hollywoodbets Chow Corner, behind the players' change rooms. And for the little ones, the Dairy Makers Corner, which is at the north entrance of the ground, jump into a great play area there for the kids. Coming up next at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium, 22nd of October, that is next Sunday. There will be an exciting T20 clash. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies side are in action and they take on Western Province right here at 9:30. Entrance is free and there's plenty of parking available in the stadium. Then the Proteas are back in December, to be exact. Take on India right here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium in the head. KFC T20 International tickets are selling out fast, so make sure that you either get your tickets from the ticket office right here at the stadium or head on to ticketbros.co.za. So this year's marked 100 years since the first test match was played right here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. We're honoured to be celebrating this 100-year legacy filled with some incredible cricketing moments and camaraderie. Thank you to our valued partners, our stakeholders, and our fans who have made this a century to remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 20 of the CSA One Day Cup edition in 2023. It is back here in the East Coast again. The KZN crew is getting very busy this time of the year. Match number 3 in the week. It is the Hollywoodbets Dolphins taking on the table-topping Western Province. We have a quick look at the large table-topping Western Province. 3 wins of their 4 games so far, 16 points, taking on 5th placed. Fourth placed Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Couple of wins in their last couple of matches will leave them with a very good chance of making the playoffs. So we're just about to welcome the teams onto the field alongside the 2 umpires, Abongile Sotumo and Thomas Mokorosi. I'll head you over to our commentary crew for the first stint. It is Zane Bucks. First, Mr. Christo Iso.
Well, good morning to our listeners, and Wayne, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. What a wonderful and a beautiful day in Durban today. With me, my fellow commentator Zane Bucks. Welcome, Zane, and good morning to you, brother.
Good morning, Mr. Iso, and welcome to you as well. Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, an absolute picture today. The sun's out, which is always good in Durban. Cricket season is our rainy season here in Durbs, but it's just so good to see the sun out and to see some cricket at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
Awesome. It's again an amazing morning, and so with this One Day Cup Division 1 competition, Waza now where join us, be part of us, Bucksy. We see some family that have come out today. They've come to support the local team, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It's always nice to have some people around, not so? Your thoughts?
Most definitely, Mr. Esau. Really good to see the crowd coming in. Lots of kids around on the grass embankment. I'm sure we're going to see some little games of cricket on the grass embankment while we watch the pros take it away on the field.
Yeah, as we look at the pros to open the batting for the Western Province Blitz team, Tony DeZorzi and Jonathan Bird. Tony DeZorzi currently 4th on the most runs in this competition. He has also played for South Africa. What an exciting talent Tony DeZorzi is. Your thoughts on him, Bucksy?
Excellent cricketer. Captained SA under-19 in his under-19 year. Played a lot of first-class cricket. Broke into the Proteas team recently. And as you say, Mr. Esau, 4th in the leading run scorers so far in this competition. He's got 100. And I'm sure he's going to be looking to score another one here against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as we kick off.
Yeah, if we look at the teams, Jonathan Bird, Tony DeZorzi, David Benningham, an interesting one. We'll get back to him later. The captain, Carl Verreyn, Valentine Kitime, George Linder, Mishlali Mpongwana, Abdullah Bayumi, Buren Hendricks, very experienced, and the Thunderbolt man, Nandre Berger at pace. And so the first ball of this day will be bowled by the skipper, Ethan Bosch, who I thought bowled well in the last game against the Titans, but we'll get back to that as Bosch opens up proceedings for us this morning. Starts with an excellent, almost wanted to say where he left off the other night, top of over, but a swing. Good to see. Bucksy, your thoughts, early doors?
Yeah, excellent start once again. We saw him start that way as well against the Titans on Wednesday evening, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to put in another big performance, a captain's performance.
Talking about that match versus the Titans, how can we ever forget that partnership between Elgar and Donovan Ferreira as we watch this next delivery? Jonathan Bird just taps it behind point for a single, and he's off the mark. But to get back to that partnership, Elgar Ferreira, do you just want to quickly give us a bit of a lowdown on that, Bucksy?
Well, on Wednesday night, we witnessed some record-breaking stuff, some record-shattering stuff at Kingsmead. The Dolphins were well into the game, weren't they, Mr. Esau? And then in come Proteas captain Dean Elgar and the explosive Donovan Ferreira. The Dolphins would have been reminded by that, Mr. Esau. Tell the fans or the listeners what we heard, what we saw on the scoreboard.
As we watch this Bosch running in, DeZorzi pushes forward and just trying to get a feel of the wicket. It looks like a tinge of green on the surface, Bucksy. Definitely a beautiful day, clear skies, touch of cloud around, not too much, but we can just see as we observe the bowling of Ethan Bosch, fantastic swing on offer. And these batters, I'm sure, will be having a look just early doors as to the swing.
As Bosch comes into Dezorzi, just punched away. Some good fielding at point by the young Bryce Parsons. Yeah, just looking at the wicket, a little bit of green around. It looks a little bit greener than the wicket that they played on Wednesday. Quite interesting to see that Bosch has come around the wicket to both left-handers from the start, just getting that ball to hooping as he did to the Titans batters on Wednesday.
Yeah, just looking at the highest total in this One Day Cup division, Buxy, as we look at this ball from Bosch, as he runs into Dezorzi, short wide and absolutely creamed through that cover point area by Tony Dezorzi. And you can understand why he's fourth on the highest run scoring in this competition.
That's a shot of a man in form, most definitely. Still in the first over of the game, with the ball just nipping around a little bit. As Bosch comes in, he's just a little bit of width on that, but Dezorzi just on top of the bounce, bang, straight into the ground, through the covers, 4 runs, top shot.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to sort of be the intent. Any width on offer. And coming back to that highest total, they've scored 381 in 49 overs, the Western Province Blitz versus the Tuskers in Cape Town. Ooh. As we see that, you get two types of leaves, Buxy. You get a good leave and a bad leave, and that was definitely a good leave from Tony Dezorzi. The end of the first over, Western Province Blitz of 5 without loss. So they have been, in terms of run getting, the highest total. Western Province, they've been able to amass that versus the Tuskers in Cape Town. And obviously we know that Newlands, what a beautiful stadium, always good for batting. And so and that was done again, 381 in 49 overs. That was a fantastic effort from them.
Most definitely, that's a massive score. And I'm sure the Western Province batters are going to be looking to do something similar today. From the Dolphins' perspective, they've got to make sure that doesn't happen. They've got to keep winning from now on, Mr. Yusuf.
Okuhle Qhele, the new bowler for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, he gets clipped to mid-wicket. Okuhle Qhele against the Titans, his first spell was impressive. He bowled at pace, Buxy. He's a strong athlete if you look at him, obviously. And so, again, good to see him over the wicket. There seemed to have been a ploy in that game to come around the wicket to Dean Elgar. It did not quite work. I'm sure the coaches have gone back to the drawing board and said, guys, we have to stay over the wicket, bring those slips into play. Just in your screen, you'll see the catches are there as Kuhle runs in, bowls, big shout. Ooh, umpire Abangile Sodumo not interested, but looked like a good shot, Buxy.
It did, and I agree with you here. The angle of attack just coming over the wicket to the left-handers. He did that in his opening spell against the Titans on Wednesday and caused a lot of problems. Boom. Oh, I think that one just going across, probably missing the off stump. Maybe a little bit of height on that one as well. But I like this. He's got the 2 slips in. He bowled really well to the left-hander on Wednesday night, and he's continuing on with that now.
He runs in, bowls on the money. Good to see. And he's asking questions early doors, Okuhle Qhele. I love his energy and his presence through the creases. He looks like a man on a mission. He wants to accumulate dots. He wants to exert pressure on Jonathan Bird. Jonathan Bird at early doors, just early observations, Buxy, he needs to be looking to play a little bit straighter. Not so sure if he's going to be, you were quite right, it was missing the off stump with that angle. But he doesn't want to bring the umpire too much into play.
Well played there by Jonathan Bird. We've seen him do that a couple of times now. Just nice soft hands when the ball's outside off stump. Just drops it down to third man for one. Once again, looks like a good player. Nice and still at the crease. Sets up really well. I agree with you there. I think he's got to be going straighter, especially early on. We know what Okuhle Qhele can do with the ball. He nips it around, nips it both ways. I think he's got to be looking to hit nice and straight back down the ground.
Yeah, it's also good to see the sort of, like I said, he's kept the slips in play. He wants to be able to find that outside edge as he's just good length from Okuhle Qhele. And it's all about the dot balls up front. You know, the batting team will be looking to get in, but also a great opportunity for them to hit some boundaries with third man fine leg back, and if you play down the ground, that's the best place for any young player, and for our listeners that have joined us for this ODI, sorry, this One Day Cup Division 1 match between the Hollywoodbets and Western Province Blitz. Batsmen should be looking to play as straight as possible. Kele runs in, bowls, finds that dot and at the stumps, and a good way to finish that second over. Okuhle Kele, the Western Province Blitz team 6 without loss after 2 overs. Bucks.
A very good start by Okuhle there. What I've really enjoyed about that is he's bowled at fuller length, he's attacked the stumps, he's made the batsman play every single ball there, which is what his skipper would want.
Yeah, just obviously some more news in terms of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins for our listeners, Buxy. Sauril Ervia, who has obviously played Test cricket for South Africa, he seemed to have missed out this time around, and also Grant Rulofson. As we look at Ethan Bosch running in, back of a length, defensively played by John O'Bird. So just coming back to that, Marcus Eckerman has come in, Bucks, and Bradley Porteous. Maybe just for our listeners, just tell us a little bit about these two young players that have come in.
Marcus Ackerman, exciting left-handed batter. Pretty much a like-for-like replacement there with SJ Advia. Advia might have just struggled a little bit in the beginning parts of this competition, as we see Bosch run into John O'Bird. Cracking drive through extra cover. Jason Smith giving the chase, and the ball is going to win the race. That's 4 runs. Cracking drive by John O'Bird.
Yeah, you are just finding early doors that these batters are really ruthless on anything full, Buxy, any worth offered. We saw the same thing the other night as we look at this delivery and crunch through extra cover by Jonathan Bird. Big, strong lad. Jason Smith chases in vain, and that's another boundary for the Western Province Blitz team.
Just to get back to those players, Marcus Ackerman, an exciting left-handed batter. You see Bosch coming again to John O'Bird. Change of attack there. He's come over the wicket, going across John O'Bird now. What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Esau?
Yeah, so once again, I think the reason he's gone back over the wicket, Buxy, that man standing at first slip, Kaya Zondo, with that angle, he's also moved that second slip into a short extra cover out of screen. So really nipping across and hoping that something nips or just sticks in the wicket, bringing the short catcher in, short cover, or finding that edge. But a better angle for me, especially John O'Bird having none of it, whether he's changed the angle or not. The strong opening batter, left-hander, and yeah, you can see the intent from Western Province. You can also understand why they do have the highest total in this competition. Anything slightly loose from these bowlers will be punished by these left-handers.
Most definitely, John O'Bird looking to advance down the wicket there and take Ethan Bosch down. As Bosch comes in to follow up. Oh, well bowled, and there we see those soft hands again by John O'Bird. Just allowing the ball to hit the bat. He's playing it nice and late and just runs it down for 1 to third man.
Yeah, he just shows there that he's not just all power, brute power. He's got a touch of finesse to him. And yeah, it's always good to rotate strike. Again, just going back to that Hollywoodbets Dolphins game against the Momentum Multiply Titans, the key was the rotation of strike, and that's what it's about. Hit a boundary and then find the single as Bosch runs in over the wicket to the Zorzi, who drives. Excellent stop at point. Yeah, dot ball.
Let's onto the Dolphins team and the changes in the team. We spoke about the left-hander like-for-like replacement in Marcus Ackerman. John Bird really looking to take the attack to the Dolphins here. He's looking proactive, and he's not afraid to hit the ball over the top, isn't he? We've seen in the last over to Ethan Bosch, he's advanced down the wicket, looking to take him down the ground, and then he's just popped that one over mid off, a bit of a leading edge, but the signs are there.
Yeah, I mean he's really shown good intent. He's come to play. You can sense this Western Province team as we look at the Zorzi. It's one straight to cover and well fielded by looks like Marcus Ackerman out there. But coming back to this Western Province team, Buxy, they've really been dominant. There's a reason why they are top of the log at the moment in this competition. They have a history of having produced some fantastic cricketers, the likes of Gibbs, Callis, and many other cricketers that have come from the Cape. There's never any shortage of talent in the Cape. As Trele bowls, De Zorzi hits the ball beautifully down the ground and excellent fielding that time around by Bradley Porteous at mid-off.
Yeah, brilliant stop there, but we see Tony De Zorzi once again. If you overpitch slightly, he latches onto that and he's looking to put you through the covers or down the ground. Got a really good drive on him, Mr. Esau.
Yeah, these batters have shown their intent and they've rotated strike well, and yeah, good cricket this morning. Taylor runs in. Okay, John O'Bird wants to score, wants to feel better on ball. Buxy, what's your thoughts? I mean, you coach a lot of cricket, young players. Is that generally the feeling from the young batters? They want to feel better on ball. Just your thoughts on that?
I think so. More and more as the youngsters are watching 20 over cricket, the IPL, you've got the Caribbean Premier League, you've got the SA20 here in South Africa. Youngsters want to get going. They're really enjoying the shorter format of the game. As Okushle Qele nicks off John O'Bird. Umpire Sadumo finger up. John O'Bird has to go back to the change room, caught behind, and I think that's an example of what we've been seeing. John O'Bird just slightly favouring the leg side, coming across the angle, this time paying the price. Kushletele, as we see him run in, full of a length, John O'Bird just slightly coming across it and finding the outside edge. Good catch by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins keeper, Ditole.
Celebration from Okushle Taylor. You can see that plan has worked, and good to see the wicket. 15 for 1 after 4 overs. Yeah, Taylor struck for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and that LBW hitting the stumps, and umpire Abongile Sodumo giving that out. And so, yeah, the new batter for the Western Province Blitz is David Benningham.
David Bellingham, lots of talk around him, lots of potential, a higher score of 152 not out. Mr. Esau, what do you know about him?
Yeah, he's played county cricket, a fantastic talent. He also played SA under 19, then went abroad and played a bit of county cricket. In this list day format, 35 matches and 1,209 runs at a batting average of 39, 400s and 750s. But he is a class act. This young man is an organised player, and so good awareness about his batting. And we look forward to seeing David Benningham bat this morning for this Western Province team. 15 for 1 after 4. Okushle Qele, that was the plan. His groupings are a lot better today in the game against the Titans. In his second spell, he battled a little bit. His first spell was really aggressive, and he's brought that aggression this morning for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. As in screen, we look at the captain, Ethan Bosch, getting some treatment. Seems like a hamstring. His team will be needing him this morning as the captain and the leader.
Most certainly, the Dolphins will really be hoping he's going to be okay here. Getting quite a lot of strapping on there by the physiotherapist, Nick Moffat.
Yeah, just coming back to David Benningham, Buxy, he has scored the fastest 50 in this one-day cup, only of 31 balls. That gives you an indication of the caliber of this batter. 50 runs of 31 balls. He's got the fastest 50 in this competition.
As we see the replay of that wicket once again, Okushle Qele strong through the crease, that foolish length once again. And umpire Sudumo putting his finger up. John O'Bird has to go.
Yeah, we spoke about that bat on ball concept. Jonathan Bird is a young batter still in the system. It's not a bad thing to rotate, but playing straight is crucial. As we look at Bosch running into the Zorzi, outside the off stump, slashes, and that's gone for 4 over the slip cordon area. That is exactly what we spoke about. He keeps the slip. He's enticing them, throwing out a little bit wider. They call it a teaser in cricketing terms. Wide and 4 over the slip cordon area. Bosch to De Zorzi. Sees Worth, throws hands. Bang. 4. The score moves on to 19 for 1 for the Western Province team.
And this time Bosch has gone a bit shorter and just picked up by Tony De Zorzi. What an incredible shot. Once again, a shot by a man in form. That's just back of a good length. He's put his hands through the ball, full extension of the arms, and he's hit that well over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, Bosch coming in, and as we look at this replay, De Zorzi slightly short and bang over mid-wicket. He didn't waste time. He's onto it in a flash. 4. Excellent follow-up delivery from Ethan Bosch. Dot ball. Right, and so De Zorzi, Buxy. It's amazing. We watched Jason Smith on Wednesday, and the form batters, there's just something about them. They seem to have an edge. They sharp on the short or anything that's loose. They're putting it away. And that's the difference at the moment. You not saying that we can see, but you can just pick up. These guys are sharp. They ruthless on anything given to them short and wide as Bosch runs in, bowls, and De Zorzi a little bit more circumspect. It seemed like a slower ball. He watched it so carefully, and that's good to see.
As we take another look at that boundary, Mr. Esau, just watch Tony De Zorzi here. He just shimmies down the wicket, just comes at Ethan Bosch, and bang! I think Ethan Bosch just maybe brought his length back a little bit there as De Zorzi just shimmies down, and De Zorzi quick on the pull. But I agree with that. I like what you're saying there about the sharpness in the leading run scorers of this tournament as Bosch goes back of a length again. De Zorzi on the pull, and the fielder Simelani down there at the fine leg, or Kushletlele, sorry, down there at the fine leg boundary can't get there to stop the ball. That's another boundary for the Western Province Blitz, and it just shows the sharpness on anything loose once again. Bosch slightly short, bang! De Zorzi on the pull, and Okush Letlele unable to get there. That's 4 more.
Yeah, Bosch, his strength on Wednesday night was his ability to pitch the ball up and swing it. And today he's just been too short in length. And De Zorzi, watchful as he hits that down to third man. And De Zorzi seems really aggressive this morning on anything short. He's giving it a good hit as we end that over. Western Province 28 for 1 after 5 overs. But you can see a man in form. You can see that he's got good rhythm in his batting, moving well. And also, what I like about Tony De Zorzi this morning, the power of the one. He's not just in boundary mode, but he's also rotating strike, and that's good to see.
It's very good to see, and just back to that sharpness with the guys that are leading the run scoring in this tournament so far, and De Zorzi obviously being one of them. What I really like about what they're doing is it's not shots all over the place. You don't see a hack every now and then. You see cricket shots, and it's shots that are within their strength. If you overpitch to De Zorzi, he's going to drive you. You come slightly shorter, he picks you up. As Tele comes into De Zorzi once again, that foolish length, we see again Mr. Esau and a nice solid defense by De Zorzi.
Yeah, I have to say this morning, Trele has been impressive. I speak about his groupings in terms of where he's landing the ball, where he's bowling it. And with that, just out of screen, he's got a short extra cover in John Smuts. He's got a slightly deeper cover point. And so he wants De Zorzi to push, like John O'Byrne, push at the ball, push away from the body, and bring Kaya Zondo into play. This is all the mind games that these cricketers play. Batters versus bowlers as he runs in, past the umpire, bowls De Zorzi, hits it back at Trele, and again, another dot.
Very good start once again by Okush Tele. As you said, he looks athletic, he looks strong, doesn't he? He's coming back from that stress fracture injury, but looking really, really, really good. Gets through the crease nice and quickly, and he's fighting attack with attack here, Mr. Esau, isn't he? He's going at the stumps as the batter. He's going at that top of off, and if they miss the ball, he's saying to them, "I'm going to get you out here."
Good point, Buxy, and that's what it's about. In one-day cricket, you don't want to be offering too much width to the batters, stump to stump, asking questions. Good shot from De Zorzi to mid-off, runs through, scampers, and for a single. Excellent fielding again by Bradley Porteous there. He's really fielded well this morning. Not sure if the ball's following him, but he's been every time the ball's gone to him, he's been excellent in the field. And David Benningham will be facing his first delivery to get off strike.
Okushletele will fancy this. He's bowling that fuller length. He knows how attacking David Benningham is. He knows what he's done in his last innings. He'd be looking to pitch that up and hit that top of off. He bowled really well on Wednesday night without much reward. Is today his day?
As he runs in to Benningham, first ball. You just see Benningham's timing on that, Not a bad delivery, a little bit of width on offer, and Benningham just leant on it. Just coming back to the log in this Cricket South Africa One-Day Cup Competition Division 1, Bucks. Only the first two teams will go through to the finals. The Dolphins, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins at the moment in fourth position. It's a bit of an ask, isn't it? They've got some work to do to be able to end up in some sort of a playoff.
As Kuse comes in to David Benningham, no run. You 100%, Mr. Esau. The Dolphins have got to keep winning and they've got to win well. They've got no choice, and I think in situations like this, it could help a team. They have to play attacking cricket. They've got to get the win. They've got to get big wins. So I'm sure whatever happens, we're going to see some exciting cricket from the Dolphins.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing them in terms of batting later. But they've been aggressive with their bowling this morning. This man in particular, Okuhle Qhele, as he beats the bat. He seems to have a spring in his step this morning, Buxy. He's running in. He's even scratching his head, wondering how did that miss the outside edge of the bat. As we conclude that over Western Province Blitz at 29 for 1 after 6.
Another brilliant over from Okuhle. As you said, his groupings today have been so brilliant. He's bowled at fuller length with good reward. 3 overs, 1 wicket, and only gone for 6 runs against a very aggressive Western Province Blitz batting lineup so far.
Yeah, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins persisting with their captain Ethan Bosch. He seemed to have a slight niggle on that hamstring, but he's pushing through, leading from the front, bowling to Tony De Zorzi. Short, De Zorzi, fantastic strike, 6 over that square leg mid-wicket area. Awesome shot.
Brilliant pickup once again by Tony De Zorzi. He's latching on to anything short as we see Ethan Bosch run in here. Tony De Zorzi, again a little shimmy down the wicket and just a pickup all the way into the east stand for 6. Brilliant cricket.
Yeah, it's a time where the skipper has to, I know he's bowling at the moment, so he's got to bowl and think. It can be quite a daunting task, but he's got to think about the bowling changes and who's going to follow him as he bowls back of a length. De Zorzi runs that beautifully down to third man for a single. Ethan has got some work to do, Buxy. He's got to think. Perhaps he's been the bowler this morning that has gone for a lot more boundaries. In coaching terms, we talk about bowling in partnerships. It's been pressure from one side, not so.
Yeah, it has. Tele has been brilliant. Bosch been very expensive so far this morning. He's gone for 30 runs in his 3.2 overs. The ball's not swinging for him today, is it?
Yeah, nothing on offer today. It started, the first 2 deliveries did swing, but after that he's been too short in length, for it to swing. There is bowled. Not much swing on offer, but he's hit a better length there as Bosch.
Very interested to see how Ethan Bosch comes back from that. He was really assisted by the swing, as you said, bowled a little bit of a fuller length. What's he going to do as a Dolphins captain here when there's not too much on offer? Is he going to be able to be tight with his lengths? Is he going to be able to get into some good groupings like Okuhle is doing right now? I don't see him bowling past this over if he's unable to do that.
Yeah, it's a challenge for Bosch as he runs past the umpire and bowls short again, and Benningham puts that ball away. Short ball. He's been too short in length, Buxy, and he also has a captain eyes to think. If we look at their bowling attack, they've got old Neil Bartman as an option. As we look at this again, Benningham balanced at the crease. Bosch short and pulled away beautifully by David Benningham behind square on the leg side. Coming back to the bowling options, he's got Bartman, he's got John Smuts from a spin point of view. He's got the young man Andile Simalane. So he's going to have to really work hard as he bowls down the leg side. Just not as composed as Wednesday night, Buxy. He's leaking a lot of runs, and so sometimes I'm sure it'd be a difficult thing for a captain to take yourself off. But in this case, he just needs someone who can come out and hit a hard length.
Most certainly. I think we've seen he seems to be carrying a bit of a niggle as well, and that might be playing on his mind and just affecting the rhythm. For now, I think he's got to get through this over and then look at making one of those changes that you suggested. I'm certain we would see the experience of Otniel Bartman come in to follow up and assist Okushla here as Bosch comes in to finish his over and dot ball, no run. He's got out the over. He'd be happy with that.
Yeah, he'd be very happy with getting out of the over as he holds his leg. That hammy seems to be troubling him. But coming back, this partnership already 26. So they're starting to build up nicely. Bosch his 4 overs for 34. Too expensive in the power play, Bucks.
Yeah, way too expensive, and he's got to make a change here, doesn't he? The Dolphins are in desperate need of Okushla to bowl another one of those economical overs here, just to get them back into the game. With the Western Province Blitz going at about 5.9 runs an over, very attacking as Okushla comes into David Bedingham. Just knocked back down the ground, and a good hand by Okushla to stop that. Been very impressed with Tele so far.
Yeah, for the listeners, if you've just joined us, today's cricket match, Cricket South Africa One Day Cup Division 1 match between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the Western Province Blitz at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. A beautiful day out here. What has transpired so far, the wicket of Jonathan Bird, bowled by the man in picture, Kutle Tele. Province have started well as Benningham hits that beautiful shot on the up. And so if you've just joined us, it's been sort of Tony DeZorzi that has given us a beautiful display of how to handle the short ball. He's been so aggressive, so good, but so solid. And he's been joined by David Benningham, a young talent that has played a little bit of county cricket, Buxy. And I think he's also made it clear that he wants to continue his desire to play for the country, which is, I think it's really awesome from his side.
That's very exciting from a Cricket South Africa point of view, and he looks an immense talent. As we see a change in the field, we've got John Smuts at slip out into extra cover, but Okushla strays too straight. David Bedingham picks that up off his legs into the stands. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, Benningham, what balance from the young man. He has shown he's still at the crease, not a lot of movement from him. As we look at the shot, Tele runs in, bowls at Midland leg, outside leg stump, and Benningham just a flick of the wrist, Buxy. He does look really balanced, looks organised as a cricketer.
He's looking really, really good. I like what you say there about the balance. He's very still at the crease, allows the ball to come to him. As Okushla comes back in, and just a back foot punch on the up. Fielding done by Marcus Ackerman. Wow, David Bedingham is looking really good at the crease, composed, nice and still, hitting the ball from a good base. But I think very importantly, as you said earlier, for the young cricketers watching, presenting the full face of the bat.
It's such a key aspect you've just mentioned there, Buxy. Just play as straight as possible. He's got a slightly open stance, but he gets his head in a very, very good position. Minimal movement. This is the beauty about David Benningham. He's so still, he's so balanced. He hits the ball late. He allows it to come onto him, and bang. Kyle runs into Benningham, hits it to backward point. Brilliantly fielded in the backward point area by Bryce Parsons. Well, so far 47 for 1, 7.5 overs, as Kyle will be looking to close off this over. Buxy, it's so important for young seamers. If you're watching, if you're listening to this broadcast, it's important that you close out the over. What does that mean? Generally speaking, try and hit a hard length on the wicket, full or some slightly back of a length, getting the batter to defend rather than allowing him to get a boundary. Just like that. Excellent. Hele hit the wicket hard and closed off the over brilliantly.
I think from a batting perspective there as well, as we watch Tele come in, Bellingham nice and still once again. Tele just coming just a touch too full, and Bellingham putting his hands through that, backing his strength. Mr. Esau backing his strength, being able to chip that over the mid-wicket boundary. The stillness of him at the crease. For all the young batters watching, just how still he is, hitting from a strong base. How important is that?
So important to have a strong base, good balance. And what I loved about Bellingham in that stroke, how he watched the ball all the way onto the bat, Buxy. Change of bowler, Bradley Porteous, right arm seamer, economy of 5.6, and best bowling figures of 2 for 23 against Western Province. The captain will be looking for him to be doing something similar today, Buxy.
Most certainly. Medium pace bowler, but good skill in the young Brad Porteous. Big job here, big job. The Western Province Blitz they've gotten away. They've been very aggressive. They've put the skipper Ethan Bosch away. Big boots to fill here for a young player.
Yeah, Porteous, medium pace. I see he's got his deep square back as he runs in. He'll be looking to pitch the ball up just like that. Excellent groupings. Excellent start from the young man in the first two deliveries. Not express pace, but what I like about him, Bucks, is strong action, and he looks to hit the wicket. He's looking to hit the wicket hard. You could hear the bang of the bat there from De Zorzi. And so out of screen, he's got a deep square leg back to cover that. He's got a third man. He's brought his fine leg up. And again, if you look at the field, it'll have to be off stump, just outside off stump tight as he bowls to De Zorzi, who hits it slightly over cover, and he'll scamper through for a single.
It's been a good start so far from Bradley Porteous, albeit 3 balls. As you said, he's looked to hit the deck, hasn't he? He's looked to hit the wicket. Just talking about this wicket for a second, though, it looks a good wicket. It looks a great wicket. That ball's coming onto the bat this morning, isn't it?
Buxy, it looks a good wicket as Bellingham takes guard from umpire Mokorosi. Just talking about the wicket. If you bowl, if you give the batter width, if you're too short, if you're too full, you got to hit that good length where you're asking questions, but you have to hit the wicket hard. This is what we're picking up. Hit the wicket hard on a good length. Porteous runs in, bowls, back over length. Bellingham flicks him to deep square for a single. Must say, David Bellingham this morning, so composed, allows the ball to come to him, Buxy, and just sort of deflects it, through power, and he's got a wonderful soft game. He's just flicked that to deep square. Looks composed, looks calm, doesn't seem phased, and the confident De Zorzi, just playing his game, playing freely.
Porteous comes back into De Zorzi. Again, hard length, but pick up once again by Tony De Zorzi over mid-wicket, and that's 4 more.
Great shot from Tony De Zorzi. Fantastic shot, and that's 50 up for the Western Province Blitz, and being well led by that man who's 4th on the run scoring chart in this competition, as we see Bradley Porteous running in again, back of a length, and Tony De Zorzi having none of it, Buxy. He has been so strong through the leg side. His wagon wheel is through the leg side for most of it, and he's having none of it. Porteous comes in again, bowls, and De Zorzi hits it to mid-off and scampers through for a single.
Wow. Once again, we see from Tony De Zorzi the boundary, and then the followed up by the 1. As we see that replay once again, De Zorzi just shimmies down the wicket, walks at the bowlers, and then a pickup. If you were a Dolphins bowler right now, the Dolphins captain, and you see the batter walking at you like this, what do you do?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think an option perhaps there could be an off cutter to the left hand and the ball going away from him, but you got to get it accurate. You have to be accurate. There's not enough pace to go back of a length, to go short, Buxy. De Zorzi has shown his quality. Perhaps just taking the pace off, rolling the fingers across the ball as an option. Because if you look at his field, he's got third man back, and so a ring on the offside. So just perhaps could push hard and find one of those fielders in the covers. As we look at Tele, who starts another over to De Zorzi, bowls. Such a good area from Tele. Aggressive area. And when he does this, he's so good, Buxy, when he runs in with purpose. I've found in the previous delivery once or twice, he didn't quite have that same sort of energy and momentum through the crease. And that the six that Benningham hit him over mid-wicket, that was case in point.
You're spot on there, and I think this is a wicket that you've got to run in and you've got to hit the deck. It's also an opposition, the Western Province Blitz, that are number one on the log. Their highest score, as we've seen, 381. They're gonna come at you. You've got to come with 100% every single ball, as we see Okushe Tlele doing that once again.
I think Taylor's been listening too much into the commentary stint. He's bowled a beautiful off-cutter, and to the left-hander, it just makes sense. Take some pace off. De Zorzi has shown intent to want to score, but he's also had the finesse and the soft touch to drop and run. It's just a very good battle. I mean, Taylor's bowled 4.2 overs, 1 for 12. He has been the most consistent Hollywoodbets Dolphins bowler this morning.
As Okushe Tlele runs back in to Tony De Zorzi. Bumper, wide down leg side. I was just going to say that, Mr. Eso. I think the off-cutter to the left-hander, and as we've seen, I think that's a good option to the batter walking at you. I think that bumper as well. As De Zorzi comes down, that little shimmy coming at you, Okushe Tlele has the pace to bowl that bumper and challenge him around that neck area, Mr. Eso.
We saw on Wednesday night, Taylor's definitely got the pace, and so when you can do that to even a good batter like De Zorzi, keep him guessing. That's what you want. As he bowls hard length, De Zorzi hits it to mid-on, and there we go, wicket for Tlele. As we've spoken, he's been clever, he's been skillful, he's hit the deck hard, and he's taken pace off, and a wicket for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Just what the captain, Ethan Bosch, would have ordered.
I think that's been brilliant by Okushe Tlele. Definitely listening in on the commentary box here. He's gone cutter, he's gone bumper, and then changed it up again a little bit fuller with another cutter that Tony De Zorzi has chipped to mid-off. As we see that replay, Okushe Tlele coming through the crease nice and strong, fingers over the ball, De Zorzi early on it, and an excellent catch by the skipper Ethan Bosch at mid-on. Tony De Zorzi has to go after that little cameo.
Yeah, he's got to go. He played so well, Tony De Zorzi. He'll be disappointed, being the form batter. He would have liked to have kicked on, but that's the end of him. Western Province Blitz, 55 for 2 after 9.3. Coming in for the Western Province Blitz. The next batsman seems like Valentine Kitime. He's the new batter for the Western Province Blitz, number 71. Kitime comes in. He's got a high score of 56, Bucksy, versus the Warriors. He's averaging 18.4. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve a little bit on that average today, the young player.
Still new to List A cricket, Valentine Kitime. Only the 10 matches, only the 10 innings. Currently averaging 18.4. But seems like batting him at number 4, the Western Province Blitz coaching staff back him, and they're sending him up here to bat with the slightly more experienced David Bedingham.
Yeah, we were almost expecting the captain Kyle Verreyn, but I'm sure they want to save him for the middle period, hold him back. He's been in fantastic form as well, Kyle Verreyn, but they are obviously backing this young player, Valentine Kitime, and they want to provide him a fantastic opportunity. Only 9.3 overs into the game, so he's got lots of time, and he's also batting with one of their better players in David Bedingham.
As Okushe Tlele comes into Valentine Kitime, first up, hard length, and Kitime getting above the bounce on that, just hitting that straight back into the ground.
Yeah, as we look at this, Tlele, who's been the most impressive seamer running in for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, cuts his fingers across it and almost celebrates early there, Bucksy. Well taken by Ethan Bosch. The plan has worked. That's what Tlele is saying.
And well deserved. 4.4 overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets. Well deserved. He's been brilliant today as he comes into Kitime. Again, length, and just off the pads, no run. Love his energy. Battling it.
Yeah, absolutely, Bucksy. He has come out today. Wednesday night, he was good in the first spell, but his second spell, by his own standards, he was not happy, and him and the bowling coach Quinton Friend, himself a fantastic bowler in his day, Quinton Friend, would have done the hard work. And hats off to this young man, Okuhle Cele. Today he's coming with purpose, with energy as he runs past umpire Sodom and bowls, asking lots of questions from the young player. And again, just early observations about Ketime. He is a young player. We spoke about it earlier on. Wants to feel bat on ball, and it seems to be a general trend from the young players. Get bat on ball.
Most definitely. I think he could have left that ball quite comfortably just to get out of that over. But you know what it's like, a young batter coming in. You've got a point to prove. You've been given the opportunity to bat at number 4, and you've got to put a performance in to show your worth.
Yeah, that's the end of the power play. 10 overs completed. Western Province are 55 for 2 after 10. Just a quick question, Bucks. You don't think it's maybe a good time for a bit of spin? I'm just throwing that in there. You know, they've got John, they've got Bryce Parsons, but as Porteous runs in, past the umpire, bowls. Benningham, solid as ever, knocks it to mid-on. Dot.
I think we might see some spin come on shortly, Mr. Esau. I don't know how many more overs Okuhle will go for. He's already bowled the 5. Maybe he goes for one more, and then he comes back for another couple of spells, one in the middle and one at the death. But from that top end, I think we'll either see Bartman come on to replace him, or we'll see the introduction of spin.
Yeah, Benningham knocks that to deep square for 1. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins bowling attack is an interesting one because Cele is the most experienced. Bartman seems to still be finding his way. I know he's been around the circuit a bit, and obviously Bradley Porteous now. So it's so important as to how Ethan Bosch balances that bowling attack, making sure that there's always somebody. I know John Schmatt is an old head, someone with experience bowling, because Andile Semelani has to come in at some stage into this game, and so it's going to be some strategic thinking needed from Ethan Bosch as Porteous runs in, bowls, good length, and Ketime, he's off the mark, scampers through. I'm sure he's breathing a little bit easier now, Buxy.
Most certainly off the mark, as we see some good fielding there by Andile Semelani at cover. Ethan Bosch definitely has his work cut out from a strategic perspective today. He looks like he's carrying a bit of a niggle. So I think that man who's done the fielding, Andile Semelani, on that last ball, he's going to have a big role to play with the ball today.
Porteous bowls short. Umpire Sodumo indicating a wide, too high for the batter to play any sort of stroke and in that delivery.
Nice and still at the crease as Porteous comes back in. Again, hard length and just knock back to mid-off. Oh, he's looking comfortable, is he?
Yeah,
He's looking very comfortable.
Buxy, David Benningham, if you watch his technique, not a lot of foot movement. He's so still. Everything is under his eyes. He waits for the ball and he brings that big bat, Gray Nichols bat down to meet the ball. And for any young player, if you're watching this broadcast, if you're watching this cricket, watch the bat presentation. That's one of the key things the coaches will tell you out there. Boy or girl, present your bat to the ball. As we're also mindful that the girls are also girls cricket starting to grow, and that's fantastic to see. Porteous runs in, bowls on a good length, dot ball to mid-on, no run.
And that's the end of the over. Bradley Porteous, 2 overs, none for 14, bowling at a in-form David Benningham. As we see that change in bowling that we were speaking about, it looks like Otniel Bartman being thrown the ball with a big job to do.
Yeah, Otniel hit good lengths and good lines on Wednesday night, early doors, and he picked up a wicket, but subsequent to that, he sort of started changing his length. He bowled more back of a length, and that didn't quite help the cause for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team to overcome the Titans. Otniel Bartman, the new bowler for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team. He'll be looking to really be impressive in this spell, Buxy. The captain will be asking for him to stem the flow, but also pick up a wicket in the same process. As they bring up their deep square, they want to attack Valentine Kitime. They realize he's a young player, and they'll be looking to put under pressure. Bartman into Kitime, hits it to mid-wicket, no run.
I like this from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins here. They realize that David Bedingham is in good form. He's hitting the ball well, and have got their sweepers out to him. And I think they'll be looking to give him one. Valentine Kitime, at the other hand, a youngster in at number 4. He's got a big job to do here. They've got the field in, just the one man out at third man, and they're looking to put a squeeze on and keep him on strike as much as possible here.
Yeah, Bartman bowls back over length, and again, dot ball. Just such a good point. I want to talk a little bit about what you just said, Buxy. People speak about an in-out field. Maybe for the listeners, can you just elaborate a little bit more? You got a batter that's in, sort of starting to build his innings in David Bedingham, and then you got the young man. Just tell us a little bit more about this in-out field story.
I think the Dolphins bowlers, the Dolphins team have a really good opportunity here to put a squeeze on, and I think as Bartman just beats the bat there, that one just expected to bounce a little bit more, I think, from Kitime, just keeping a bit low, but coming through to the keeper, and Kitime unscathed. But just the planning strategically for the Dolphins here, they'll be looking to put a squeeze on right here. They understand the Western Province Blitz team has got off to a very good start, and the important thing for the Dolphins here would to bring that run rate down and to keep that run rate in control. So to bring the field into Kitime as Bartman comes back in, driven, but to mid-off, another dot ball. So the Dolphins will be looking to squeeze Kitime, get the field in. They've got a couple of catches in place. We've got the extra cover, the mid-wicket, as well as Kaya Zondo at first step, and they're looking to put the pressure on there, bowl as many dot balls to Kitime as possible. As we see with a couple of balls to go in the over, they've now spread the field.
Yeah.
So there we go, that in-out field that you're speaking about, Mr. Esau, in player as Bartman comes into Kitime. But a width cutaway past the point fielder. That's 4 runs. Not what the Dolphins would have wanted. They've just put the men out. They've just dropped the deep cover. They've dropped the deep square leg, hoping to give him one to get out of the over. And just a touch too much width from Otniel Bartman. Cutaway past Bryce Parsons for 4.
Yeah, what a fantastic stroke. And we've seen on this wicket this morning, when you bowl short, you will be scored off. We saw some earlier pull shots and with an offer. And what a fantastic cut shot from the young man behind point. Bartman runs in, bowls again. Kitime scampers through, takes a single to mid-off. And that takes his tally to 5 runs. The end of the over, 67 for 2 is Western Province Blitz after 12 overs, and so the run rate of 5.6. So the young man Kitime is starting to find some sort of rhythm, and good to see him. He had a fantastic shot behind point. The point field had no chance. As we look at this, back over length from Bartman, Kitime slaps it behind point for 4. Awesome shot from Valentine Kitime.
As Bradley Porteous is at the top of his mark to bowl another over here. He's into his 3rd over. He's gone for 14 runs, no wicket. As he runs into Kitime. Hard length again. Looked like he's just rolled his fingers over that, hasn't he?
Yeah,
just gripped a bit in the wicket.
Yeah, well spotted, Buxy. And so we spoke earlier about that variation as an option, the off cutter, and you can see Kitime in that case. He's not really using his feet, and so because of the cutter, the ball also seemed to have stayed down, and so there's an opportunity for him to play it on. And so as Porteous runs in once again to Kitime, bowls a good length and plays it to mid-on. Just looking in screen, Tsepang Ditole, the wicket keeper. Last game it was Rulofsson. Buxy, your thoughts on the keeper?
Ditole keeping, I think, more so than anything for the Dolphins here. It's a batting option here. Ditole batted extremely well against the Titans. as we see Parsons back into Kitime. Full toss, driven, and fielded well by Marcus Ackerman at extra cover. Detole played a heck of an innings, didn't he, against the Titans?
He was amazing. He really hit the ball so well. It was good to see. He's well travelled. He's been around, but he really had precision to his play. He played a classy sort of like innings for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, but impressive. And there he's got the gloves today. Good to see. Porteous runs in, bowls to Kitime, who slaps it square of the wicket. Well fielded by Neil Bartman on the third man boundary there. Again, early observations on Valentine Kitime. Tall young player. Anything wide, Buxy, he's going to put it away.
Definitely throwing his hands at any sort of width. He's got a good setup, a little bit lower, a little bit more closed off than Bedingham as Porteous bumper, and that's one for the over. Yeah, just good solid setup, a little bit lower to the ground. He is a big man, but bends those knees and gets nice and low to the ground. Hits really well straight when the ball is pitched up and the ball is straight. But the moment you err in line and give him a little bit of width, he latches on, really lets his hands go.
Yeah, he seems to have purpose to his play, which is good for a young player. Just want to see Porteous bowls to Kitime. Also want to see him perhaps rotating strike, looking for that single. It's always good for a young player to do that. Keep the board ticking. The coaches will be, I'm sure David Benning will be saying to him, just keep ticking as we end another over. The score 69 for 2 for the Western Province Blitz. A run rate of 5.3. Kitime and Bedingham at the wicket for the Western Province Blitz team.
That's a much better over there from Bradley Porteous. That's exactly what the skipper and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would need from him. He's just gone for the 2 runs, and I think he's got to be that seamer that's going to play that holding role. He's got a bowl in the middle overs here in that second power play, and he's going to go at 3, 4, 5 runs and over, but keep the run rate in check. The moment the Dolphins allow the Western Province batters to get into the game and to pick up that run rate, they're in trouble.
Yeah, it's important. You mentioned earlier on when you spoke about the in-out field to accumulate dots. I think that's how you exert pressure on any young player. And so in this case, Valentine Kitime, you want to be bowling to him more dots than and keeping David Benningham off strike, just to starve him off strike, Buxy.
As Bartman comes back in here to Bedingham and we look at this field. Foolish hits the pads and a leg by. Just looking at that in-out field, Mr. Esau, to David Bedingham. The Dolphins are going with 4 men out. They've got the fine leg, they've got the third man, and then they've got the deep square leg and the deep cover. They're bowling that back of a good length to him. I think they've seen that if they overpitch to David Bedingham, he's got that pickup shot. We saw him pick up that 6 early on in the innings, and we've seen a very good drive on him. So the Dolphins looking to go a little bit shorter to him and have the 4 men out. We see now with Valentine Kitime on strike, we've got a slip in. So the Dolphins are looking to attack a little bit more when the youngster's on strike.
Yeah, Bartman runs into Kitime, who flicks it through mid-wicket. Fantastic shot. It's gone for a boundary. Fantastic. The outfield really keeping teasing the field as well. That one, but a fantastic strike by Valentine Kitime. It seems like he's born in the Potchefstroom area, Buxies. So he's a product from the Northwest environment. He's also played Northwest under 13. Has played for Boland in the Western Cape and also SA under 19. So a fantastic prospect, Valentine Kitime.
He looks good. Nice and composed, nice and compact. As Bartman comes back into the youngster. Bang! Short! He's on the pull. John Smuts. Oh, excellent fielding by John Smuts. He's at fine leg. Kitime has just helped that ball along. The old man in John Smuts has done well to get around there, put a slide in, and save 4.
He's done very, very well. He really the slide made the difference, and Kitime is having none of it. Anything short for Valentine Kitime, he's onto it in a flash. He started well. He's looking good as Bartman runs in, bowls to him, back of a length, and he finds the dot. Again, they just want to come back, Buxy, to that off-cutter as the slower ball option. Let me rather rephrase that. The slower ball option on this wicket, we've seen sometimes it just sticks, it just sits, it grips, and therefore I asked you earlier on about that spin option. I thought with the new young player, perhaps Dolphins could have given that opportunity. Something could have happened, but I must say, Porteous has been steady, and so has Bartman.
As Bartman comes in, dot ball, exactly what the Dolphins would have wanted. With each and every ball that Kitime faces, Mr. Esau, he looks to be growing in confidence. He looks to be moving a lot better. He becomes more and more aggressive with each ball he faces.
Yeah, Kitime, you're quite right, Buxy. You can see the young man's presence. You can see what he brings. He wants to play. He wants to take the game forward. You find a lot of young players, they've got this concept, the term where they say, I want to stay in. I don't want to lose my wicket. But Kitime is very different. He's almost got that mindset of, I want to take the game forward. I want to be positive. I want to be proactive in my play. And that's what it looks like to him. But he is definitely growing in confidence as Porteous runs in and bowls to Bellingham. Again, over mid-on, he's flicked it, and he should pick up a couple. Bosch fields nicely, and they went through for 2. Just looking at the partnership, it has now moved on to 23, Buxy. Just steady, building up, and but Bellingham, anything middle and leg, he's onto it in a flash.
He's got that open stance, and anything that's slightly straighter, angling into the pads, his hands are able to be free as he pulls. Oh! Drop catch at mid-wicket by Kaya Zondo. Porteous just a little bit short on that one, betting him quick on the pull. Top effort by Kaya Zondo, but put down.
Buxy, I have to ask the inevitable question. The question that we'll have in our heads after that drop catch is, how costly will that drop catch of David Bellingham be for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team?
Time will tell, but looking at the body language of Kaya Zondo right now, he's disappointed. And I think it's because he knows that is a massive wicket. That's a massive opportunity that's been put down.
Yeah, Porteous bowls to Kitime, who flicks it down through the mid-on area. Fantastic stroke from Valentine Kitime. Pure hands, allowing his hands to go through the line of the ball. Fantastic stroke. But coming back to Kaya Zondo, realizing the big drop. As we look at this again, Porteous to Kitime, bowls the off-cutter, but the hands of Kitime through the mid-on area. 4 runs to the tally. Porteous runs in once again and bowls to Kitime. Plays and misses. And again, if you look at him, back foot didn't quite get across there, Buxy. Short and wide. You want to get that back foot across and slap that behind point for 4. But Kaya Zondo, he's played enough cricket, Bucks, in his time to know that you don't want to be putting a man of the caliber of David Bellingham. You want to be taking those catches.
That's for sure. As Porteous comes back into Kitime, bumper once again, and that's 1 for the over. Porteous using the bouncer really well here. Not a wicket-taking option right now. Kitime not interested. He lets them go, but a good option for a dot ball, which is so important here for the Dolphins.
Yeah, Porteous, clever bowling from him as Kitime, as he sets up, looking for anything on a length, fuller to slap and hit down the ground. And so as with mid-on, mid-off up, as he runs in and bowls again to Kitime, bowls that off-cutter. Has a go. But Kitime gets back into his crease. The end of the over from Porteous. He's bowled 4 overs for 22. He's been steady. He's sort of done the job what the captain has wanted from him after 15 overs. The Western Province cricket team, 82 for $2. And this partnership now going on 28 runs.
Unassuming, that partnership grows quietly in the background. It's the purpose and the intent shown by the Western Province batters, which is so good. They're still up there with that rate, 5.5 runs and over, being very aggressive, proactive, being very positive. Mr. Iso, I think we just need to make a note down. David Bedingham dropped on 18 by Kaya Zondo. Time will tell how costly that will be as Bartman comes in, he gets through the crease. Dot ball.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So Benningham, just looking at his technique, he predominantly in terms of his wagon wheel bucks, he's been leg side. He waits for you to bowl back of a length, then he slaps you through that cover point area. But I haven't really seen a drive from him through the extra cover area or through mid-off. And so I think from the Dolphins' point of view, just tactically, as you look at his stance in screen, get him to play through that offside. Perhaps you can entice an outside edge, or just that's the perfect length run out opportunity as Zondo once again. Bedingham makes it, but the ball seems to be following Kaya Zondo after that drop catch of David Bedingham.
Kaya Zondo, experienced, he's been around a long time. It wouldn't have been the first catch that he's put down, that he's got to bounce back from. But what would he be feeling right now? What sort of thoughts and emotions are going on in the head and in the body of Kaya Zondo right now?
Yeah, Maxi, you don't want to be that guy at the end of the game who actually saying, "Ace Chief, it's all on you," you know. So, but I think he's played enough cricket to know that he can put that behind him, and perhaps at some point Benningham will give another chance and they could take that. But you don't want that to play too much on your mind. Remember, Kaya Zondo is still a key batter for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. That's the job that he's selected for, and he would want to be as positive as possible and look to restrict, obviously, the Western Province Blitz cricket team as much as possible. As we look at Bartman, who comes in and bowls to Kitime. Back over length. He slaps it behind point. He's pushing. He's running the first one hard. Only one. Jason Smith, the form batter for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, feels that.
That mindset now for the Dolphins is so important. That ball by ball. I know it's an old adage. One ball at a time. Play each ball on its merit. Give 100% to every ball. The Dolphins will need that mindset, especially when you've got two attacking batters at the crease. An opportunity might come any ball, as we wide down leg side. The opportunity might come at any stage, any ball. Batters are looking to come at you. The opportunities will come. You've got to be in the moment, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to be ready for it when it comes. And so the thing I've liked about the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team, Buxy, after this power play, they've kept 6 guys in the ring. They've kept, beg your pardon, they've kept 5 guys up. Obviously, 4 guys are back, but they're still looking to attack. They're still wanting for somebody to get caught in the covers or in the ring, as Benningham plays that to mid-wicket. So the Dolphins, they sense an opportunity. They know how important it would be to get a wicket. I know the partnership is on 31, but it hasn't built that sort of momentum as yet, and that's good to see. You know, they've got a point, they've got extra cover mid-off in the ring, mid-on and mid-wicket. So there's still an element that they feel if they can just nip out one of these batters, that will obviously bring a new batter in, but trying to stem the flow of runs is nothing better than getting a wicket. Bartman bowls it short and it gets hit to the square leg boundary for a single fielded by Okuhle Qele. Returns that to Tsepang Dotole.
What I like about this, Mr. Iso, which is different to what we saw on Wednesday, is that the Dolphins are remaining positive. They're remaining attacking right now. On Wednesday night, when that partnership started to build between Pereira and Dean Elgar, we just felt that the Dolphins became a little bit too defensive. They got off to a really good start and got those 4 wickets in quick time, and then sort of took their foot off the pedal. I think today what we're seeing is a Dolphin that's a lot more attacking. They're constantly applying pressure, knowing that if they can create the chances and take them, they'll stem the flow of runs and hopefully bowl out a very good team.
Yeah, a good point, Baxi. We spoke about that. The momentum multiplied Titans were 40 for 4 after 11. Dolphins on top. And then it almost just felt like they just took their foot off the pedal, as you've highlighted. And so today we've seen them being more proactive, holding more catches in the ring. And with that in mind, you know, we saw 270 wasn't enough the other night. And so, yeah, at this rate, they've brought their most experienced probably their most experienced cricketer alongside Kaya Zondo to come and bowl. John Smuts, the man from Kabaga.
To replace the man from KZN, Kersney College, Bradley Porteous, as John Smuts comes in to open up his spell. Bit of flight, almost snuck through under the bat of David Bedingham.
Yeah, so just a correction, he's actually from Gini, they call it Grahamstown. His brother also plays for the Badgers, Kelly Smuts. So those are the Smuts brothers as John runs in and bowls to Bedingham. See again, Bedingham, not too much footwork. So interesting story, John. I sort of met him, Buxy, when he was about 15 and a half, 16, and he always had this incredible power to hit the cricket ball, just absolute strength. And so it's quite nice to see as Bedingham hits that over the mid-wicket, long on boundary for a 6. Fantastic shot. I highlighted earlier, Bucks, to the listeners that if you give anything to Bedingham, middle and leg or on the stumps, he will hit you. And that is you can see in that case, powerful over the leg side. It's gone for a 6.
Yeah, definitely David Bedingham so strong off his legs. We've seen him flick that 6 off Okushe Cele early on. And this time John Smuts just straying onto the legs of David Bedingham. That drift just coming in, with still bowling with a newish ball, just drifting into the pads, slog, sweep, bang, 6.
As John bowls the next one, seemed to have been a little bit more around that off stump and a touch quicker, so just mixing up the paces. Benningham's looking for everything. As soon as he sees John Smuts giving flight, he'll be looking to hit that over the long on mid-wicket area. John once again bowls and dot ball. Patient David Bedingham.
David Bedingham's got the 6 runs off the over. I think he'd be happy here to see out the rest of the over, rotate, strike where he can, like we see the intent for him to do there, and then get through the over. John Smuts, 1 over gone, just the 1 boundary off it, 1 loose ball, 6 runs, and that takes us to drinks.
Yeah, it takes us to drinks, and Western Province 93 for 2 after 17, as the players and the umpires have a well-deserved drink.
Good night. Nice.
We're back on it after the drinks break. Western Province blitz 93 for 2 after 17. The captain back into the attack, Buxy. Ethan Bosch struggled a little bit in the first spell, but and again, I'm sure they'll be looking for him to strike in terms of getting another wicket for his team. Katima short and pulled over the deep square leg boundary for a 6. What a way to start after the drinks breaks, Buxy.
Talk about having a look, having a sighter. He's let a couple of bounces go so far. Bosch comes in, starts with a short one, bang, quick on the pull. It's to the short boundary, and you've also got Kaya Zondo there, but unfortunately couldn't do the work. That's 6 to start the second session.
Bowled by Bosch. Katima just defends that. No run.
Oh,
Do you think there was a message at the drinks break to say, take the game forward, Buxy? What a way to start for Western Province.
it's either that or we've got Ketime here who is settled in, and he's just decided to take the game by the scruff of the neck here and take it to the Dolphins bowlers.
It seems to me like he sensed that they wanted to apply pressure on him and bowled and played by Katima down to third man for a single. Coming back to that point, I wanted to make, I think he picked up as the Western Province with that single, that brings up the 100. So 100 for 2 after 17.3 for the Western Province team. But I think Katima sensed that they were looking to build pressure on him, and he's really shifted the pressure. Beddingham has just been getting on with his business on the other end. But Katima, good mindset from the young player, and he's looking to take the game forward. This partnership now goes to 45, so steadily building this partnership as the Dolphins bring up short fine leg into the ring, out of screen, and drops long on. Bang! David Benningham once again, Bucks here, off cutter from Ethan Bosch, dispatched over that mid-wicket area for another boundary. Not sure if the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team is not picking up on this wagon wheel, but Benningham, anything Midland leg, bang! He'll put you away.
As we see Bosch run in, and there again rolls his fingers over it. Benningham has taken that from outside off stump. Bosch has just got the length wrong there. I think you've still got to bowl the cutter into the wicket. He's floated it a bit. It's been just a little bit fuller. It was a little bit fuller. Benningham picks it up.
He hits that one out to the sweeper boundary on the offside, Benningham, and he's so unassuming. You bowl him a bad ball, Buxy, he hits you, and then he just rotates the strike. So good cricket from him. And that is the 50 partnership between Katima and Benningham. It's come in quick time, and their team find themselves in a very good position at 105 for 2 after 17.5. As Bosch comes in, bowls to Katima, who off cutter once again, hits that pass point. They'll be looking to go through for 2.
The Western Province batters are showing absolutely no mercy to the Dolphins skipper here, Ethan Bosch. Do you think that's a plan? They know he's got a bit of a niggle. They've seen him being strapped up in his first spell. He comes on, first over after the drinks, and they've been absolutely dominant.
Yeah, I think they know as a batting unit, looking at the Dolphins attack, Buxy, as we spoke earlier on. Kele is the most experienced. Bosch had a fantastic game in the last one against the Momentum Multiply Titans, and so they call it in the batting terms. They will be targeting him, forcing him to bowl the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th bowl in the team that he doesn't really want to bowl.
Yes. As we see John Smuts back in for his second over. Slight change in the field. He's got a short third man in and a backward point coming in nice and tight. But the space, there's not much space between that short third man and that backward point.
Once again, going middle and leg, should we say that John was a little bit fortunate at that time, as David Benningham has been absolutely fearless on anything middle and leg stump. Just seems like John, when he skids it through it, seems to be harder to hit rather than him when he gives it flight. The batter can play it easily.
Just like
Leg area for a single. Just good rotation at this passage of play, as we said on Wednesday night. Batters are looking to rotate, constantly making sure they're going 5.5 to 6 and over. But this is an important key period in cricket. Don't ignore this period. If you get dotted up, you could easily lose wickets. Keep rotating the strike.
Just like that, David Bellingham, he's really played John Smuts well off the back foot here. Just looking to rock back and hit the ball through to that cover sweeper or the straight fielders on the boundary. But there's something in the wicket if you bowl the ball into the wicket, Mr. E. So you mentioned it just a few balls ago. John Smuts has got to bowl the ball into the wicket here.
Case in point there, as you spoke about that, Buxy. It allows him to get revs and some grip, the ball to grip on the wicket. The close of that over. Western Province team, Nelson, 111 for 2 after 19. This partnership now is 56. Just looking at Valentine Kitime, he is 24, and Benningham, I beg your pardon, Kitime 30 and Benningham 30.
Ethan Bosch been given another over. What do you make of this, Mr. Esau? He's been the most expensive of the bowlers so far. He's bowled 5 overs for 48 runs without taking a wicket. He's coming in for his 6th over.
Bosch to Kitime, who slaps it over that deep square leg area for a massive 6. Again, your question, Bosch, should he be bowling? You know, these guys have really latched onto him. They have hit him to all corners of the ground. What a fantastic stroke from Kitime. Short, picked up. We've seen in today's innings the short balls have travelled. And once again, you can see that. Fantastic shot from the young man.
The Western Province Blitz batters are being absolutely dominant right now, taking the game to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins skipper Ethan Bosch. Ethan Bosch is under a lot of pressure here. His 50's up. He's gone for 54 runs in 5.1 overs as he makes a change to the field once again, bringing the fine leg up and dropping the long on. I can only assume he's going to go for the cutter.
Damage control. Bowls and finds a rare dot, Buxy. Damage control. First ball it over for 6, then a dot. Valentine Kitime would be saying to himself, if I can put my foot down on the pedal, Erwin screen at mid-off, that fielder's up, extra covers up, so Kitime can really put Ethan Bosch to the sword here. This is where you can maximize this over.
Ethan Bosch has got to bowl those cutters. He's got to run his finger over it. Another cutter. Just a little bit fuller that time, and Kitime square drive to Jason Smith on the long boundary at deep extra cover.
Yeah, Kitime has found rhythm and he's found real positive energy in terms of his stroke play. We said earlier on when he came in earlier than Carl Verheyen, who's the captain of Western Province. There's real backing from the management, Salih Nahedin, and obviously Rory Kleinfeld, I beg your pardon, as a management team. Bosch bowls that off cutter, as you've highlighted, just rolling the fingers across, across the ball, and the ball just stops in the wicket, and obviously that led to the false stroke by David Benningham.
What Bosch has done better this time round with the cutter is he's bowling it into the wicket. Last over, he floated them, and we saw Benningham just pick him off. He's really bowling it into a length and getting a bit of purchase.
Benningham hits that straight to extra cover. Dot ball, a rare dot again, but you're right, he's starting to really bowl it into the wicket and allowing, because he's putting purchased through his fingers with that off cutter. The ball is just sitting in the wicket and not allowing that free-flowing Benningham to get the ball to the sweeper boundary on the offside.
We spoke about how the Dolphins were staying positive and still looking to attack just before that drinks break. They've now gone very defensive. You've got your four sweepers out, cow corner, long on, long off, and your deep cover, and Ethan Bosch just gone to the cutter. He's gone death here.
Yeah, he's gone death early on, very early. Short wide, gets pulled, gets hit to the sweeper boundary on the offside. Jason Smith fields. Good running from these two batters, Benningham and Katime. That's the end of Bosch's over. End of the sixth over. He's gone for 57 in 6. Bucksy, no wicket. Very contrasting from the other night where he picked up 4 wickets in his spell of 10 overs.
It's been a story of two tales here for Ethan Bosch. Absolutely dominant on Wednesday night, especially in that first spell. The Western Province Blitz have really taken it to him today, and he's severely under the pump. I'm interested to see how he navigates through this game now. Obviously, the disappointment within his own performance, but he's still got to lead the team well. The Dolphins have still got to do everything they can to win.
Yep, quite right, Bucksy. He's got to lead well, and so for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, there's a change of bowler. From the Mgeni end, Bryce Parsons bowled really well against the Momentum Multiply Titans. Bowled with flight, bowled with purchase, was very accurate. I was really impressed with him, Bucksy.
Very impressive young cricketer, former captain of the SA Under-19 team, settling into that Dolphins team and becoming a big player, very aggressive, and I like this change. I think we might see a spin at both ends.
Parsons bowls and starts really well. He's at the stumps. He's asking questions from Katime, and Katime, the way that he's played today, would want to really get the ball down the ground and keep rotating.
Good energy, good start from Bryce Parsons here. As we spoke about, he's a competitor. He's a competitor. The Dolphins would need that right now. They've got to get back into the fight and stay into the fight here.
Katime hits that to the sweeper boundary for a single. Yeah, in this passage of play, Bucksy, what's going to be really critical for the Dolphins is not to allow Western Province to get away. So to build that strong partnership, like the Titans did on Wednesday night, you somehow have to, through this middle phase of the game, find a few dots, as Parsons has with the first couple of deliveries. 2 dots in a single. If you're going 3-4 and over, I mean, the rate currently is 5.9. And so you want to try and have it like close to 5 as possible.
As Parsons comes into Bedingham, and a slog sweep straight this time, and that's 6 runs. Bedingham in sublime form.
Incredible hitting. He does have the fastest 50 in this competition of only 31 balls, David Benningham. But once again, Bucksy, anything middle and leg, he hits it over the long on boundary for a 6. Benningham once again throws his hands, hits it down to long off to Cyril Ervier, who fields, and that's a single. Bucksy, you have to say that Benningham seems to have a no-nonsense approach to the spinners. He hits them. He's happy to rotate, but if they give him any sort of flight, he hits it, and he hits it straight. I mean, he's just so superb, played so superbly well. Team hits that again, straight to extra cover. You'd be disappointed because I think he could have done a little bit more with that ball. That over's gone for 8. Parsons 1 over for 8 runs. It's that 6 that really unsettled him in that over, Bucks.
The Western Province batters have been so good there. As Parsons comes into Bedingham, little bit of flight, as you spoke about. Bedingham, he takes it on. The moment you give him that little bit of time in the air, as we see here from Parsons. Oh, that's Kitime. That's that drive, nice and strong. Both Western Province batters looking nice and strong here. But the Western Province batters, you can see clear intent to not let the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batters settle. There will be a ball or two in the over where they will come at you. Right now it's paying off. They're picking up the boundary.
Yeah, it's good to see double spin. We saw when the Titans bowled, they had Ferreira and Pangiso that bowled in that game on Wednesday night. It really stemmed, it slowed things down a bit in that game. And so from the old Ford end, John Smuts, he swapped ends. But the Western Province Blitz players, they really rotating strike and they're building this partnership strong. Smuts to Benningham that hits over extra cover. What a beautiful cricket shot. Excellent strokes from David Benningham. And lovely. Anything that's thrown up at him, when he sees the moment, he sees the spinner giving some sort of flight, Buxy, he really is onto that in a flash.
And once again, we see the Western Province batters not allowing the Dolphins bowlers to settle. Early on in the over, they're coming at the Dolphins bowler and they're looking for the boundary. Slightly short this time from John Smuts, and 4 more. Absolutely dominant by David Bedingham here today, taking down the senior player of the Dolphins, and that's his 50 up as he raises his bat to the change room. 50 up. Excellent innings, absolute excellent innings. We asked the question earlier, how important would that drop catch by Kaya Zondo when he was on 18 runs be?
Extreme dominance from David Benningham as he hits that boundary and goes to 50. Boundaries back to back, 51 or 46. Not as fast as his fastest 50, which was of 31 balls, but still a classy act, a classy innings from David Benningham. Once again, Smuts bowls and he picks out long off. David Benningham, not the ideal stroke. Good catch, I suppose a regulation catch by Sarel Ervier, who is he's a sub, and good catch. And John Smuts celebrates with the rest of the team. De Tolle and company. Not the ideal way to go by David Benningham. That drop was not that costly in the end. As we look at the shot, Benningham slaps it, hits it to long off, and well taken once again by Sarel Ervier.
We look at John Smuts on that wicket, wider of the crease. Bedingham has been going leg side, slog sweep over mid wicket, slog sweep over long on. John Smuts pushing that ball wider. Bedingham falling for the trap, slight top edge, caught long off by SJ Ervier. An important catch.
Very, very important catch. 136 for 3, Western Province, and you really well noted, Buxy. Wider delivery, slightly slower. He let it hang in there a little bit more, and Benningham, always looking leg side, was forced to go inside out and got caught long off. As comes in the captain for Western Province, Kyle Verreyn, fantastic cricketer, and the guy that leads from the front, a positive cricketer. If I look at his stats, Buxy, he has scored the fastest 100, Kyle Verreyn, Western Province Blitz versus the Northwest Dragons in Potch. We know batting conditions can be good in Potch, it can be flat. Of 63 balls, he scored 100, and therefore one can understand how these guys got to 381 in 49 in that match. It was all due to their skipper, Kyle Verreyn.
He comes in with an average of 52.5 so far in this series, in this competition, and with a strike rate, and this is very important, Mr. Esau, to continue on the work of Western Province. He comes in with a strike rate of 154.4.
Impressive. You can obviously understand that he is a key figure for them. He's walked in at 5. The young man Kitime has really played well for 37. He's 37 of 39. And Verreyn. The beauty about cricket, though, Buxy, you got to start all over again. You got to find your feet. You got to find the rhythm. Get used to the feel of the wicket. And Hollywoodbets Dolphins showing early intent. They want another wicket. They brought the slip in to catch. That's Bryce Parsons. and looking forward to obviously putting pressure on Kyle Verreynne. John bowls again outside off stump. It's good to see that, which means he can bring the slip into play, Buxy. He's got a backward point. He seems to be pushing it through a little bit quicker that time around.
Well, bowled once again by John Smuts. What a competitor. He definitely is pushing it through that little bit quicker. I think they've sensed the opportunity here. They can go wicket again, bang bang. Again, just another one, slightly quicker into the stumps there. The Dolphins would know how important getting another breakthrough here, getting the wicket of the Western Province skipper Kyle Verreynne is. This is a big wicket. They know that he'll come out aggressive. That's the way he plays naturally. He's got a lot of shot options, so he will be innovative, but they'll know how important it is to attack him early and get that breakthrough nice and early here.
Yeah, Buxy, nothing like a wicket to just stem the flow of runs. Verreynne will need a bit of time to get himself in, get used to the pace. Seems like spin. I'm sure the Western Province coaching team will be watching how the spinners are bowling and the impact of spin on this game. As Parsons bowls and Katime knocks that straight back to him, no run. So the importance of spin and how they will bowl it later on against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batting unit. But yeah, Parsons bowls to Katime. Once again, these dots are so valuable. I saw in the previous over from Smuts, he went 4-4, wicket, and then it was just dot, dot, dot. And so there's nothing like a wicket to stem the flow of runs, Buxy.
Most certainly, as we see Parsons come in once again. And that one just knocked down to long on by Kitime. I'm really interested to see how the spinners fare here today. I think we've seen from early on the cutter. It works. There's something in the wicket.
Yeah.
We do see a bit of grip with the cutter, and now we've seen the wicket, the massive wicket of David Bellingham by John Smuts.
Once again, Verreynne plays that beautifully, but beautiful flight by Bryce Parsons that time, allowing the ball to drift and obviously allowing it to spin. And that's good to see him allowing some sort of putting revs on the ball as he bowls to Katime, who knocks it down to long off for a single. Katime will just be rotating while his skipper is getting in, Buxy, and then I'm sure once this partnership builds up, he's shown positive intent. He loves to hit the ball, not always content with singles, but it's good to see him just rotating the strike.
Because of the good start that the Western Province batters have had, it just allows Verreynne that time to get himself in.
Yeah, so true. He's got time. He can get in, and then from there, he can obviously take the game forward. Bang! Incredible. So Verreynne seems to have really good hands. He slapped that to the sweeper boundary for a single. And 23 overs gone. Western Province 140 for 3. Buxy, they are in a good position to put a really formidable score on the board today. I want to highlight again, they have scored 381 in a match versus the Tuskers. And so they have that ability and capacity in their batting unit to get a nice big score today.
And they're on track for a similar score of over 300 right now. We see that run rate at 6.1 runs to the over without really getting out of third gear here.
Smuts bowls, lovely. Just seems to slightly slower in Verreynne. You could see you checking the shot, just not trying to push too hard to sort of hit that up in the air. But there's definitely something in this wicket for the spinners if you bowl the right pace. Smuts bowls to Verreynne. Once again, almost a leading edge there. Verreynne, you can see his body language, Bucks. He's just trying to make, what's happening with the wicket. There's definitely something. There's a bit of grip. And John Smuts being happy to bowl more dots at Kyle Verreynne.
Another dot ball in the over, well fielded there at mid-wicket. What has been so impressive just in the last couple of overs is how John Smuts and Bryce Parsons have played with their pace.
Smuts bowls to Varane. Once again, another dot. Bucksies of 4 dots in a row. Again, the luxury of this good start will just allow Varane, who's asking for gloves. Yeah, he's not that comfortable with those gloves, and so just 4 dots, but it allows him that comfort just to knock maybe 1 or 2 singles and not feel the pressure of these dots from John Smuts.
Just once again from John Smuts, just gone a little bit quicker, bowled that ball into the wicket. But also, as we see with the wicket of Bedingham, they're throwing the ball up a little bit more to Verena, just playing with their pace. We're seeing them going into the wicket, just darting it in, but also giving a little bit of air, just making the batsmen think, keeping them on their toes. And that one, Fuller, just darted in to try and get through the over, and a good drive by Kitime. And that's 1 run to finish the over, but 2 solid overs, back-to-back good overs by Parsons and John Smuts, just pulling that run rate down a little bit. With each over, we see that run rate now just drop below 6 runs and over. So these are good signs for the Dolphins, but there's a lot more of this that's needed.
Yeah, they're able to peg it back, Buxy. And so again, we spoke early on about that the seamer that has to come in. Bosch hasn't had a good day. The Western Province management and batting unit will be well aware that if they can work their way through Smuts and Parsons at sort of 5.5, 6 and over, and setting themselves up, someone has to come and blow. The young man Andile Similani showed great promise on Wednesday night in terms of what he does, and so I just got this feeling, Buxy, that Western Province will be looking for that 5th bowler, 6th bowler, and really putting their foot down later on in the innings.
We said it earlier, with the niggle that Ethan Bosch is carrying, as well as just how dominant the province batters have been. As Kitime slaps that down to long off for 1. Andile Similani is going to have a big role to play here today. It might be a spell of 4 or 5 overs, but he's going to have to come in and either strike and pick up 2 or 3 wickets within that spell, or he's going to have to find a way to keep the runs down. He will bowl. The province batters will know that. As Verena just drives that down with the full face of the bat to long off. Andile Similani has got a big role to play in this game, Mr. Esau.
Big job for the young man. We look forward to seeing his introduction into this bowling attack. And Parsons bowls to Kitime. No run.
Again, we're just seeing Parsons using his pace really well. Just giving a bit of air. That one quicker through. The more dots, the better here for the Dolphins. As Kitime somehow finds a way to work that one just wide of the 45 for 1 run. The boundaries have dried up. The Western Province batters still finding that 4 singles and over.
Great rotation from them, and Kitime is working his well way closer to the 50s, 42 or 48. He continues to rotate the strike. I have to just say I've been very impressed with Carl Verane and just how he hits the ball. He's not a big guy. As we see the end of that over, Western Province 146 for 3 after 25. Buxy, you highlighted that they're well on their way to posting another formidable total. And it's all set up for them, really. It needs just rotation, keep the scoreboard ticking. But I just want to come back to Carl Verane. Not a big guy, but incredible hand-eye coordination. Strikes the ball beautifully and crisply, and presents that bat all the time towards the ball.
As we see John Smuts at the top of his mark once again, bowling to Kyle Verena. And just smothered through the covers for another single. There we see him rotating strike once again.
Yeah, just rotation. That will be the business. And just in other news, the the Defabet Warriors. As Katime knocks that down to long on for a single. Yeah, just some news from Kabacha, where the Defabet Warriors are playing against the AET Tuskers. Tuskers are 52 for 5 after 17. Swanepoel for the Warriors, 3 for 18 in 8 overs. So the Tuskers, as we look at that, Varane knocks that to extra cover for a dot. The Tuskers under extreme pressure then Kabacha, 52 for 5 in a 50 over game. They're going to have to dig deep to win that one against the Warriors. Smuts bowls to Varane. It just seems like he's missed out a real long hop, and nobody on that mid-wicket boundary. You can just see his body language. He is gutted with himself, Buxy.
John Smuts, on the other hand, just having a bit of a laugh. That one looks like it's just come out of the hand wrong. He's dropped it short, but always nice when you can get away with it. And back on the money, John Smuts, just starting that one back in. But there again, we see Kyle Verreynne light on his feet, just giving himself that room, leg side, and hitting that to the deep cover fielder for one.
So, Buxy, just for our listeners, what would the strategy be from these two batters? You've got one batter that's in, as we see another dot ball. You've got one batter that's in on 49, the other one on 7. That's the end of the 26 overs completed. 149. As we look at the log, Western Province on top of the log, 4 matches, Buxy. They've won 3. They've been impressive. They've got 16 points. Northwest University Dragons in second place, with 13 points. Defabet Warriors, they're looking good today against the AET Tuskers. They'll be looking to get themselves a little bit higher up with 13 points. And the home team, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, having played 5 matches already with 10 points, they are desperate for a win, Buxy.
So we see Verreynne just starting off where he left off at the end of the last over. 1 down to long off. Yes, Dolphins would need a win. They've been weather affected quite a bit this competition so far, but they know they need to win and keep winning. And that's the 150 up for the Western Province team as Ketime drives that down to SJ Advia once again at long off. That 150 after 26.2 overs at a run rate of 5.7. Western Province are still in a very good place, which is 3 down.
Yeah, they seem to be just touching on that 5.5 to 6 runs and over. Varane hits that pass extra cover. Beautiful shot, but well fielded in the deep. Andile Semelani's moved quickly and swiftly. Just good athleticism from the young man.
In terms of the strategy for the Western Province batters, I think they'd be content right now as Verreynne has just come to the crease to knock the ball around and pick up their singles. As we see Ketime once again hitting the ball to SJ Advia at long off. I think they'd be comfortable knocking the ball around for now, staying with that rate of around 5 runs and over. Parsons and John Smuts have done so well here. The last few overs they've gone at 4s. I think the Province batters would be okay with that, knowing that if they can build a shot partnership, they can catch up later.
Varane knocks that one again down to long on. He's been so good against the spin, the use of his feet. For young players out there, it's always important to be able to use your feet. You don't always have to feel the need when you come down the wicket to hit. You saw him there, just lovely, playing it beautifully through long on for a single. Time, a rare dot, and Parsons finishes that over. The 27th over, Western Province 154 for 3. The partnership now going up to 18, steady. As per the previous partnership of Benningham and Ketime, they build steadily, they build strongly.
As we see that Dolphins line up once again, John Smuts in operation. He's got a big role to play here with the ball. He's bowled 5 overs so far, 1 for 23. He's going to need to bowl an effective 5 overs as we go. Hopefully, pick up another wicket or two for the Dolphins. And then we see just further down, they will probably come in around about number 5, Jason Smith. He's their form better. If Western Province is to post a score of around 300, the Dolphins are going to be relying heavily on Jason Smith to get another one of those hundreds.
Varane hits that to the sweeper boundary on the offside. And just briefly coming to the bowling attack for the Western Province team, Bucksy, they've got some real firepower in their bowling attack. They have 2 left-arm seamers at the front. Nandre Berger has been so impressive for them. He's got the best bowling figures of 6 for 38 against the Lions in Johannesburg. As Katime hits that wide of extra cover, they'll be looking for 2. Finds it quite easily. Very good shot from the young man. It gets him a touch closer to his 50. But coming back to this Western Province bowling attack, they've got they've got Berger, they've got Buren Hendricks, very, very experienced Buren Hendricks in that bowling attack. And so the teammate just knocks that to 45 on the leg side and they scamper through for a single. Mats bowls Varane, slaps that to the sweeper boundary once again for a single. He's really made batting look that easy, Carl Varane. No fuss, just simple cricket. Waits for the ball and hits it. It's just good to see. You know, Bedingham had an element of that to him. And it's good to see these top players showing young players how to play.
Yeah, Kyle Verreynne just looking really impressive so far. It hasn't looked like he's got out of first gear at all. Just really working the ball into spaces. A bit of a freshness in terms of the way that he's moving his feet. As Kitime knocks that one. Oh, trying to get that through to long off, but some brilliant fielding. But it looks like Marcus Ackerman there at extra cover for a dot ball. But Kyle Verreynne has been so impressive, just really light on his feet. He's been the only Western Province batter that's really used his feet to spin so far in terms of coming down the wicket. He also gets really deep in the crease and he's knocking the ball out to the sweepers. He's going to provide a challenge here for the Dolphin spinners.
Yeah, you spoke about using the crease. He's been forward and back, and it's good to see his awareness of how to play spin. And really, he's manipulated his position on the crease and to find those singles. 159 for 3 after 28, Western Province. Varane hits downtown and a wonderful shot. We spoke about the use of the feet, Bucksy. Case in point. Lovely, lovely cricket shot. It's amazing in the modern game. It doesn't really matter whether long off or long on a back. In this case, the guys are still hitting. As we look at Bryce Parsons, past the umpire and bowls and Varane, the use of the feet and straight down the ground. Beautiful shot. Varane, that time, giving himself some width, opening up his stumps and showing his stumps and hitting that to the sweeper boundary on the offside. Seems like he's getting in. You can sort of get the feeling Varane's getting into his momentum, into his innings now. Katime on 49. Been 2 dots back to back for him. The young man a little bit nervous, wanting to find that single to go through to his 50.
He's been backed by the Western Province coaching staff as Parsons comes in and smothers that one away. That shot that's worked so well for him today, that cut shot, and he reaches his 50. Very good innings by Valentine Ketime, well batted young man.
Yeah, hats off to him. A good 50, 3 fours and 2 sixes. That's really impressive. He's shown that positive intent as he looks up, shows that he's grateful for this opportunity to obviously get this 50. Wagon wheel, yeah, 16 runs in front of square, 10 to third man, and he'd be a very happy man. Varane once again opens up the stumps and brilliant fielding at extra cover by Marcus Ackerman. It's a high traffic area, especially with a guy like Kyle Verreynne he's really looking to exploit that extra cover area just in behind Marcus Ackerman as he goes a little bit back out of screen onto extra cover on the ring. Parsons bowls to Verreynne. It hits it once again down to long off. Seems like Kyle Verreynne, Buxy, happy to open up his stumps. For young players, a good thing or a bad thing? You're obviously dealing with the pros here, but just some advice for maybe some young batters who are watching this broadcast. What would you advise them to the left-arm spinner?
I think what he's doing so well is, although he's opening up the stumps, he's still hitting the ball with the full face of the bat. He's not trying to go too square with a cut shot or a pull shot or even a leg glance into the leg side. He backs away towards the leg side but still brings down the full face of the bat and presents that to the ball whilst hitting it close to his body. If I was going to be coaching a young player to play spin off the back foot like that by exposing his stumps, you've got to keep the face of the bat presented to the ball.
Smuts to Verreynne. Oh, what a good delivery. Again, Verreynne opening up his stumps, and Smuts saw that. Bowled it slightly quicker in at the stumps, and that's a dot ball. Just good bit of cat and mouse going on here. Those who are watching, keep a close eye on this battle. Verreynne, fantastic hands for another single to the sweeper boundary on the offside, fielded by Jason Smith out of screen.
I think Kyle Verreynne will be happy with that. A little bit of width there from John Smuts and a nice comfortable drive to the long boundary. He looks content. He looks composed.
Kitime hits that and gets caught. And just the slightly slower pace by John Smuts. And the catch taken at point again. Almost saying, Kitime not happy with that dismissal, as we can see him punching his bat. He was really looking forward to getting a big one, and unfortunately he's got to go.
John Smuts and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be really happy with that one. As we watch this replay, John Smuts just bowling that one around about off stump. Kitime moves to the leg side, trying to hit that sweeper on the offside, and just thick outside edge, court point. Mr. Esau, this is the second Western Province batter who has just got to 50 and been out in the same over straight after that without kicking on to get a big one.
Yeah, so important as we look at this delivery once again. Outside off stump, Buxy, as you've said. The batter's weight going to the leg side, not quite aligned to hit that over the cover area. And not converting could hurt them. George Linder, the new batter. Very, very experienced cricketer in George Linder. If we look at his matches, 83 matches, an average of 27.9 and a high score of 93. Runs 1,644, Buxy. Well experienced cricketer. George Linder's been around, a positive cricketer, and Western Province will be looking forward to him to have an innings of influence here in this cricket match. We look at John Smuts, Kitime, weight being transferred to the leg side, looking to slap it over cover, and he hauled out to the backward point fielder. Such a pity. He was impressive. He showed us a touch of his class as a young player. He definitely seems like one you need to be watching out for. Keep an eye on Valentine Kitime. A really good 50, but he would have been disappointed not to kick on and convert that 50.
And George Linder, very importantly, coming in with a career strike rate of just over 100. And that's important for the Western Province team right now as they look to continue to go at around 6 runs and over to get to that score of 300. We know that's well above the average score here at Kingsmead. And the other thing that this presents with George Linder coming in is that he's a left-hander. The spinners are now going to need to change their lines as they bowl to a left and right-hander. You would think that the Western Province team would be able to rotate strike a little bit easier with the left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease.
Yeah, the left-hander in. And straight away you can see he's looking to that square leg area. He wants to rotate. But it's so lovely for the left-hander because both his spinners are bowling into him, and so he can rotate at will to long on and to the leg side boundary. Great stop.
That
That's
ball
gonna-
really is following Marcus Ackerman, isn't it? Looks like he's hurt his finger early on in the game, but that ball keeps following him. Fair play to him. He keeps making these diving stops.
Yeah, he's fielded well, Marcus. Smuts to Linda. And you find earlier when the batter comes in early on, that's your best opportunity for any young spinner to find the dots. He's not really going to be looking to go, as we can see there. That over only went for 1. And a brilliant over by John Smuts, who picked up the wicket of Valentine Kitime. Western Province, 167 for 4 after 30 overs. Buxy, normally they say you double the score from here. That will give them a formidable total, over 300 runs. Good to see this line of attack now, or this change, I would say, from Ethan Bosch bringing his main striker back, Okushle Kele. And a great time to do it with a new batter there, Buxy.
I think it's been a good passage of play here for the Dolphins after that drinks break. Western Province started off really well with David Bedingham hitting a few boundaries, but the Dolphins have come back really strongly and taken those 2 wickets. They've also brought the run rate down, which was over 6 runs and over, which is now sitting at around 5.6, 5.7 runs and over. Controlling the run rate would be crucial for the Dolphins, and I think it's helped them pick up a couple of wickets as we see Okushle come in for his second spell.
Bowls to Varane, who drives that straight to, is that Marcus Ackerman once again? The ball he's probably saying, why is this ball following me, Buxy, so much? But yeah, just coming back to this state of the game now, 167 for 4 after 30.1. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins have brought their main striker, Kele, back to nip out. The target will be Linda. They'll be targeting him, making sure Varane is off strike, giving him 1, and then bowling as many balls to George Linda as possible.
Kushle there. I see this rolling his fingers over that ball, but again, and very importantly, bowling the ball into the wicket. I think that's what we're going to see from every seamer that bowls now. He's got to come in and he's got to change his pace. The spinners have done that well. They've played with their pace well. The seamers are going to have to continue to do that as well. It still looks a very good wicket, Mr. Esau.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier on the 2 matches that we've been on air, Buxy, the wickets have been really good. As Taylor bowls to Varane, and these dots this is exactly what the Dolphins want. They want to apply pressure. Taylor's bowled 5.3 overs, 2 for 13. He has been the star bowler today for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And so, yeah, it'll be important for them to, they sense the opportunity in the game to just nip out 1 more and just get that run rate down. This will be the big aim for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team. They don't want to chase too many down later. Short ball from Kele, and he's been caught. Okushle Kele bowls it hard length into the wicket, as you said, Buxy, and the very dangerous Kyle Varane has to go, Buxy. Could this possibly be a swing in the tide for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins? 2 new batters at the crease. Varane has to go.
Inspired bowling change here by Ethan Bosch, bringing back his strike man. Okushle Tele has been brilliant on Wednesday night as well as today. As we see him running in to Kyle Varane, massive wicket here. Rolls his finger over it. Slower ball bouncer, Varane, nowhere. And an excellent catch by Bradley Porteous at mid-wicket. Crucial breakthrough, Mr. Esau, for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They well and truly back into the game now.
What a dangerous player to get rid of, Carveray. Not so much dangerous, but also the captain and the leader of the Western Province team. He's had to go. Clever bowling from Kele. He has, in terms of his understanding of the wicket, he's been the best bowler. He has summed up the wicket really early. If you're going to be bowling short, his field is set for it. Off cutters into the ground. And he also gets it high, so makes it awkward for the batter to hit that ball. The new batter coming in is Mishlali Umpongwana. 32 matches, Buxy, a higher score of 96. Very, very impressive versus the Rocks in this season. an average of 34.4. Also looks a really talented young player. I mean, early doors, those stats are not bad, Buxy.
No, not at all. And he's got a bit of experience about him into his 32nd game here in List A cricket. An average of 34.4 looks good, but more importantly, that score of 96 has come very recently. I don't think he's going to be a player that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be thinking that is going to take the game away from them, but they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful. He's coming in when the Western Province team has got off to a good start and the platform is laid, and they're just going to want to make sure they can keep the game in check here. Importantly, they've got two new batsmen to the crease in terms of bringing down the run rate that we've spoken about and having control of that run rate. The Dolphins have dropped that from 6 runs and over to 5.4 runs and over now. They've got to continue to do that. The wickets that they've taken have really helped to bring that run rate down. They'll definitely be looking to further control the run rate.
Yeah, good start there from Pongwana as he runs that down to third man and picks up 2.
And some brilliant fielding there as well on the boundary by Kaya Zondo. As we see that wicket again, Okushletele coming in, slower ball bumper, dug in, and that top edge, Verena mortified.
You gotta love the energy of Okushle Cele while the ball is still traveling in the air, Bucks. He's already celebrating before the time.
Oh, and that one targeted at the stumps. Good energy once again. And Mishlali and Bongwana just dead bat, get through the over and reconvene.
Yep, 169 for 5 Western Province after 31. 2 new batters at the crease, Buxy. This does provide the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team the opportunity to accumulate as many dots as possible with these 2 new batters that will be looking to find their feet, and it will be through rotation. And I saw earlier on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team have got some extra catches that they've brought into the ring to make sure that it's not easy to score those singles and to rotate strike.
As you've said, the control of the run rate, Mr. Iso, is so important. The Dolphins have done that so well. That's led to the wickets that they've taken. As you said, the pressure, the dot balls brings wickets. The Dolphins have been able to do that really well, and now they're into a position where I think they quite fancy themselves in the game right now. John Smuts coming around the wicket into George Linder. Starts off with the dot ball. He's been so impressive, hasn't he? Just the ultimate competitor.
John's been so good today for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team. He's brought all his experience, 7.1 overs, 2 for 29 thus far, and he's not done yet. And he was the one that started accumulating dots that led to the pressure.
Slight outside edge there. Okushletele gives chase. George Linder off the mark there with a streaky 2. The Dolphins have got the slip in. They've got Ethan Bosch, the captain, in at slip. John Smuts fancying a nick off here, Mr. Iso.
Yeah, that slip is brought in there, and they're backing themselves to be able to, again, get another wicket.
As George Linder just knocks that one down to long on. I like this from the Dolphins. Get the slip in. They've got the extra cover and the mid wicket tight once again. They've got Okushletele tight there at backward point, and they're looking to further put on that squeeze and bring that run rate down.
Yeah, so good to see the slip in picture as you see him there. They've also brought mid on up into the ring, and they're saying to Mpongwana, if you're going to take a risk, you have to go over. So yeah, the slip. It's good to see the sort of pressure being applied by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Well, ball just angled in at the stumps there by John Smuts for another dot ball.
Yeah, that'll be the order of business now, Buxy. You know, while these 2 new batters are still finding their feet, get as many dots as possible.
John Smuts just darting that one in, maybe searching for a wicket as he nears the end of his over. But Mishlali Mpongwana up to the challenge, just knocking that one down to long off for 1 run.
Yeah, tall sort of batter, Buxy, tall young man and long levers, just knocking that easily down to the long on boundary for a single.
And 1 run to finish off. I don't think John Smuts would mind that too much right now. The Dolphins have done really well not to concede a boundary in the last few overs here. They've been really tight. Western Province batters just knocking the ball around, having to rebuild. They've lost the 3 wickets after the drinks break in the last 15 overs. They've lost those 3 wickets, which always puts a halt on proceedings, but they're still just working the ball around, working the ball into spaces. They're going to need to rebuild those partnerships again, but losing those wickets in clusters definitely puts a halt on things. It's allowed the Dolphins to bring that run rate down, and I think the Dolphins are fancying themselves at this stage. Okushle Cele back at the top of his mark, bowling to George Linder, coming around the wicket. He obviously thinks he's got a really good chance here, just coming around the wicket, angling that ball back in, but he is bowling that very good off cutter as well. As Linder drives that ball down the ground, top shot, brilliant shot. That's the shot of a top order batter. He's just leaned on it, presented the full face of the bat, and knocked it down the ground, straight back past the bowler for 4. As we see the replay of that shot, Linder, tall man, nice and low, bang, ball angled in, presented the full face of it, straight back, down the ground, on drive for 4. They say only the top batters can play a shot like that. Good follow-up by Okushle. It's bringing that length back, still keeping that same attacking line, attacking the stumps, but bringing that length back, and that's a dot ball. I like this from the Dolphins, Mr. Esau. Attacking. They've got the men in the ring. They've got the mid-wicket and the extra cover squeezing, mid-on, mid-off, up, importantly. And Cele once again bringing that length back. George Linder looking to get on the front foot, looked quite comfortable on the drive a couple of balls ago. Cele just bringing the length back, not allowing him to lean on it and punch that ball down the ground.
Yeah, been impressed with Taylor today, just in terms of his execution on this wicket. He's been skillful. He's brought good energy, and he's really been happy to grip and really, that off cutter, bang it into the wicket. That's been good to see from him.
As George Linder this time just rocks back on the back foot, gives himself a bit of room, frees the arms and knocks that out to Jason Smith on the deep cover boundary. Jason Smith has had quite a lot of work to do on that deep cover boundary today, Mr. Esau.
Been very active. The batters, when width has been offered, they've slapped it to the boundary, and he's been a busy guy. Just looking at the crowd, Buxy, it's starting to fill up. People are starting to come in. It's awesome to see. They want to be part of it, and it's great. Waza Nawe, and it's good to see them joining us.
Another good bumper by Okushe. This one very accurate. Mishlali Mpongwana having to just weave out the way there. Okushe has been very impressive. He's bowled the good hard length. He's bowled a good cutter, and he's also used the bouncer very effectively. We've seen in the last over that slower ball bumper getting the wicket of Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, nice touch from Pongwana out to the super boundary. And that ends the over from Kele. 7 overs, 3 for 21. Buxy, it's really been good. I've loved his energy. I've loved his enthusiasm. Before the catch is even taken, as we look at this beautiful Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium, beautiful cricket stadium, and the crowd is starting to come in and starting to enjoy this spectacle between the Western Province cricket team and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team. So hats off to the community for coming out. Thank you for coming to support both these teams. And it's lovely. Chairs are out, sun's out, and they are having a wonderful time.
We've got a few guns out on the field as well, which is always good. John Smuts at the top of his mark once again. Attacking field once again. I like this from the Dolphins. Starts off with the dot ball. Mr. Esau, just looking back to that game on Wednesday, we felt the Dolphins in this middle phase were too passive, too defensive. It's been a change around this time.
Yeah, Buxy coming back as Bongwana eats that to the super boundary. That man, Jason Smith, copybook fields again. Uh, yeah, against the Titans, they allowed the game to drift. They did not put themselves in a good position to create some sort of pressure on Elgar and Ferreira. But today, it's good to see them keeping a few more catches for longer. And this is the tactical strategy around the game. You want to be able to create pressure on the opposition.
Oh, run out
Another
chance here. The throw. Just the throw. Not a great throw. Dutola doing well to save the ball. I'm sure the Dolphins would have fancied their chances here.
Yeah, opportunity missed there, Buxy. Runouts. It's always good to pick up 1 or 2 runouts in one-day cricket or 50 over cricket. It just turns the tide. The game is hanging in the balance at the moment.
Another dot. John Smuts really got a firm grip on this game. Again, round arm, just really darting that one into the wickets, and another dot ball. 2 runs so far off the over, 3 dot balls. John Smuts is going to be wanting to end this over with a dot.
You mentioned the round arm. He's accumulating dots, and what a good over. It only went for 2. 9 overs, 2 for 36. John Smuts. Overs are ticking over quickly with when you got spin on, and so yeah. Just Western Province just busy setting themselves up though, Buxy, for that flourish at the end.
Definitely, Mr. Esau. If you just look at the spell so far of John Smuts, he's bowled 9 overs, he's taken 2 wickets, he's gone for 33 runs at 4 runs and over. When you look at it in the context of the game, where this Western Province team has been scoring at over 6 runs and over for so long in the game, it just shows you how impressive John Smuts has been. The run rate is now 5.4 runs and over, and John Smuts is largely responsible for bringing that rate down, as Ethan Bosch, the Dolphins captain, is back into the attack.
Yeah, Buxy coming back to John. He's played with his pace. He's found the correct pace on this wicket. You sometimes see when you look at his bowling arm, slightly round arm, undercuts it. Has bowled a few slower deliveries that has gripped in the wicket. And yeah, you're quite right. When the rate is 5.4 and he's able to bowl 9 overs, 2 for 36, hats off to him. Bosch back into the attack, the captain. Can't seem to stay out of the game.
He's been expensive, but obviously backing himself here. Cutter. And good running by the Western Province batters. They've shown good intent to rotate the strike and run those risky singles throughout the game. What's your thoughts on this, Mr. Esau? Ethan Bosch hasn't bowled really well today. He's been quite short. The province batters have put him away. He's got the likes of Otniel Bartman. He's got Andile Similani waiting in the wings. Why hasn't he used them?
Yeah, I think he's missed the opportunity with two new batters to bring Andile Simalane. He bowled in patches. He bowled well on Wednesday. And so coming back to Andile Simalani, this would have been the best insertion in terms of allowing him to come into the attack. So not sure the thinking from Bosch. He has travelled today. He's gone for 6.3 not for 59, and you don't want Simalani coming into the attack when these batters are set, because then it'll be a little bit more pressure on him. So I would have inserted Simalani. This is the perfect time for him to bowl with John.
As George Linder goes on the pull, slightly short by Bosch. We saw a lot of that in his earlier spells. This time, just going for 1 run. Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Esau. I think the Dolphins have missed the trick here. They had the opportunity to get the youngster Simelani in. They will need him later on in the tournament as well. He's gonna need some overs during games. They've have an opportunity here to get him some of those overs. As Bosch comes in, another cutter rolls his fingers well over that, and another dot ball. Bosch has definitely started a little bit better in the third spell here.
Yeah, I think that's from watching Okuhle Cele bowl. He has shown all the seamers how to bowl on this wicket. And once again, the Western Province bowling coach, Rory Klenfeld, who's very, very experienced in terms of a bowler and now taking the coaching mantle, will be watching that closely.
Just worked away to third man by Mishlali and Pongwana. A good over for the Dolphins. 4 runs. It's another over that they haven't conceded a boundary, which is very important. They haven't conceded a boundary in a while now, and just also it's another over that's just helped them to pull themselves back into the game and drop that run rate. We've had a session. We're at drinks now. The players are going to enjoy a hard-earned drink and a bit of refreshment and some time to rest, recover, and also discuss strategy. But the Dolphins, I think, have got the better of that session, taking 3 wickets and also bringing that run rate down from 6.1 runs and over at the start of the session to 5.3 runs and over.
Right, welcome back after the drinks break. The Dolphins sensing an opportunity. 186 for 5 Western Province after 35. John Smuts.
Starts with a dot ball, continuing on in the same vein as he has in the lead up to this in the last session. He's into his last over. He'd want to finish well here. Under 40 runs in the spell. Is it possible? As Mishlali Mpongwana just drives that one really well down to SJ Advia at long off.
Not as attacking as Kitime early on. Pongwane a little bit more structured, a little bit more patient, and just knocks it, simply building his innings and getting himself set to hopefully have that opportunity to hit the ball later when he gets deeper in his innings.
Linda works that one away. Just one run once again. That cat and mouse, Mr. Esau, that you often speak about.
Yeah, just the singles rotation, and John, if he goes under 40 in the spell, would have done a great job for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Dot ball, round arm, back into the wickets once again. Mishlali Mpongwana.
Yeah, this partnership creeping up to 21 bucksy, so they're slowly building.
Smart's desperate for that third wicket. Just throws his head back at that one. Thick outside edge. Something's got to happen. He wants that 3 for. Could be incentives on the line.
George Linder, nice and easily played that away to the sweeper on the deep square boundary. That is the end of the over and an end of a very good spell from John Smuts. 10 overs, 2 for 40, and wonderful effort from John Smut and it looks like it's going to be a high scoring game to go at 4 and over where the rate is 5.3. Hats off to him.
Yeah, top class spell from the experienced John Smuts. We've just seen Litole, the wicketkeeper for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, go over to him and congratulate him. He knows how important that spell was. 2 crucial wickets, and most importantly, he's brought the run rate right down. Done a heck of a job here for the Dolphins.
Bradley Porteous is back into the attack. Again, we're not seeing Andile Similane. Perhaps they are keeping him back for the death, Buxy, but yeah, Bradley Porteous into the attack. What a fantastic stop. That Bryce Parsons at point. Excellent. That was a definite 4, Buxy. That 4 written all over it. And the young man in Dutole runs over Tsapang and just says, well done, champ. What a fantastic stop.
Excellent stop by Bradley Parsons there. Porteous comes back in. Pull over mid wicket. That's 4 runs. Bradley Porteous just dropping the length back there. Quite short. I think just getting back into his spell. That's a proper loosener. And George Linder up to the mark. Cracking pull as we see here. Short bang over mid wicket. 4.
Great shot from George Linder. Quality cricket shot. We've seen in this innings of 194 runs, when the guys have bowled short, the bowlers, except Okushle Chele, the bowlers have travelled. Bosch was short in his opening spell and seemed like a real, not a loosener from Porteous, but he was fuller in his first spell. That time around, just dropping it short and got punished.
Better length that time. And George Linder just knocking that one down to third man for 1. I think Mr. Esau, when The bowlers have gone short and have been successful. It's when they've purposefully run their fingers over the ball and they've bowled that shorter ball, that slower ball bouncer. That's been the tough one for the batsman to hit. The moment they go sort of normal pace, stock ball, miss the length, short, bang, they've been put away.
Porteous better length from him. And Mpongwana has been circumspect. He's just had a look. He hasn't really shown any sort of aggression. But George Linder, looking calm, looking composed, and he'll be looking to finish this innings well for his team, Western Province.
I think Lyndon knows how important this innings of his is. We've had a couple of batters get starts but not kick on. As he skied that, Mishlali Mpongwana and out! Excellent catch once again by S.J. Ervia. He's come onto the field. He's been in the thick of things. He's taken the catch of David Bedingham. And now, once again, Mishlali Mpongwana trying to hit the ball over the top. S.J. Ervia with an excellent catch. The Dolphins fielding coach, Nduduzi Mbata, will be very chuffed with that one.
Excellent wicket for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Pongwana looks to go over the top, but half hits it, mishits it, and that man Sarel Ervia takes the catch. 195 for 6 after 36.5 overs.
First shot in anger. That one from Mishlali Mpongwana. He bided his time just before the drinks break. Most likely setting himself to come hard after the drinks break and really finish off the game well. I think he's seen Bradley Porteous as someone that he can target, not a frontline bowler, a guy that's fresh in the series. Fortunately, it hasn't worked out that way for him today.
Yeah, I also want to credit the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team, or should we rather credit the Momentum Multiply Titans team from the other night. The Dolphins have gone back and they've done their homework. Their mindset is a lot more attacking today in terms of how they're going about their business from a bowling point of view. As the new batter comes in, Bayumi, the new Western Province batter, Abdullah Bayumi. He's played 6 matches, highest score of 16, an average of 9, strike rate of 105. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve his highest score, Buxy, of 16. They're going to need a lot more from him today, together with George Linder, to construct a partnership of substance for this Western Province team.
That's a big wicket for the Dolphins because it brings in the inexperienced Abdullah Bayumi, someone still finding his feet at this level. George Linder now becomes absolutely crucial for the Western Province team. He's got a couple of experienced heads still to come in Buren Hendricks and Dane Patterson. But I think George Linder now the last of the recognized batsmen for the Western Province team. If they're going to get anywhere near that 300 right now, he's going to have to play a sublime innings here.
Porteous ends that over with a short ball. Yeah, good to see. Just letting the batsman know that I'm here as a seamer. And so, yeah, what a way to finish. And he'd be very happy with the wicket. Pongwane looking back of it. So a good length, slow ball from Porteous and a good catch. We spoke about the slow ball options on this wicket. And we've seen several dismissals, Buxy, when the bowlers have run their fingers over the ball. Change of bowler, Marcus Ackerman. We still haven't seen Andile Simalane. But yeah. Ngwane looking just not presenting enough bat to that ball and getting caught by Sarel Ervia at mid-off.
Interesting change here with Marcus Ackerman coming into the attack with 13 overs left to go. I would have assumed it would have been Bryce Parsons that would have come on now, but maybe with the wicket that Porteous has got at the end of the last over, we might see double spin once again.
Yeah, Buxy, perhaps the thinking would be spinning away from the bat. Hollywoodbets Dolphins have realized the importance of this wicket of George Linder. So I won't be surprised. Getting through the overs quickly, and also you can see Marcus Ackerman rushing through the overs, Buxy, but spinning away from George Linder. I think that will be the tactical option here.
Oh, and run out at the bowler's end. It's on. Got him. Got him. Oh, he's dropped it. Marcus Ackerman hasn't taken that ball cleanly. Brilliant work at 45 by looks to be Bradley Porteous. The throw came in and Marcus Ackerman just couldn't hold on.
Funny what a few dots can do. Just rotation from George Linder. I think the excitement of Bayumi just getting the better of him that time around, Buxy. Stay calm. You've still got 12.2 overs left. There's a lot of balls left still. Hang with the old head, George Linder, and just keep rotating, young man.
Just some changes in the field here for the Dolphins. Marcus Ackerman leaving the mid-wicket area opened. He's got the men out on the leg side to Bayumi. Oh. And Ackerman has bowled a leg spinner.
Where's this guy been, Buxy? Man of multi-skill. Ackerman has shown what is in his armory, off-spin and leg spinner.
Oh, he's landing them too as Marcus Ackerman. Wow, taking the ball away from the batter. Exactly what you said, Mr. Esau. That seems to be the order of the day.
End of 38 overs. Western Province 197 for 6. We're looking forward to these 12 overs to see what the Western Province team. They've got some work to do, Buxy, still to post something close to 250, 260, 270 we saw the other night was not enough. The wicket looks good. So, yeah, at this rate, 5 and over.
Porteous once again into Bayumi, who just knocks it away into the leg side for 1. The Dolphins are backing their young Porteous. He's just picked up the wicket in the last over. I'm assuming they'll bowl their seamers in shorter spells now, Mr. Esau, just to not allow the batters to settle on one particular bowler. The bowlers all seem to be on the same page in terms of change of pace and the variation.
Linder just knocks that to mid-on and scampers through for a single. I think that second drinks break, I think information must have been passed from obviously the coaching team. And I think they would have watched Okushle Cele bowl. He for me has been the shining light in terms of how to bowl on this wicket. Just to re-emphasize seamers, we've got to roll our fingers across the ball, hit the wicket, and bowl those slower bounces. But you've got to put purchase into the ball.
Good fielding once again by Bradley Parsons. My apologies at point. Bryce Parsons.
Yeah, Western Province need 1 for their 200, Buxy. Porteous has been tidy, 5.3 overs, 1 for 29. He's been steady with the ball, and he'll be looking to try and get another wicket for his team.
Oh, he's fired that one in. Looked like a hint of swing as well. Where's that been? Hint of swing just back into the right-hander. Dolphins players just feeling a little bit unlucky there, but Bayumi survives.
Now, Dolphins thinking outside the box, letting Ackerman bowl off his leggies, just something different.
Another cutter. Once again, just back of a length, another cutter, and a dot ball, which has been so crucial. The Dolphins have done this so well. That run rate is now 5.1 runs to the over. At one stage, Province were looking at 350. Right now, they might be happy with 250, 260.
The Dolphins would be happy to chase that, Buxy. Oh, the first error from the keeper, Tsepang de Tole, has been so good. I think those will be the first buys of the day as we close off that over. But yeah, 260, 270, they'll be happy. 200 up for Western Province. Uh, it's been, they got off to a good start, Buxy, but after the power play, when they lost Benningham and they lost Varane, it's been tough going for them. Dolphins have picked them back, but 200 up in 39 overs for 6. Western Province, they will be looking for 270, 280. They've got some work to do, but it's going to be on this man, George Linder, number 27 for Western Province. He will have to make all the play for these last 11 overs.
It still looks a very good wicket. The Dolphins have remained positive. They've been proactive and they've been attacking. But still looks a good wicket. They will need that score of 270. Cut away and 1 run.
Yeah, Ackerman is versatile. He can bowl off spin to the left-hander and leg spin to the right-hander, showing what sort of value you can add to this Hollywoodbets Dolphins team. Obviously, he bats as well, but and an outstanding fielder. He's been so good in the field today for his team. Versatile cricketer.
Off spin once again. Just knocked down the ground for 1. George Linder just biding his time. Looks comfortable just to knock the ball into space for 1 and set himself to play a big innings.
Dolphins will be very happy with these dot balls from Marcus Ackerman. George Linder shows, if there are any young players watching, just how to set your innings up. He's been patient at the front. He just rotates. He's really calm. He's not flustered, and he's 22 of 26.
Leg spin once again by Marcus Ackerman, showing really good control here, changing in the same over between off spin and leg spin.
Good pressure, good pressure. This is what you want. New batter in is 3 of 12 by Yumi, and striving for something, and great pressure from Marcus Ackerman. You just want to buy your dots. The more dots you have, the batter has to take a risk at some point.
Really solid stuff here for Marcus Ackerman to finish that over. Top over. Only 2 runs from it. Absolute quality, control of skill, rotating between the off spin and the leg spin. And again, we see the run rate creep further down. It's now at 5 runs and over, Mr. Esau, with 10 overs left to go in the game.
Yeah, a good effort from Marcus Ackerman. That was a really good over. As we start the last power play, indicated by umpire Thomas Mokorozi, just showing that 40 overs are up, and start of the last power play. At this phase of the game, for the listeners, you are allowed 5 out, so you can have 4 fielders in the ring, and you can then push 5 fielders back onto the boundary. Played out to the deep square by George Linder, and he ambles through for a single. Porteous doing a steady job here for his skipper Ethan Bosch, hitting the wicket hard, Buxy, on a good length, and I must say he's done a really good job. Him and John Smuts have been part of this bowling pair to just drop that run rate. It's been steady, and he's done a good job for his team, picking up that crucial wicket as well.
Steady is the right word. He just bustles in and he's using his skills, changing the pace. There we go, another cutter just run down to third man off the outside edge. But excellent fielding by the fielder down there. Looks like Okuhle Cele, and that's just 1 run. Steady, I think he's a steady customer. We'll see it with his batting as well. He's not going to come in and do a lot of flashy stuff, but just a steady, solid cricketer, and that's what we're seeing from Brad Porteous right now. Some steady, solid cricket.
Yeah, good to see that from Brad Porteous. Spoke about his array of skills, and that's an excellent Yorker. Excellent execution of how to bowl a Yorker.
We saw one in the last over to Abdullah Bayumi that just tailed back in. Looked like a bit of swing, and we've seen another one now to George Linder. Really is a skillful young man, is Brad Porteous.
Played by George Linder and the old man John Smuts, the experience, diving, throwing his body around, and they've gone through for 3 runs.
He definitely saved the boundary there, saved 1 run, and in a game like this, which is going to be a tight game, how important are those efforts in the field?
Yeah, margins are small. It's normally those are the moments that can really, by 1 run, by 2 runs, they all add up, Buxy.
As Porteous comes in to finish the over. Kata once again. That one just keeping a bit low. Abdullah Bayumi just going over the top of it. But importantly for the Dolphins, a dot ball, and that run rate still at 5 runs and over.
Yeah, a tidy over for the Dolphins. Porteous doing what he's been doing for them throughout this innings. Steady, tidy. If we look at the crowd, and there's a bit of a match happening there in the crowd, the young men playing, and we see families have come out. The young boys are playing their own ODI game there. And what a catch from the young man there. So they've got their own match going on in the background. It's good to see them enjoying themselves and having fun. Families have come out. They brought their picnic baskets, Buxy, and they're enjoying the beautiful weather and the fantastic cricket that we are watching today at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium.
Ackerman back into the attack, and some good work by Jason Smith out there at that deep mid-wicket boundary. 2 runs. Yeah, really good to see Mr. Esau, the crowd that's come in, lots of kids around. The Dolphins, the KwaZulu-Natal Cricket Union have done some great work in growing the game of cricket in the province with the Dolphins School of Excellence, all the tournaments that they host, the opportunities for kids to come into the stadium and be a part of it. It's so good to see the families coming and supporting their local team.
Yeah, I love the choice of words, Buxy. Be part of it. The Cricket South Africa slogan for this tournament. Waza Nawe, join us, be part of us. And so thank you for just re-emphasizing. If you're out there and you're a cricket lover or you've got some sort of interest in the game, come and join us. If you're in Durban today, come and follow this game. Come and watch this game live at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium.
Some good work on the long off boundary by Bradley Parsons. Really good shot by Abdullah Bayumi. He's looking to get going. And some really tidy work down there. 2 runs off the over by Bryce Parsons, sorry. Just knocks that one into the leg side. Better over here for Western Province. 6 runs from it.
It's just constant rotation there, Buxy. Just making sure the scoreboard's ticking. And yep.
And a dot ball to finish. Marcus Ackerman will be happy with that. He's bowled 3 overs so far. Excellent economy for this phase of the game. only going for 3 runs.
Yeah, Western Province,
Yeah.
213 for 6 after 42. And that man, Ackerman, 3 overs for 10 runs, Buxy. Done a very good job for his team. I find with him, if he hits the right length, he's difficult to score off. He also maybe just needs to think about his pace is quite quick, maybe one or two a little bit slower, just to force the batter to hit extra cover in the air. But yeah, the captain continues. Ethan Boss, 7 overs for 61. It is a lot of runs, but he's still striving for more and more wickets.
Cutter first up, and the cutters have really worked well for him. He's used the off cutter mainly, and seems to be getting quite a lot of purchase out of the wicket now. The Western Province bowlers will definitely be watching this. I think it's a tactic that they'd also look to employ in their innings.
Another dot ball there by Yumi. Just missing out that time around. They've got deep square back on the leg side and the fine leg, but there was an opportunity for him to hit that ball just behind squares. Jason Smith finds himself on that deep square leg boundary, but he's missed out on that opportunity to score there. He seems a little bit erratic, Bayumi, bit of a shot a ball type of player. There's enough open spaces in the field for him to just rotate, get the experience better on strike, rotate, and stand on the non-striker's end.
Yes, point taken with Bayumi. As we know, less experienced. Something that he can learn from the more experienced batters in the Western Province team is just how composed and simply they look to just hit the ball into the open spaces. They've played normal cricket shots as they've allowed themselves to get in and kept it really simple. I think that's been the key for them.
Once again, that off cutter, Buxy, taking pace off and sweep, single to the sweeper boundary on the offside. The crowd, I must say, are really filling up. People are coming. They seem to fancy this area, the Hollywoodbets corner. They come there and they really uh, have a wonderful afternoon of cricket. And it's just so good to see people enjoying a good game of cricket, being relaxed, not thinking about work. I'm sure tomorrow they can worry about that. Lyndon knocks that to the leg side just for a single.
And
I think it's so crucial, as you mentioned earlier on, KZN cricket. You want your community to be part of this, of the sport that you are playing. And cricket, in this case, is the sport that we love, and we're obviously wanting that sport to grow, and Cricket South Africa as well. So you want your community to get involved and come and watch the young players play. Just a single, and they've settled on that. But just coming back to this whole concept of the crowd, it is so good for these players to play in front of crowds, and COVID didn't provide us that opportunity to come and watch, and we're back on it. We have this fantastic atmosphere where people can have fun on screen, enjoying themselves, and just life can sometimes get so crazy. So it's a good thing just to come out, switch off a bit, bring your family, and enjoy a wonderful game of sport and cricket in this case.
if you're watching the game on the streaming and you're in KZN, what a lovely day and what an awesome experience it is to watch two of the best cricket teams in the country go head to head. Get down to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It's a fantastic atmosphere out here. The stadium's been revamped. The CEO Heinrich Stradom has done some amazing work on the stadium, and come and join in on the experience and be a part of it. And as we speak, the man that we've been calling for, better late than never, The youngster Marisburg College old boy Andile Simelani is into the attack from the old Fort End. What do you make of this?
Finally, the captain Ethan Boss I think the message from the commentary team has finally got through to him. Simalani into the attack. Good to see him, Buxy.
Starts well, but Abdullah Bayumi finding the outside edge past the diving keeper Ditsole, and he goes for 4 runs.
Good delivery first up. Just unfortunate. And Simalani comes in, bowls to Bayumi, who just slaps it, tries to get it behind point, but just nicks it, and it's gone for a 4 for Bayumi.
Abdullah Bayumi just shuffled across to the offside there, looking to open up that short leg side boundary. And Andile Semelani just going wider, but again taking pace off the ball. I think that's key. We know he's got pace. If he comes in and he just bowls that regular stock ball as quick as he can, that pace on might be good for the Western Province batters. I think they'd want that, especially Bayumi. Andile Semelani has got to follow suit and make sure that he's changing the pace of the ball.
I like that line of attack, Buxy. He's off stump, out of screen. He's got a deep square. He's got a deep mid wicket on the boundary. He's got a long on. So he'll be looking to hit that off stump, forcing the batter to either hit to the offside where he's got a sweeper offside and a third man, or to the leg side. So he's got to be tight on off stump. Don't want to give too much width. Bowling those cutters into the wicket.
And on that occasion, just a bit too much width. It is the cutter. He has bowled it into the wicket, but he's just given Bayumi a bit too much width, who's able to free his arms, hit that ball over but wide of mid-off for 4.
Yeah, too much width and off, and Bayumi hits that beautifully over extra cover, chased by the skipper Ethan Boss, who I think that hamstring could have pulled up. He's going to need some treatment.
The umpire is just holding the game. There is a change in field, but also that skipper, the Dolphin skipper, Ethan Bosch, does not look in a good way.
Doesn't look happy, Buxy. His battle today. He's had a tough day at the office, and he's unfortunately has to go off, and he'll be replaced.
Replaced by Banele Tele, one of the high performance players, one of the up and coming youngsters in the province. Ackerman doing good work, and excellent running by the Western Province batters. Scamper back home for 2.
Yeah, Bayumi shows his willingness to rotate the strike. He's running hard, starting to find some rhythm. He's 21 of 28, and so he also looks a busy player, like Kitime, wants to take the game forward.
And some tidy fielding by Marcus Ackerman at the third man boundary. Just 1 run off that over. With 4 overs to go in the inning, or 6 overs to go in the innings, Mr. Esau, Western Province 229 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. What's the game plan for the Dolphins in the final 6 overs of this innings?
Yeah, Dolphins will be looking to restrict as much as possible, so not more than 5 runs and over, 6 runs and over. At the back end of the innings can become really tough to stem the flow, especially now looking at this partnership, Buxy. 34 runs. Wickets is the only thing that can stem the flow of runs and to prevent these guys from possibly getting 280, 290, 6 overs, sort of a run a ball, that gets them up to 260, 270. And I think the Dolphins, Hollywoodbets Dolphins team would be happy to chase 260, 270 as we showed the other night. but not more than that. You don't want them to get 280, 290. It'll make it tough. They've got some experienced bowlers in Linda. Nandre Berger's been in exceptional form for them, and Buren Hendricks and a couple of other seamers as well. So, yeah, you don't want to chase too many.
And it looks like Marcus Ackerman has taken over the captaincy role. He is the red ball captain for the Dolphins, with Ethan Bosch having left the field. Marcus Ackerman is taking over that captaincy role, just making a few changes to the field, as well as bringing on the strike bowler, the bowler of the day so far for the Dolphins, Okuhle Cele.
Yeah, this pace on concept though, Buxy, the Dolphins just have to just be a little bit careful because Bayumi seems to fancy the seam. He's been circumspect against the spin. He's just rotated, but he seems to have this. Seems to fancy the seamers. But Trele's 7.1 overs, 3 for 22, has been the pick of the seamers for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and that's why they've turned to him, looking to just break this partnership before any sort of momentum gets going for the Western Province team.
I'm sure this will be his final spell for the game. He's got the 3 overs left, so I'm sure he'll bowl 3 of the 6 overs that are to come in the innings. You spoke early on about his fitness. He looks in good condition. As he bowls to George Linder, who frees his arms. Some excellent work done at deep cover by Jason Smith to prevent 4 as the Western Province batters scamper back for 2 runs. Just speaking of the fitness of Okuhle Cele, that sort of fitness, all that hard work that he would have been able to do or would have done in the off season, now you come to a point where you're bowling in the last spell of a game with the Western Province team set. How important is being physically fit to be able to meet this challenge?
Yeah, Buxy, the modern cricketers train a lot. They do a lot of conditioning work. If you look at his build, there's a lot of power stuff that needs to have been done by him and strength work in the preseason. And so, oh, what a stroke from George Linder, having none of this over long on for 6. A wonderful strike from an experienced cricketer in the Western Province team.
That's a great strike. George Linder had just been biding his time, knocking the ones, happy to do that, setting himself for a time like this where it's the last 6 overs of the game. It's happy hour as they call it, and boy would he be happy with that strike over long on for 6.
I just found with that delivery from Trele, no hustle and bustle through the crease. Bucks, you spoke about that conditioning that needs to be done. He seemed to just amble up a little bit and not hitting the wicket, having no real purpose. And Linda saw that and just hit that over long on for 6.
Good cutter and a run out opportunity. Bryce Parsons hits. Not out, says the umpire. Some excellent fielding by Bryce Parsons in the cover area. George Linder knocked that down, immediately set off, and a direct hit, but not out.
Bucks, I have to credit the umpire Thomas Mokorosi there. He was in a fantastic position to see that. Krele runs up, bowls that off cutter. Linder sets off straight away. What a beautiful bounce for Parsons. And look at umpire Thomas Mokorosi in the best position to make that call. Not out.
There's been a good over so far for the Western Province team. Kele will want to close this off. Bouncer knocked into space. Porteous, excellent speed to the ball. That speed to the ball from Bradley Porteous has ensured that that's only 1 run. Excellent fielding.
He has shown himself an all-round cricketer. He has bowled steadily today for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team. He's been excellent in the field. Him and Marcus Ackerman, as well as Jason Smith. The ball seemed to have followed Ackerman, Porteous, and Smith today, but they've really fielded really well.
Kushetlele hoping to finish that over with a Yorker. Ended up being a wide full toss, but the field set for it. Deep point, and just the 1 run to finish the over. A good over for the Western Province team. 12 runs coming from it.
241 for 6 and 45 overs. Buxy, 5 overs left, 30 runs. So 6 and overs, 30 runs. But there's always 1 or 2 boundaries along the way. So, yeah. This stage, 270, 280.
Big call here from Marcus Ackerman, who's taken over the captaincy duties for the Dolphins. Bradley Porteous back into the attack for his third spell from the Old Fort end.
Porteous has swapped ends, and so the game is at a crucial stage. I wanted to ask you, Buxy, just only 1 over from Andile Simalane. Went to 11, was brought so late into the attack, as we spoke earlier. And I thought they missed the opportunity when Bosch came back for that second spell, when Linda and there was someone else that was new at the crease. Felt like they missed an opportunity there to insert him. Now he's bowled in a partnership situation like this, 1 over for 11, and that's the end of Simalane for the moment. London knocks that leg side. They'll be pushing for 2. Bayumi completes that, and 2 runs for George Linder. He's been so calm. He's been so calculated in his methods. When the ball has been in his area, he's hit the 1 over long on for 6 or for Kutle Kele. But other than that, it's been rotation. Good to see that sort of calm element that he brought at a crucial stage where the run rate did dip for the Western Province team.
Good Yorker from Bradley Porteous there, and George Linder happy to take the 1 run. Something that we made a note of when George Linder came in to the crease to start his innings was that strike rate of just over 100. And when we look at his runs and his balls right now, 43 runs or 40 balls, that's exactly him. He's just been calm, composed, happy to knock the ball around, but shown he's got the ability to hit the long ball. The Dolphins will have to bowl really well to him here to ensure that they keep the Western Province team around that 270 mark. If George Linder catches fire here, the Dolphins could be chasing 285, 290, which is going to be a massive ask.
Yeah, good point. He's caught up in terms of strike rate. He sets himself up, and then he's happy to go at the back end and go big. Yes. Bayumi hits that down through the mid-off area. Fantastic shot from Abdullah Bayumi, and that's gone through for a boundary.
Porteous just missing the Yorker on that occasion, and Bayumi putting his hands through that. As we see the replay, in comes Porteous, bang, missed the Yorker, bit of width, dropped it. He's hit his hands but gone through for 4.
And 50 partnership as well. As we look at this, Porteous running in. Bayumi, oh, 6 over mid-wicket area. What a fantastic shot. I just want to re-emphasize again, 50 partnership, the previous shot, and he's followed up with an outstanding pull shot over that mid-wicket areas.
For Bradley Porteous, as well as he's done in the lead up to this spell.
250 up with that 6, Buxy. They're well on their way. They want to try and get as close to that 280, 290, possibly 300. That will be the goal for Western Province.
Most definitely, and they're well positioned to get that score of 290, 300 now. I've just been thinking about this Dolphins attack. As that one is drilled down to long on for 1. Bayumi looking good. This Dolphins attack, Mr. Esau, lacks a spearhead. Okushletele, having done really well, we know he's travelled a bit, having come from the Titans, but lacks that spearhead with their captain, Ethan Bosch, off the field. They've got youngsters really to finish the job here.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier on, right at the front of this broadcast, Buxy, as Porteous just Tries to run the non-striker out, but gives away a single. Coming back to the experience in the bowling attack, as that over is completed. 256 for 6 after 46. The partnership is 61. It's all set up for the Western Province team, Buxy. From here on in, they should be putting their foot down on the pedal. 4 overs left, 24 runs minimum. And so, yeah, 260. You know, they want to be getting themselves as close as possible to 280, 290, giving them their bowlers something to bowl at.
Most certainly, Mr. Esau, 256 right now with 24 balls to go. I think in their planning, they'd be looking at 9-10 runs and over, getting them up to that score of 300 runs.
Yep, that'll be a formidable total. And to chase that down, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team are going to have to bat really well.
As Tele comes in, little bit of width outside of stump and drilled to long off for 1. Of those, or 23 more of those, and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be quite chuffed to finish off the innings that way. Abdullah Bayumi really coming into his own here as a young player who maybe looked a little bit scratchy early on, but still finding his feet. This has been an excellent innings so far. He's on 36 not out, looking comfortable at the non-strikers end right now. As Tele goes for that wide Yorker, but umpire signals a wide. Tele will be disappointed with that. He'd be hoping to use that wide Yorker to get a dot, but unfortunately not to be. But just getting back to Abdullah Bayumi, has played all these list A matches now this season, a youngster making his way in the game. What do you make of him, Mr. Esau?
Slap behind point, down to the third man area, I beg your pardon, for 4, Buxy, and not a good delivery from Kele. I see they've got a deep point. They're setting Linda up, but he keeps hitting through there. Coming back to Bayumi, I watched him a little bit last year so we look at this stroke wide, full. Linda just basically putting his bat out there, and there's no third man. That field is at sort of a deep point on the boundary. Kele bowls, and a really interesting field, a deep extra cover. Yeah, George Linder, a wonderful 50 or 44 balls. He's been confident, he's been steady, he's shown all his experience, Buxy, and a very, very good innings from George Linder for the Western Province team. Composed, not phased, not fussed, just simple cricket. This is what I loved about George Linder's innings. Simple cricket. Coming back to Bayumi, I watched him a little bit in the SA Under-19 team where he played in the competition. I think it could have been last year, as he plays that down to the fine leg boundary for poor delivery from Okushle Kele. Bayumi playing really well today. But I saw him there, he bowled a little bit of seam and batted down the order for the under-19 team. And it's good to see this sort of confidence from the young man. I think he's showing, as did Kitime. They've got some young players who are really playing well. And again, Bayumi, positive intent. They're also playing in an environment where the team is winning, so that does help some experienced players like Varane, Bedingham, Dezorzi. So that's helping these young players. As he knocks that leg side, he'll be pushing hard. Very, very easy. I must say, Bayumi has been impressive today. He's played well.
Looks a really good player, and I think that's a great point for a youngster coming into a team that's full of experience and also playing such good cricket. He just has the opportunity to find his feet, to express himself, to make mistakes, because you have those senior players around you, and that's surely just got to help him to grow.
Yeah, the crowd having some fun. We're seeing some dance moves in this Hollywoodbets corner. Great stuff from the crowd, enjoying a great cricket spectacle at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium.
Bradley Porteous back at the top of his mark. He'll be hoping to close out this innings, hopefully take George Linder with him as he comes into Linder. Worked away into the leg side. 1 run.
Yeah, Bucksy, this partnership has grown to 75 now. It's sort of been one of those silent moves from these two guys. They've just gone about their business really silently. Bayumi 42 of 37, and the experienced George Linder 51 of 45. Just how to construct a partnership. You know, the power of the partnership. We saw it with Ferreira and Elgar. Just keep ticking, mate. Keep rotating the strike. Bayumi, bang! We spoke about how well he's played, and he's having none of it. Porteous has been slapped over the square leg boundary for a 6.
Short boundary as well. Porteous just missing that Yorker once again. Bayumi putting his hands through the ball. Bang! Low full toss. He's missed the Yorker into the east stand for 6. Incredible ball striking by Abdullah Bayumi. He looks some player. Moving his score to 48 of 38 balls. As the kids make their way up the east stand to find that ball and get it back onto the field, Bayumi just having a quick drink and resetting. Wow! Low full toss. Just a flick of the wrist, high up into the east stand. Brilliant ball striking by Abdullah Bayumi. The Western Province team on 277. Bayumi just shimmies. And 2 runs. Just knocking that one into the offside towards the long boundary. Kaya Zondo trying as hard as he can. But that's 2 runs, and that takes Abdullah Bayumi to his highest list stage score of 50 runs of 39 balls. A beaut of an innings. Porteous, with a bit of width. Bayumi frees his arms. He's allowed to free his arms because of the width. Nicks that one over the short third man fielder for 4. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Esau, that Abdullah Bayumi has caught fire and is making the Dolphins pay right now.
Bayumi, great display of batting from the young player. His highest previous score was 18, and so he has played beautifully today. He's not trying to make a statement, but it's just good to see the growth from the young player, and fantastic cricket from him. It's down to long off and gets caught on the long off boundary in this pursuit to get this team 300 runs. He's perished in the cause, but what a fantastic innings from the young man. 54 of 40 balls. Abdullah Bayumi, take a bow, young man. A fantastic innings. You've placed your team in a very good position and played beautifully.
Excellent innings by a young man. As you said, Mr. Esau, his highest runs in a match by far. He's done really well for his team as Porteous, just wide Yorker. Abdullah Bayumi freeing the arms and a really good low catch at the long on boundary by Parsons. As Abdullah Bayumi makes his way back into the change room, surely to be congratulated by the rest of the Western Province team. The experience of Buren Hendricks, a man that has been around for a long, long time in South African cricket, has played international cricket. Number 18 makes his way to the crease. Buren Hendricks, 102 matches, 58 innings, 339 runs, a highest score of 24 for South Africa A versus Australia A. But how handy would a score of 24 of just a few balls be before the Western Province team right now?
Yeah, it will be very handy for his team if he can beat his highest score. That will take them past close or past 300. Obviously, with George Linder contributing as well, and so yeah. But Province look well on their way to get 300 bucks. They should easily get it. They've got a bet on as the quality of the bet of George Linder, and he will surely want to push his team past that 300 run mark.
Oh, Bradley Porteous just straying leg side, and George Linder ever so casually just helping that one on its way inside. Sarel Ervia at 45, and that's 4 runs.
Not the way you want to end the over. 4 of the last ball, Brad Porteous, and so, yep, Buren Hendricks, as we can see on screen, this is the wicket. Bayumi hits that to long off, and a excellent catch taken on the boundary that time around by Bryce Parsons. Good catch.
Over number 49, Okushletele back into the attack to finish his over, persisting with the same plan of having third man up and the 2 guys out on the offside. Cutter rolls his fingers. Linder frees the arms. He's managed to split the long on and the long off fielder, and that's gone for 4 runs. A good start to the over by the Western Province team. George Linder continuing on in the same vein. As we see the replay, Okushetele comes in, fingers over the ball. Linder frees the arms, splits the fielder, 4 runs.
Bit of hesitation that time between Sarel Ervia and Marcus Ackerman. None of them really committing. A little bit hesitant, and I almost felt like they could have saved that boundary, but yeah, nonetheless, Cele. Linder strikes that for the trap that was set at deep extra cover. Good catch taken. A sort of strange position in the modern game, Bucks. A deep extra cover. Is that Porteous that took that? Good catch by Bradley Porteous, and that's the end of George Linder. Well played. 55 of 46 balls.
Okushletele sticking with the plan, keeping the 2 men out on the offside, the deep point and the deep extra cover. Rolls his fingers over that ball once again. George Linder frees his arms as we see here in the video. And a very good catch from Bradley Porteous. I can imagine all the nerves as that ball went up, but Porteous makes good ground and takes a comfortable catch at the deep extra cover area. The new batter coming in, Nandre Berger, the gas man, and the leading wicket taker for the Western Province team. He makes his way to the crease, number 17, with a license, surely. He makes his way to the crease. Just had a little chat to Buren Hendricks there. What do you think the message was, Mr. Esau?
Buren saying, "Give me the strike, boy." Yeah, probably just a message of encouragement. Nandre Berger, highest score 57, not out. Bucksy, this guy can play. An average of 20.9, not too bad. I mean, he's an athlete. We'll see him later on in action with ball in hand. But a strong young man. He can really hit the ball. He's a powerful young man, strong.
Good cutter once again by Okushletele. I like this. I think this is better than what he did in the last over. He went for pure pace in the last over, but just looked to get it just inside the wide line. This over, he's still going slightly wide of the stumps, but taking pace off the ball, saying to the batters, if you're going to hit me, you've got to make the pace. You've got to strike the ball well. If you don't, I've got my fielders out on the boundary.
Yeah, he's check. He bowls and Andre just knocks that to the deep square leg boundary for a single. Especially to the left-hander, Buxy. If he's bowling over the wicket with the left-hander, cutting your fingers across the ball, just taking pace off, makes it really difficult for the left-hander then to hit that off-cutter. Banged into the surface on a good length. He seemed to have gone back to that ploy, having sort of that deep third man area to bowl wider, and he's put that extra cover on the boundary. It's a somewhat strange fielding position, but he did dismiss George Linder like that.
Comes in again, just rolls his fingers ever so slightly on that one. The batter's running well. Oh, that's hit the batter. Ditole taking evasive action. No harm done. 2 runs to the Western Province team. That edges them closer to that 300 mark. Currently now on 294 for 8 with 1 ball to go in the over. Okushletele, 1 ball left in his spell. I'm sure he'd like a dot ball, but I'm sure he would prefer a wicket to get that fifer, which would be well deserved.
Nice shot from Buren Hendricks out to the extra cover sweeper. Will only be 1.
And that's the end of the over and end of the spell. Brilliant bowling from Okushletele. Really bowled well on Wednesday night against the Momentum Multiply Titans, as well as today against the Western Province team. His first 7 overs were absolutely brilliant. 7 overs, 3 wickets for 21 runs. Been taken to task here in the last 3 overs, as is normal at the end of an innings, but I'm sure the Dolphins coaching staff and Dolphins bowling coach Quinton Friend will be very happy with what they've got from Okushletele. 4 wickets, he's done really well.
Yeah, it's that wicket column, Buxy. You're so right. He showed that energy on Wednesday night, and he started that spell today with that sort of energy. Yes, he's maybe taken a bit of tap at the backhand. I think it's just strategies and maybe in execution, not quite there, but 4 wickets. That is what the Dolphins bowling attack needs. They need people in the bowling attack that can take wickets. John took 2, Okushletele took 4, and that's the only way you're going to win cricket games is by getting wickets. So hats off to him. A very good effort from him today. From a bowling point of view, he has led from the front.
And to finish off the innings, we have Bryce Parsons. He's bowled fairly decently up front. Bit of a surprise here to see Bryce Parsons come in to finish the innings, bowling the ball into the left-handed batter. Although they are hitting the ball to the long boundary, Mr. Eso, I think that could be his only saving grace here.
Yeah, I think a guy like Marcus Ackerman perhaps spinning the ball away could have been an option, but be that as it may, there a reverse sweep there from Buren Hendricks. It's always easier when the spinner bowls it into you, to whether to the big boundary or the short boundary. But I think almost Marcus Ackerman bowling those off spinners just away from both left-handers could perhaps have been a better option.
I think Bryce Parsons is going to run in here and look to bowl 6 Yorkers.
Very flat in terms of his deliveries. He doesn't want these strong, big left-handers to get under him, because if they do, the ball will disappear over that wide long-on area. That's where the gap is. As I've said it, Buren Hendricks has seen the hole. He's realized that Parsons is bowling into him, and he's knocked it over there for a boundary. And that brings up the 300 runs, Buxy. At one stage, it didn't look like Western Province would get there, but yeah, hats off to them. They have scored 301 for 8 in 49.3. They'd be a very happy bunch, especially their management. A rare dot at the back end.
Parsons will be happy with that, and yes, definitely, Mr. Esau, this Western Province team will be very happy with the way they've managed to rebuild after that second drink break to get over 300. As Hendricks comes down the wicket again, and it's just dropped short of the long on fielder. Parsons will be happy with that, just one run with a ball to go to finish the innings, and drilled back at him, and dot ball finish the innings. Parsons will be happy with that. A good over in the greater scheme of things. 302 for 8 after 50 overs. The Western Province team having done really well in that last session to claw their way back. An excellent innings by George Linder and Abdullah Bayumi to set this up. And the Western Province coaching staff will be really happy with the performance of their team today.
Yeah, good innings and some good partnerships today by these Western Province batters. 302 for 8. That's the third highest score in this competition at this fixture at this ground. And so yeah, 302 for 8. Western Province. That's us. And as the players will have a break, please join us later for the innings of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Their batting innings. We look forward to catching up with you later.
Dominant, but it's really my heart is beating. And it's good. Now you're feeling it.
And a warm welcome back here. It's a beautiful afternoon here on the east coast of South Africa. It is the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium hosting us for match number 20 of the CSA One Day Cup. 302 runs put on the board by the Western Province side after they won the toss and elected to bat. The chase is just about to get underway, and Andre Berger with the ball in hand. Let me take you back to your two commentators, Chris Iso and Zane Bucks.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Wayne, for laying the foundation for this innings. Chase from Hollywoodbets, Dolphins, John Smuts, and Marcus Ackerman. Welcome with me, fellow commentator Zane Bucks. Welcome, Bucksy.
Thank you, Mr. Esau. I'm really excited to witness this run chase from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They've got no choice. It's got to be one way. They've got to get 304 runs to win this game.
Yeah, you can have this
I think
one.
we're in for
You
some
can have
action-packed, exciting batting here.
Yeah, you're right. Only about one.
Nandre Berger on the money straight away,
you
Bucksy. He's been impressive in this
Sorry?
tournament. He's
Okay.
been outstanding.
No, I
Best
don't
bowling figures of 6 for
only Watson.
38. Left arm quick. It's always so nice to have a left arm seamer in your team. Just a change of angle. You can see in picture 2 slips in play. He really wants to get it up to the bat. Hopefully swing it back and knock the stumps out the ground.
A good start so far by Andre Berger. As you said, just hits the deck, big, strong boy. What a blessing to have a left arm seamer in your team, and the Western Province team, extremely blessed here because they've got the experienced Buren Hendricks to follow him at the other end, as well as the spinner in George Linder.
He's been impressive. He's taken 11 wickets in this competition so far, Nandre Berger.
He has been, and I'm sure the Western Province team will be hopeful that he can get a few more today. Best bowling figures, as you said, so far in the competition, 6 for 38. I'm sure they'd love to experience something like that from him again today. Another fifer. He's definitely got the potential and the pace to do it.
Yeah, big score from the Western Province team, 302 for 8 in their 50 overs. Hollywoodbets Dolphins are going to have to construct some strong partnerships, looking for one of their top 6 to cut through the innings. What a fantastic delivery from Nandre Berger, beating the bat Marcus Ackerman. He's back into the team, but he's really going to have to be switched on because he's facing a really quality left-arm quick bowler from Western Province, Nandre Berger.
Back into the team. And as you see, Nandre Berger running into him for his first ball, beats the outside edge. But back into the team, lots of experience, lots of potential, and the Dolphins are going to be hoping for a big one from him. Wide, down leg side. Marcus Ackerman, the captain of the red ball team for the Dolphins. They've obviously entrusted him with that captaincy. I think he's a very good tactician, understands the game really well, but also a very good batter. Hasn't had success that he would have liked in this format so far, but he's got an opportunity, and I'm sure as a cricketer, as a player who's put in all that hard work over the off season, this is all you want. He's got he's got a chance here facing or chasing down 302 to put a big performance in here and take his team over the line.
Yeah, Marcus Ackerman, Buxy. Perhaps you know more of him. From the Gauteng area. Played his school cricket there and had good success up there in the Gauteng area.
As he finds the outside edge there, and that's down to third man for one to finish off the over. 3 runs from it. The Dolphins will be happy with that start. To open the bowling from the Old Fort End, Bjorn Hendricks, the ever experienced at the professional level in South African cricket, as well as on the international stage. Looks like he's picked up quite a bit of weight, put on a bit of muscle, as Bjorn Hendricks.
Yeah, Bjorn's been around. Buxy. He's a senior statesman. It's so awesome to see on the one end of, you look at his stats, he's got an economy of 5.5 matches, 102 matches, shows the experience. Best bowling figures of 5 for 31, Bjorn. So it's been around the block. But coming back to the point, so nice to see a young buck in Andre Berger being able to learn from an experienced player like Bjorn Hendricks. It's so critical for a young bowler. Ackerman is away, scampers. Good awareness from him just to rotate and get himself off strike.
Yeah, absolutely crucial for Nanre Berger to be able to learn from someone that has had the experience of Bjorn Hendricks playing over 100 first class games, list A games. That's massive for any player to take over 100 first class list A wickets for your province. That's absolutely massive as well, and I'm sure Nandre Berger will be in his ear chatting to him at every chance he gets.
Smart strikes, but straight to mid-on, no run. Just coming back to the sort of experience, Western Provinces have always been renowned, Buxy, for this sort of mentorship in bowling. You think of people like Charles Langeveld, Roger Telemarcus. They had Alan Dawson. There was quite a lot of experienced seamers, and as the young players came in, they could learn. They have this belief of old with the young, which is fantastic to see.
And if I could add a few names to that list, some youngsters in or from the Western Province area that would have learned from all of those bowlers that you would have mentioned would have been a young Vernon Philander, and then a Dale Steyn moving from Pretoria over to the um, the Western Province would have had the opportunity to learn from a Jacques Cullis.
It's so important to find that balance, Buxy, of experience and youth, and getting that balance right to share the cricket knowledge. Good tidy stuff from Bjorn Hendricks. He's on the money. Just loving the sort of intent from Marcus Ackerman as he signals for a new grip. Uh, and so just I've liked his intent up front. He's moving well. The first ball from Nandre Berger wasn't quite getting forward, but I think he's made a conscientious effort to really exaggerate his movements up front. Yeah, just looking at the batting partnerships, Buxy, from the men from the Cape, Benningham and Dazorsi. There was a 40-run partnership, Kitime and Benningham 81, and Bayumi and Lindner at the back end 88. Those were some of the key partnerships, and that's going to be crucial today for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team. We have to construct strong partnerships and to get them over this line to chase this big total.
Well run once again by Marcus Ackerman and John Smuts. They haven't played together much so far in this competition, but really seem to have a good understanding of the running between the wickets. In terms of those partnerships, I think there's two ways to go about it, Mr. Esau. You can put on those little partnerships all the way over to 300. As we saw in the Western Province team, we had four half centurions. Or the Dolphins will be relying on one of their key batters to make a big score and everyone else just chipping in around him.
I think they've got enough firepower in their top six to do that. They'll be looking to this man in screen, John Smuts. I get the impression from Marcus Ackerman early doors that he's looking to rotate, and John's going to have to be that aggressor in the power play.
I think it's important for at least one of these two batters to be aggressive in the power play here. From the outset, the required run rate over 6 runs and over. It's very important that they make use of the power play with just the two men out to get the Dolphins off to a good start. If they are successful in that and they have a good partnership where they can get 55 to 60 runs, it makes it easier for them to rotate strike later on when the field is spread.
We saw that with Tony DeZorzi. He was really aggressive up front. Nice touch from Marcus Ackerman through that mid-wicket area as he just picks up a single. But Tony DeZorzi was really aggressive up front for Western Province. He hit the ball. John O'Byrne showed some real intent. And for the Dolphins to chase down 300, that has to be the case. You know, one player to really bat deep, get a big 100, and the other guys chipping in 50 partnerships, 80-run partnerships. So that's what it's going to take. But they have to make full use of this power play. Only two fielders outside the ring.
Both batters just biding their time, looking to set themselves for a big innings. John Smuts coming over to the Dolphins. He's in his second season here now. Lots of hype around him when he came into the Dolphins squad. I'm sure he's come over as that experienced head with the bat, that guy to bat up the order and guide the youngsters around him. I don't think he's been as successful as he would have liked in that first season so far. He's been phenomenal with the ball and just his experience around the camp. But I'm sure he'll be hoping that this season he'll really come good with the bat and do what he was brought to do.
Yeah, so John is a big confidence player. Baxi, having worked with him in the junior age groups as well in EP cricket, um, he's a confidence player. And of late, that's a good touch off the pads as he will scamper through for two. But it just seems like he's a little bit circumspect. You know, the John Smuts that I know is a bullish guy. He looks to dominate the attack. He's really strong. Almost trying to play too correct. If you would know what I'm referring to. Instead of he's at his best when he's a little bit more unorthodox. He slaps it through cover point. He flicks it off the pads as he just previously did. So yeah, it just seems like he's trying to play too structured. And so if you look at his body language, generally when he's confident, he's striking the ball and he's really aggressive. He takes the attack to the bowlers. Where even in the match against the Titans, saw him being circumspect, not really being that aggressive, and then eventually got out.
I'd like to see that John Smuts that you got to know as a youngster in EP. We've seen it on TV. We've seen him do it all around the country in the excellent career that he's had so far. As he ends off his career, as he looks to wind it down, I'd love to see that freedom, that domination that he has put attacks under. I'd love to see it come out today and for the rest of the season for the Dolphins.
Yeah. He's facing a really impressive man in form, a man with good rhythm, Nandre Berger. And that was a really good over. Only three of that over. And so good start from Western Province. And yeah, just some news from Kwabaga. That says the Tuskers were basically skittled for 130 all out. Van Heerden in this case, 5 for 37 in 8 for the Warriors. And the Warriors currently 54 for none after 9. So it looks like one-way traffic there. The Warriors I'm sure will pick up a bonus point in that match, uh, and that will move them a little bit higher up the log position. As we look at the log there, so Western Province 16, Northwest Dragons 13, Warriors already in third position. That will really lift them and obviously take them closer to the top of this table.
Tuskers obviously newly promoted into Division 1, having done so well over the last couple of seasons in Division 2. Not the start they would have wanted.
Not at all, Buxy.
Back to the Dolphins game at the fabulous Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. Buren Hendricks to start his second over, bowling to Marcus Ackerman.
Copybook stuff, copybook stuff. If you're a left arm seamer and you're watching this broadcast, this is how you want to be bowling to a batter with a new ball. Get it up to the bat, bring him forward. Hendricks, good rhythm, bowls up to the crease, bowls. Oh, he's probably asking how did that not find the edge. Top delivery from the left arm seamer. Not good fielding that time around from Mpongwana, and that will sail over the boundary for the first four for the Dolphins and the first four for Marcus Ackerman.
Marcus Ackerman just leaning on that one. Hard hands through the ball, hit it straight into the ground. A little bit of a bobble on its way to Mpongwana, who's just misfielded that, and that's the first four for the Dolphins. Good follow up there by Buren Hendricks. Just brought the length back a little bit. Ackerman looking just to work that off his hips, but Dezorzi to the challenge there at mid wicket, preventing the single.
You can see the experience of Buren Hendricks. Ackerman is a short guy. He's trying to pitch it up, but also has this ability to pull the length back into the rib cage.
Overpitched once again, and Ackerman up to the task. Leaned on it, just transferred his weight, presented the full face of the bat, hit that through the line, inside mid-off for four. That's the second four for the over here, and pressure transferred onto the experienced Buren Hendricks.
Marcus Ackerman, good balance and the full face of the bat, genuine half volley, as they would call it. Take a bow, 4 runs to Marcus Ackerman, good shot. Just a tad full from Buren. Be looking to pull that length slightly back and bring those 2 slips into play.
Something got in the way there of Buren Hendricks. Just disrupted his rhythm there in his run-up. Umpire calls dead ball. Buren Hendricks at the top of his mark, ready to run in again. Nice hard length once again by Buren Hendricks. Brought that length back. Marcus Ackerman solid in defense. Ackerman looking quite strong on defense here, looking calm and composed, Mr. Esau.
Yeah, loving his intensity at the crease. He's got good defense and he's got a sharp eye for anything full. He's been clinical in terms of presenting that his bat at the ball. He is facing a really good left arm seam bowler in Buren Hendricks.
Good hard length again by Buren Hendricks, challenging the stumps. And Marcus Ackerman once again showing a good defense. It's good over for the Dolphins there. The 2 fours from it. And at the end of the 4th over, the Dolphins 17 without loss.
Yeah, run rate achieved 4.2. Run rate required 6.2. We haven't really seen any sort of aggression from John in the power play. Um, Perhaps he will start to open up.
And as you say it, Mr. Esau, Nandre Berger slightly over pitches, and John Smith doing what he's known for, lets his hands through the ball, smashes that straight back past the bowler inside the mid-on Dane Patterson for 4.
Yeah, John just coming across it slightly with that angle and getting enough bat on there, and it races away to the boundary for 4. Excellent comeback from Nandre Berger, back on the length. Dot ball.
Nandre Berger had taken that second slip out from the start of the over already and placed him at catching extra cover. Is that a sign that maybe the ball's not doing too much? Is it a sign that maybe they'll start to go to that cutter a little bit earlier?
Very skillful bowling from Nandre Berger as he took the pace off there, Buxy. They would have seen the Hollywoodbets Dolphins men bowl on this track, and we saw lots of that in terms of the execution from the Hollywoodbets men bowling attack. Uh, and Berger's skillful enough, he's got control of that. He bowls good pace, but his execution of the slow ball that time around was very, very good.
Marcus Ackerman on strike and the second slip back in. Very strong on defense once again by Marcus Ackerman. I like this, Mr. Esau. Ackerman's approach. When the ball's hitting his stumps, he's defending the ball really well, full face of the bat. Nice and simple. When you overpitch, he lets his hands through the ball and he hits you through the field for 4.
Yeah, just sliding down the leg side that time around. Saying not out. Delivery from Nandre Berger. Just with the angle, just umpire Mokorosi saying not out, sliding down the leg side.
Oh. Missed opportunity. Head in their hands. The Western Province team. Poor call. Really poor call by Marcus Ackerman. Yes, no. John Smuts gone for all money. But the ball has missed the stumps.
Valentine Kitime that time missing the stumps, the young man. John basically gave up and unscathed. Very, very fortunate. As we see some pictures from the crowd, wave your flag. And so a fantastic atmosphere at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, enjoying this competition and this quality cricket match between Western Province and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Chasing 302, Western Province said Dolphins have to get 303 to win it. Dolphins are off to a slightly steady start, but that run rate, Buxy, 6. There's still 5 overs to maximize this power play with 2 fielders out. They're going to have to make the play at some stage. You can't just continue with 2, because after that, fielders will go back and we go into that single option rotation. This is your best chance to hit boundaries.
And just like that, slightly overpitched once again by Buren Hendricks. It seems like John Smuts is listening to you here, Mr. Esau. Puts his hands through that ball, smacks it wide of Dane Patterson at mid-on, 4 more.
Good, powerful stroke from John into his slot, into the zone, and he hits that past a diving mid-on for 4 runs. This is the sort of intent that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would want, the coaching team would want from John Smuts. He's played enough cricket to be able to identify that where the spaces are, but also to put pressure on the bowlers.
A change in the field. Buren Hendricks brings his fine leg fielder up and drops the square leg fielder to the fence. Pitched up once again. John Smuts lets his hands go, this time finding the mid-off fielder. Mpongwana would be happy with that, this time making the stop.
Yeah, he gifted Marcus Ackerman 4 runs early on, Buxy, so yeah, he'd be very happy with stopping that one that time around.
The square leg fielder out on the boundary. What's the thinking here? Worth outside off stump this time. John Smuts, strong base, lets his hands through the ball, smashes that through cover to the long boundary for 4.
Buxy, you asked about that deep square on the leg side. Buren, the plan is to bowl straighter so that he can hit it to that boundary, but with offered, as you can see in screen, shot from John, just allowing those hands to be freed through the extra cover area for another boundary.
Buren Hendricks now changing the line of the attack, coming around the wicket to John Smuts, looking to angle that ball back into him. And John goes down the ground once again. Buren Hendricks over pitches. John Smuts lets his hands go inside mid-on. Dane Patterson has no chance but to let that go. 4 more.
Yeah, Buren around the wicket, into the batter. John full pitched, and just allowing his hands to hit through the line of the ball and another boundary. Just plays it down to third man for a single. It's been a productive over thus far for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins men. This partnership has moved up to 35, and so good steady progress from the men from Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
As you spoke about at the beginning of this over, Mr. Esau, that run rate, the Dolphins can't afford to let that run rate climb too high past that 6 runs and over mark. And with a massive over like this from John Smuts, the Dolphins are now up with the rate, going at 6 runs and over. And that's brilliant fielding down at the fine leg boundary by Nanre Berger. Buren Hendricks bringing the length back. Marcus Ackerman just helping it along with a leg glance, and some excellent fielding by the youngster Nanre Berger.
Yeah, Buxy, good over him. He's starting to get into his innings, 21 of 17. But I'm sure the coaching team will be looking to him for a big innings today in their pursuit of chasing down this total set by Western Province. 302. Hollywoodbets Dolphins needs to score 303 to win this very important encounter.
Nanre Berger, effort ball, bouncer to John Smuts. It's hit him. Seems to be okay, but Nanre Berger has gone down. seems to be in a whole lot of pain. Looks like his ankle. Umpires called no ball as well.
He's gone down. He's in a lot of pain. Buxy, this will not be good for the Western Province team. He's been their in-form bowler as he runs off there. But he's in agonizing pain there, Andre Berger.
Team doctor with him now. He's trying to run it off, but limping quite badly. Seems like he's just slipped at the crease.
Must say, very good bouncer. He hit John Smuts on the helmet. It shows extreme pace. The wicket is not quick. It's a decent enough wicket, but you can see the pace of Nandre Berger. And for our listeners that have just joined us, the Western Province team scored 302 for 8 in their 50. Dolphins, in pursuit of this chase, are currently 37 for none after 6.1 overs. This is a short stoppage in play as Nandre Berger seemed to have gone over his ankle. Just some medical treatment out there. They're still busy checking him out to make sure that he's fine. He seemed like he was in a lot of pain. Yeah, that's what's transpired thus far. The partnership, obviously 38. And
whilst the medical team checks out Nandre Berger and his ankle, John Smuts, who's been hit on the head, is going through a concussion check as well. And we're just hoping that he's going to be okay.
Yeah, Buxy, just while lots of attention is being paid to the players, just your impressions of this power play. I know we are not done with it yet. We still got a couple more overs left. What has been your take on this power play? Marcus Ackerman back into the team. He is obviously will be looking to stake a claim to continue to play in this tournament, in this team, and then just give us your impressions of this power play from a batting point of view.
I think from the outset it was important for the Dolphins to have a big power play. Any score of over 300 will take some batting to achieve. So I think the power play being very important, the Dolphins would at least have had to get close to the rate or keep up with the rate. If they could get a really big power play and go over the rate at 7-8 runs and over potentially, that'll set them up to take it a little bit easier as they rotate strike in the middle of an innings. I like the way they started off a little bit more subdued. They only had 9 runs off the first 3 overs, but were getting themselves in, defending well, finding the middle of the bat, and over the last 2 overs they've really come good. And I think they're in a good place now where they're actually over the required rate.
Fantastic. Thanks, Buxy. Nandre Berger, you just can't keep him out of the game. Bit of a loose stroke from Marcus Ackerman, just seeing width and throwing hands, but not really getting himself into a good enough position to hit that through cover point for 4. Nandre Berger seems to be a happier camper. He seems to be back to 100% fitness. Strong young man and bowls high pace, Buxy.
Really does, looks really strong. Seems to have bounced back as he runs into Ackers. Overpitched and flicked away behind the square leg fielder for 4 more.
Good shot from the young man. Marcus Ackerman just pitched too full in length and dealt with behind square for a boundary.
I think the Western Province team taking a risk or two, going a little bit fuller, searching for a little bit of swing, searching for the stumps. They know how important a breakthrough at a time like this when the 2 batters are going so well is.
Almost copybook stuff there from Marcus Ackerman and Nandre Berger, but this time around the field had changed out of screen, and an excellent stop at square leg by Valentine Kitime. It definitely had 4 written all over it. It just seemed like you can't keep this Valentine Kitime young man out of the game. He batted really well. quality innings from him, I must say, and a fantastic stop there. A good touch from Marcus Ackerman and some good work out in the deep, and they've scampered through for a single. Yeah, it's good, and that excellent fielding at square leg Franco Time, it's been brought to our attention that he's actually a wicket keeper, so
Landry Berger going for pace off the ball. Cutter rolled his fingers. Unfortunately, it's floated through the air. Marcus Ackerman latched onto it, finding the gap between the square leg and the mid-wicket fielder, and that's raced away to the boundary. Excellent end to the over for the Dolphins.
yeah, Marcus Ackerman, a real gift from Nandre Berger, full toss on Midland leg stump, and he's hit that through that mid-wicket area. Good shot. That was it. 7 overs gone, 48 for none. Hollywoodbets Dolphins in their quest to chase down this mammoth total. They need 303. They're up with the rate in this power play, and it's good batting from them. Smuts again, hits it over mid-wicket's head and picks up another boundary. You were asking earlier on, Buxy, for a more positive John Smuts, and I think we're seeing glimpses of him today. And therefore, I think the Dolphins, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins fans that have come out to watch, want to see more of that. And that's 50 up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team. John aggressive. And boundary over mid-wicket.
Bjorn Hendricks, that time going shorter. John Smuts on the pull, bottom edge, and he's found the deep square leg fielder for 1 run. But yes, Mr. Iso, I was asking for it. Really wanted to see the experienced John Smut go back to his former self, play with a bit of freedom, take the bowlers on, and we're seeing that right now. What a joy to watch.
It's also been good to see Marcus Ackerman, Buxy, stamp his approval on this innings. He's been positive 24 of 24. But he's played a critical part. He's been strong in defense and he's put away anything that they've given him in his area. He's dynamic. He's obviously slightly shorter in stature, but he's brought some good energy to this crease, to the innings.
The left-hand, right-hand combination in Ackerman and Smuts. Also how big or how tall John Smuts is compared to Marcus Ackerman. It's been a real challenge for the bowlers here, finding their lengths.
Bjorn Hendricks. He pulls that out from time to time. It's the copybook delivery. It's the one that you want to encourage young bowlers to bowl top of off and just nipping a little bit away. That's an excellent delivery from Bjorn Hendricks. But I think the Western Province team needs him to be there more consistent. He's just been leaking too many boundaries of late. That is what they would want from him.
Once again, brought that length back hard into the deck. Marcus Ackerman just looking to run that ball down to the third man fielder for 1 run, but unfortunately wasn't able to execute properly. Another dot ball. It's been a slightly better over this one in terms of length from Bjorn Hendricks. Last over he was really full and John Smuts puts him away. Started this over with a full bunger and John Smuts putting him away, but he's really got back onto that length.
Yeah, you've called it, Bucks. He's back on it. He's hitting hard, foot stump line. He's basically saying to the batter, if you're going to go you're going to hit me off length. So good for him to be back in that area. At the end of the 8th over, you've got the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team 53 for none after 8. John Smuts on 26 and Marcus Ackerman on 24. A fantastic vibe again here at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Oval. Kids and parents and everybody involved enjoying a fantastic spectacle. Look at the crowd having fun, smiles all around. Be part of it. Come on, come and join us.
Nanre Berger to continue to John Smuts. John Smuts seems to be going really well. Back to his former attacking self as the number 17, Nanre Berger. Pace off. He's just rolled his fingers over that cutter on the legs of John Smuts. John Smuts a little bit more circumspect there, watchful. Waited for the ball and just tapped it away to the mid-wicket area.
Good skill set being shown by Nanre Berger as a left-arm quick. He does have in his armory those slower balls, and that's always good to see from the young quick.
Another one, another cutter, just a little bit shorter in length this time. And John Smuts content just to help it along into the leg side for 1 run. John Smuts just making his way down the wicket, speaking to Marcus Ackerman, letting him know. You can see by the hand gestures there. John Smuts just saying to Ackers, he's just rolling his fingers over the ball. Expect the cutter.
You can see the Western Province guys have put that square leg in there, Buxy. Valentine Katime, they've blocked that hole. They're bowling a slightly tighter line to Marcus Ackerman. They don't want to give him width as they've got no protection outside the power play on the offside. They've got a normal third man fine leg back, and so they seem to be attacking that off stump, even as far as to say middle and off stump, and forcing him to play across one.
Case in point there, Mr. Esau. Straightish line once again, middle and off. Just nipping slightly back into Marcus Ackerman. Ackerman up to the challenge. Nice and patient, nice and compact. He hasn't really tried too much this innings, has he?
He's been simple in his technique. He's waiting for the ball to come into his area. Been strong in defence and also looking to pick up the singles. That's been very good from Marcus Ackerman.
Bit of extra bounce there. Marcus Ackerman just getting on top of the bounce and running that down to third man for 2. Really well executed guide down to third man. One ball left in the over. It's been a fairly decent over so far from Nanre Berger, just the 3 runs from it. He'd be wanting to close the over off. The Dolphins could do with a boundary just to further get them ahead of the rate. On the legs, flicked away. Fine leg with some work to do. Diving stop. Saves the boundary. 2 runs. Good finish to the over. Nine overs gone. And the Dolphins, 58 without loss. On their way to the target of 303. Last over of the power play. 58 without loss, Mr. Esau. What can we expect from John Smuts on strike here?
Yeah, I think if Buren gets his length too full, Buxy, John's going to be maximising. Buren does have mid on, mid off up, and so anything full, John's going to throw bat. If it's short and wide, there's no cover on the sweeper boundary on the offside. Buren is going to have to be really accurate, perhaps. Look out for those cutters from him to the right-hander. that could be a possible option, but he's going to have to be really tight in terms of his line.
LBW shout there from Buren Hendricks. That ball looked to just be going down leg side. Buren Hendricks persisting with that around the wicket angle into the right-handed John Smuts. I think that one's hit him just a little bit too high, but also missing the leg stump.
Yeah, look at the angle around the wicket and sliding down. The ball has to pitch in line and then straighten, but with that angle around the wicket, it just continues on with the arm, not out.
Good length once again from Buren Hendricks. Been a little bit guilty so far in this first spell of his for being full every now again, and he's paid the price. Over the last 6 to 7 balls he's bowled, though, he's really brought that length back and made it difficult for the batsman to score.
He's kept it tight on that off stump, not allowing John any sort of room with those arms. He'll be looking over mid-wicket, mid-on area, if Buren gives him any width.
And once again, hard length, and John Smuts solid in defence. Halfway through the over, and Buren Hendricks looking strong. He's going to want to finish the over quite well. Calvarena just talking to his fielders, looking at a field's setting change, but they opt not to do it as Buren Hendricks comes in. Overpitched. John Smuts lets his hands go this time. Over mid-wicket. 2 bounces. Over the ropes. 4 runs. And a release of pressure.
Buxy, that is John Smuts at his best. If you're coming into his pads with those good hands, strong young man, Buren around the wicket into John. That was the earliest shout. Was given not out. But he persisted going into that line, and John put him away in that previous delivery. Cutter there from Buren just into the wicket, and it makes it really hard for the batters to execute any sort of power as the ball just slows down once it hits the wicket. A welcome dot.
It's been a good over so far from Buren Hendricks. 4 out of the 5 deliveries have been on that length. He's going to want to bowl one more length ball to finish off the power play. John Smuts hoping for this ball to be overpitched. Here we go. Full. John Smuts works it away behind the square leg fielder. That's 4 runs to end the over and to end the power play. Excellent batting from the Dolphins in that power play. 66 without loss in the first 10 overs. 6.6 runs and over. The required run rate as of now, 5.9 runs and over. The Dolphins have done extremely well to set themselves up for the middle phase of the game here.
Yeah, Buxy, you've really hit the nail on the head. 66 for no loss after 10. That was a good power play. That is exactly, and you can see the contributions. 35 from John, 26 from Marcus Ackerman. And as we say, that is a change in bowler. Dane Patterson, another experienced seamer that has also played county cricket. I think you did a bit of work on him earlier on. Just tell us a little bit about where exactly he played, Buxy.
Dane Patterson, right arm, medium pace bowler, born and bred in the Western Cape. Straight out of school, came over to the Dolphins, played a couple of seasons here at Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. Starts with a length ball, but on the hips of Marcus Ackerman, who just knocks it away behind square for 1. Yeah, Dane Patterson spent a couple of seasons here at Kingsmead. Very economical bowler. Went back to the Western Cape, back to play for Province. did really well for his home side before being selected for South Africa. For the South African team, he's played some one-day internationals, he's played some T20 matches as well as test matches for South Africa before then signing that call back and going over to the UK, playing for Notts in the UK. John Smuts just punches that one down the ground to long on for one. Dane Patterson, highly experienced, 34 years old right now, been around the block, experienced at the highest level internationally as well as county cricket in the UK. Very good with his skill set, so he's able to hit that top of off consistently, but also possesses a good yorker and some good cutters.
Very accurate and able to execute consistently that off cut. Just coming back to the two teams, you look at this Western Province bowling attack. Patterson experienced, Buren Hendricks experience, where in the Hollywoodbets Dolphins bowling lineup, we spoke about this earlier on, Buxy, that Okuhle Cele, the only real experienced seaman, and this is the fine balance. I think the Western Province guys find themselves in a very good position with Patterson and Buren Hendricks in their bowling lineup. It just helps the young seamers. You can imagine having a guy like Andile Similane, being under their wing, just how much they will be able to learn from him from them as experienced seamers. And I think the Dolphins as a franchise, I'm sure that's something they would have to look at. Try and find an experienced seamer somewhere around the country, and yeah, let him come and work and be in the space and play and work with these young bowlers.
As John Smuts just punches that one once again down to long on for one run. You're 100% right, and I think you raise a very important point there, Mr. Esau, for the Dolphins. Traditionally, they've always had that experienced seamer. If you go back to Malcolm Marshall, Nixon McLean, Aldine Baptiste, then you get into your Sean Pollocks and your Lance Klusners, Ryan McLarens, Monante Hayward, Liam Plunkett from England. The Dolphins have had even the bowling coach right now, Quinton Friend, Johan van der Vat. They've had, Johan Lowe that played for the Dolphins, the Andrew Tweedies. These experienced guys that have been around the younger bowlers and have helped them to develop and bring them through whilst getting to see them in action in the same team as them. The Western Province team are blessed with that at the moment. The Dolphins, not so much. They've got Darren Dupavlon, who's played the game internationally, who is currently injured. The Dolphins will definitely be missing the experience and the pace of someone like Darren Dupavlon right now.
Yeah, George Linder, change of bowling from the Old Fort end. Another experienced bowler into the attack. He played so beautifully. He was 51 or 40 in the Western Province innings. And also a man that has played T20 cricket for South Africa. He's played at that sort of international stage and now brings that trade and applies it in the provincial system. And just good to see the sort of experience in this tournament.
Starts well. John Smuts just knocks that down to Tony DeZorzi at mid-on. I know you called him another experienced spinner and another experienced bowler, but what about the all-rounder shot, Mr. Esau?
Yeah, he's definitely showed early on, Baxi, as I said. And so if you look at John Smuts, these obviously John bats right-handed, but these guys are contributing with bat and ball, and in that all-round capacity, any team would benefit from having a George Linder, having a John Smuts that can do that all-round skills, and it just helps the cause.
Nothing so important for the young cricketers out there to be multi-dimensional, being able to bat and ball, being able to be a gun in the field, maybe a gun wicket keeper as well as hold the bat. This is important in the modern game. Ackerman just working that one off his hips to the square leg fielder for 1 run. The Dolphins, after this power play, in the Dane Patterson over as well as now in the George Linder over, just a bit more circumspect, resetting once again.
Yeah, good point. This is the passage of play where singles become really important, rotation. Unless you get a really bad ball, you'd hit it for a boundary. But looking at the field, there are 4 fielders sweeping the boundary. And so it's a case of you got to keep building this partnership, build it strong. But good running is needed in this passage of play. It's an important passage. Hit the ball, run into the gaps.
Just like that, John Smith's just leaning on it, punching that ball down the ground for 1 run. I think this is important for the Dolphins to reset here. Even if that run rate drops a little bit, it just allows them to get a feel for the change of bowlers who are both very experienced and then to set up to score a little bit more freely later on.
Yeah, rotation. And obviously, in terms of runs and balls, they need 229 of 228 balls, Buxy. And that's the thing. Constant rotation. We saw on Wednesday night, we saw Alga and Ferreira. We keep referring to them. It was the same sort of thing, building the partnership strong. And that was like a record partnership, 232 runs through sheer rotation. Yes, Ferreira did have a crack at the end, but it was just rotation. As we look at the crowd, still having a fantastic afternoon of cricket at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium, enjoying this quality game of cricket. A good start from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, the local team, and they've got their support behind them, Buxy.
Patterson runs into Marcus Ackerman, who just tucks that off his hips. Ackerman just happy to rotate the strike, give the strike to John Smuts. Looking at the score now, 75 without loss. I'm sure these two would have set themselves a target. Let's get to 100 without loss. 200 then left to go in the innings. We've settled the change room. We've got natural ball strikers still to bat. The experience of Kaya Zondo, the four-man in Jason Smith. They'll be setting up the rest of the lineup for a good finisher. You can just see how the batters are in constant communication, going down the wicket to each other, talking to each other. That one was a cutter. He's doing this, he's doing that.
Yeah, Buxy, the key in this run chase is, as you've highlighted, you've got to break the score up. You can't look at that 300. It looks like a mountain. If you keep plugging away 50 partnership here, 60 partnership there, and that's really good in terms of run chase. Stay calm, stay with the rate. That's the key. Don't let the run rate go too high in a run chase. And there's enough open spaces in the field for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team just to keep rotating. Build a big, strong partnership, 100 run, 150 run perhaps, and allow the batters to come in to obviously then, contribute, make their contributions lower down the order.
Dead ball there. Nandre Berger was just the extra man out of the ring, scampered in as Dane Patterson was running in to deliver that ball. Ended up screaming to him, stop the game, get himself back into the ring, and play resumes. Just tucked off his hips again for 1 run. I think you make a very valuable point there, Mr. Esau, about breaking down that bigger score into small, manageable chunks. It could be in runs. They might be saying to each other, let's get to 10, let's get to 15 or 25, whatever that might be. It could be in overs. Let's bat for the next 5 overs responsibly and break down the overs or the runs into bite sizes almost to make it a little bit more manageable. short and pulled away. Just one run. Dane Patterson has got the deep square leg fielder out there.
Yeah, Patterson looks like that sort of bowler, Buxy. He's coming with a definite plan. He knows what he's doing. His field is set. He's happy to be going 5 runs and over. But you see his demeanor. You look at him as a bowler. He knows exactly what he wants to do.
He's gone for the cutter once again. Missed his line. That's down leg side. Wide ball called. I just can't help but feel Marcus Ackerman would be really disappointed in that one. He's had a big opportunity there to hit that past the mid-wicket fielder for 4.
Yeah, big missed opportunity from Marcus Ackerman. That had a gift written all over it, and he couldn't put it away. Yeah, missed out big time there. Once again, hard length from Dane Patterson, just showing all his experience. Also being able to identify, as you said earlier on, Buxy, a shorter batter versus John Smart, who's taller. Pato has that experience. That he's bowling, sort of finding the length for these two different batters, and it's a skill. You cannot bowl the same length to John Johns or to Marcus Ackerman as what you do to John Smuts.
Dane Patterson just bringing up the third man fielder, Mpongwana, into the ring now. He drops the mid-wicket to the boundary. Leg side. And just knocked away into the leg side by Marcus Ackerman for 1 run. End of the over, end of another good over for Dane Patterson.
Yeah, you can just see in the way he executed the field. He moved the field back and bowled the exact delivery as to where he wanted the batter to hit. If that's not a sign of experience, then I don't know what is. Fantastic execution, Dane Patterson. 80 for none after 13 in their quest to chase down 303. 302 was put on the board by the Western Province team. Dolphins have to get 303 to win this match. 80 for none after 13. They're keeping up with the rate, Buxy. In fact, they're well ahead of the rate. The rate is 6 runs and over. They're 6.2. Keep ticking. Keep rotating.
It's been an excellent start, and that's the order of the day, Mr. Niso. The rotation of strike now in the second power play is crucial. Ackerman down the crease. Pops that one over. The mid-off fielder who's in the ring. 4 runs. Excellent shot. I think the important thing here is it's at the start of the over. George Linder would just be looking to get into his over, looking to hit a good length, settle in. Ackerman has not allowed him to do that. He's come down the wicket, smashed him over mid-off for 4. Good start. Good comeback by George Linder. Nice and solid. Just brought his length back a bit, but also a little bit quicker through the air, just in case Marcus Ackerman was thinking about it again. George Linder not allowing him the opportunity in the air to do that.
Yeah, good stroke from Ackerman. He knocks it to the deep square leg boundary on the leg side. Just looking at George Linder, he's quick through the crease, Buxy. Bowling arm not too high. He's quite flatty. He's trying to get the ball, almost get it down there quicker. He's not looking for even to give it some flight. I said flat, but I know he's got the slip in, so quick turn from him. But he's looking to hit the stumps.
A little bit straighter this time to John Smuts, who misses out on his legs there. He's taking the slip out now. Buren Hendricks out of slip. Moving into a short mid-off almost. Still got the long off behind him. Long off going a little bit wider. short mid-off. That short third man, Nandre Berger, just coming around, just out of picture. John Smuts drills that to mid-on and well fielded by Tony DeZorzi. No run.
Yeah, Buxy, really interesting fielding position. Buren Hendricks is applying just in screen, right of screen there, as they've got long off back, so you're really covering the same area, but maybe just to create some sort of pressure on these batters as they're well on their way.
They want a little bit shorter, and John Smuts just rocking back, knocking that into the offside for 1 run. End of the over, good over. 86 without loss after 14. Dolphins still up with the rate. John Smuts on 42 of 39. Seeing him back to his old self. Marcus Ackerman just happy to hang around with him. Going at just under a run a ball, but looking really solid, setting himself up for a big one.
Yeah, been a good start. 86 for none after 14. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins and Patterson. Goes to Smuts, who knocks it to the mid-wicket area for a single, fielded by Tony DeZorzi.
Dane Patterson really playing with his pace here. Every now and then he bowls that stock ball on a hard length. Otherwise he's rolling his fingers off the ball, taking pace off, just playing with his length as well, a little bit fuller to Ackerman. Just bringing that length back a little bit to John Smuts. John Smuts hitting that back foot drive, that on drive off the back foot, really well. Solid by Ackerman. Patterson will be happy with this, Mr. Esau. Going at 5 runs and over. Under the required rate. With each dot ball, the pressure climbs on the Dolphins batters.
Yeah, his execution's been good. He knows exactly what he wants to do to which batter. And that's the impressive thing for me with regards to Dane Patterson.
Leg side. Slightly fuller. Marcus Ackerman just knocks that wide of mid-on for 1.
Good scamper, and again the batters meet halfway just to have a quick chat. Constantly, this has been the modus operandi for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batting group. Constant communication, constant encouragement, just chatting to each other in this quest to chase down this big total.
A little bit shorter that time, but pace off the ball once again. John Smuts just struggles to find the timing and just helps it down to fine leg for 1. Just an important point regarding the communication between the batters, especially for the young cricketers. Over pitched by Dane Patterson, and excellent fielding in the extra cover region by Tony DeZorzi. Marcus Ackerman missed out there once again. I think Ackerman just has to be careful here, Mr. Esau, about getting stuck in that phase where he's just looking to knock the ball around and rotate. When you do get the 4 ball, you still have to be in a space mentally that you're able to put it away.
And I think that previous delivery was a normal stock standard delivery from Dane Patterson. So that one, he took his fingers off. And therefore, you're right, there was an opportunity for Ackerman to hit that through extra cover for possibly a 4 or 2. End of the 15th over. Hollywoodbets Dolphins 90 without loss. So it's been a good start, Buxy. They have to continue to build. But once again, if there's an opportunity to hit a boundary, they have to make sure that they're putting it away to continue with that rate of 6 runs per over. The required rate at the moment is 6.1. They are on 6 runs and over, so they're well within striking distance, but they don't want to fall asleep to allow that rate to drop to 5 or 4.5. You don't want to do that. Keep up with the rate.
George Linder, interesting line of attack here to Marcus Ackerman. Going around the wicket, across the left-hander. He's got his short third man fielder in really close, really fine. Ackerman just rocking back on the back foot, punching that into the vacant extra cover area for 1.
Yeah, Buxy, sometimes the challenge when you got a batter like John and Marcus Ackerman is a batter like Marcus Ackerman can easily fall asleep at the crease and think his role is only to rotate. But as a batter, if there's a bad ball on offer, you still need to put it away.
John Smuts hit that hard into the ground, onto the square. Excellent fielding in the extra cover area. Dot ball. You're 100% right there, Mr. Esau. The batters have got to stay awake and aware of the boundary opportunities that might present themselves. I just have a feeling here John Smuts is going to look to take George Linder downtown over mid-on. He's hit him past that short fielder at mid-off. 1 run to mid-on.
And Buxy, the reason I mentioned that is so many times we've seen in run chases that the big player gets out, and therefore it puts a lot of pressure. You have a new batter at the crease, but if both batters are proactive in their batting, constantly rotating but looking for that bad ball, I think it does alleviate unnecessary pressure on the big player, if you might say that.
Punched. And 1 run, scampered single. Marcus Ackerman has been good there today. Just hit the ball just wide of the fielders and has rotated strike well. I think something's got to give here. I know it's still early in the game. The Dolphins have just slipped just a little bit below the required run rate, but Marcus Ackerman, sort of 42 or 52, facing a lot more dot balls than he would like, just to take that pressure off the big player, which is John Smuts in this case. Ackerman has got to be a little bit more aggressive for now. We know he's got the skills. He's got the sweeps, the pedals, the reverse sweeps. He's able to hit the ball downtown over the top. Just like to see a little bit of a change in gear from him.
A good shot by John Smuts to the sweeper boundary on the offside and fielded.
End of the over. 16 overs gone. That is the first drinks of the day, or of the innings, and that's 94 without loss. Excellent first session by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They've set themselves up here in this run chase, and as they enjoy a bit of a break, we will as well. We'll join you after the drinks break. Back after drinks. The Dolphins batters back at the crease. Western Province fielders into position. Bowling change from the Umgeni end for the Western Province team. John O'Bird. Mr. Esau, the Dolphins have had a good power play, 94 without loss after 16 overs. What is the plan now? At that drinks break, they've got a message that's come from the change room. They would have sent messages back. What's the thinking? What is the plan for the Dolphins?
Yeah, Hollywoodbets Dolphins plan, Buxy, would be, again, you've got John Smuts and Marcus Ackerman. They'd be saying, guys, let's consolidate. Let's continue with the rate. The most important thing is let's stay with the rate, 6 runs and over. As John O'Bird starts, left arm spin. Just a gentle loosener. John Smuts has missed out on that. There could have been an opportunity for a boundary. But yeah, just to stay with the rate, Buxy. Smash through that extra cover area. John O'Bird again looks a little bit unorthodox, and that's 50 for John Smuts, 50 of 46. Western Province will have to be careful here, Buxy, with John O'Bird. If he's going to be dropping it short to John Smuts, we spoke earlier about, is a powerful guy off the back foot, and he loves playing spin. So if you're not going to be on the money with John Smuts, we could see a lot of boundaries if John O'Bird doesn't quite get this right.
Another one short, bowled into the wicket, far too short. John Smuts, bang off the back foot. The first one to the left of the cover fielder, this one to the right of the extra cover fielder. 2 fours in a row, back to back.
100-run partnership as we look at this shot from John Smuts. John O'Bird short wide. Thank you very much, says John Smuts. And that's a 100-run partnership between Smuts and Ackerman.
This time a little bit fuller. John Smuts driven to Dane Patterson at extra cover on the ring. Hasn't been a good start at all by John O'Bird. John Smuts will just have to be careful here though. You know what they say, sometimes you bring on that part-time bowler. He's got a golden arm and he gets your big player out. John Smuts, 8 runs off the over so far. Ooh, and that's the first leave I think that we've seen from John Smuts in the 17th over of the game.
A rare leave there, Buxy.
Oh, reverse sweep. Past the wicketkeeper, Kyle Verena. John Smuts running up. Tuzi. Ackerman turning. And 3 runs. Very good execution of that reverse sweep by John Smuts. Excellent over. 11 from it.
Very good over for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. I think one that has been gifted to them, Buxy. They didn't really have to work too hard for those runs in that over. But be that as it may, that's the bowling change from the Province team. Capitalized by John Smuts. Great vibes still at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. People are coming in, enjoying a great spectacle this afternoon.
George Linder, the experienced left-arm spinner to continue from the Old Fort end. John Smuts taking his guard. Once again, resetting. He knows how important his innings is to the Dolphins' run chase. 57 not out currently. He's set. He's got to get a big one if the Dolphins are going to go on and win this game.
Smuts hits that to the sweeper boundary. They'll go through for 2 runs, fielded by John O'Bird on that sweeper boundary. Yeah, Buxy, you asked earlier on for a John Smuts that has come from Krabacha, from the Warriors. Again, you would have seen him play. Your impressions today on him? And his innings?
I think it's been an excellent inning so far. Nothing but good things to say, Mr. Esau, without putting the mockers on him. But he's been excellent so far. I think he started off quite slowly, got himself in, but every time the bowler overpitched, took them downtown and put them away. I think he's been excellent so far today.
Yeah, nice and composed as he knocks that out to the sweeper boundary to John O'Bird and runs through for a single. In this competition thus far, the first wicket partnership, the highest wicket partnership so far has been between Clyde Fortain and Yanaman Malan from the Rocks, 130. So these two they off to a good start here.
Reverse sweep. Oh, brilliant hand. Brilliant hand by the point fielder, by David Bellingham. Absolute excellent fielding. Really good execution on the reverse sweep there, Mr. Esau.
Yeah, that's a top stop from David Bellingham at point. Excellent, excellent fielding. Ackerman just knocks that into the covers and goes through for a single.
One ball left in the over. John Smuts on strike. Nice easy drop into the leg side. 1 run to finish the over. A good start after the drinks break for the Dolphins. 2 overs since drinks, 16 runs, 8 runs and over. Really good start to the second session for the
Yeah,
Dolphins.
good start, Buxy. I just got a question for you. We saw in the Wednesday night game tactical decision making. At what point does Kyle Verreynne bring the extra man in, bring a bowler back to look to strike? You cannot just leave the game to continue like this. These guys are up with the rate. They're setting a fantastic platform for their team, Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And so, what's your take on that? You leave it. They keep rotating. It just creates pressure later on in the innings.
I think the Western Province team here today has had a little bit more runs to play with than the Dolphins did, and hence why they might have been a little bit more defensive. But at this stage of the game right now, sweep in front, umpire unmoved. Verreynne, head in his gloves, not happy, can't believe it. John O'Bird gonna question the umpire surely as we see the replay. Massive decision.
Massive shot. Big
Massive.
shot. Big shot.
Verreynne still has his hands on his head. Can't believe it.
Could that be the moment, Buxy? What a crucial decision.
Down the ground. John O'Bird trying his best to pick that up, but unfortunately can't. That's another single. That's a big moment in the game. That's a big decision. Wow. Marcus Ackerman on strike. John O'Bird settling in. This over a little bit different to his last. He's pitched the ball up. Work down the ground, just wide of mid on, sorry, for 1.
Buxy, the wicket has really turned out to be a good one. It's had a bit more sun this afternoon. It looks good for batting. You only got yourself to blame if you're getting out here today. Just keep playing, keep rotating.
Reverse sweep. John Smuts finds Buren Hendricks at short third man. End of the over. Good one for John O'Bird. Just the 2 runs from it. Really bounced back well after that first over that went for 11. As we
John
look at that.
O'Bird, yeah, as we look at this, Buxy, over the wicket.
Oh, going down leg.
Maybe going down leg, and Varane really animated from behind the stumps.
That's close. That's close. John Smuts lucky to still be here.
Ackerman just circumspect, Buxy. I'd like to see him be a bit more aggressive and hitting the sweepers. Even if you look at his bat, seems to be quite low down, looking to nudge. But the field is set. There's enough space out in the field to be able to knock the ball around. So yeah, 2 dots for George Linder. Ackerman will have to start rotating the strike. Buxy, 3 dots in a row is not good at this stage of the innings. And this is how sometimes pressure is created and batters get out. Because if you look at the field, sort of a got point 45 on the offside, man at mid-off. There's so many open spaces in the field through square leg and mid-on, long on.
What Marcus Ackerman has done so well at the start of his innings was he's defended well, he's played nice and straight. When you've overpitched, simply he's looked to hit the ball hard down the ground. I just get a feeling now that he's getting a little bit loose. I think he knows the dot balls are building pressure on him. And he's looking a little bit loose. We're starting to see him just play around at the crease a little bit. I'd like to see him just stick to normal cricket as he works that one off his hips for one. But just getting back to Marcus Ackerman, I'd like to just see him play normal cricket, come down the ground if possible, hit the ball over the middle fielder that's in the ring, or hit the ball through the field past the middle fielder. We've seen that good reverse sweep, so if he's going to be innovative, I would say maybe stick to that. Look to hit that reverse sweep, which is obviously a strength of his, but don't try and do too much. I don't think he needs to do too much right now. He's got to where he is right now, playing simple cricket. Continue on with that, but at a good intensity.
Yeah, good point. I just felt in that over, especially early on in the over, he fell asleep there a little bit in terms of that over. So it does create pressure for the latter half of the over. After 20 overs, 113 for none. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, they need 190 runs off 180 balls. Keep an eye on that run rate, Buxy. You want to be 6 runs. The required rate is 6.3. They've slipped down to 5.6. And this is where Ackerman's going to have to be crucial. He's got to keep rotating, and then with the hope that John will hit those bad balls away.
Yes, Ackerman has a big innings to play here. He's also taking up quite a lot of the strike. We see him now 45 of 61 balls. He's faced 10 overs on his own. It's so important that he keeps the scoreboard ticking over. He comes down the wicket, as we say that, over the middle fielder, but over long off into the seating area for 6. That's what we've been calling for. That's his 51 runs of 62 balls. That's what we're talking about, Mr. East. He possesses those shots. He can come down the ground and take you downtown. Brilliant, brilliant shot, and we need more of that.
He showed earlier on when he hit George Linder over mid-off, over the long-off boundary, that he can play. And it's good to see him opening up, because I think that'll break the shackles for him psychologically. He's got his 50. He's coming. He's been a replacement today. He's coming for Sarol Ervia to play, and this will give him a lot of confidence. But this is what the team, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, would want from Ackerman, Marcus Ackerman, to keep rotating.
Driven down the ground to long off for one, and that's it right there. That's what we saw the other night from Dean Elgar and Donovan Ferreira. They hit the boundary and then immediately rotated the strike. We saw that earlier on from David Bedingham as well. So good to see from Marcus Ackerman, and like you say, hopefully the shackles are broken. Let him loose.
Just been watching how he's approached his innings and he's gone about it, Buxy. When Marcus Ackerman has shown good intent, that's when he's been at his best. When he slips into that mode of just wanting to sort of push the balls into the gap, that's when the dots have come against him. So he's just got to be mindful of that.
He's got to stay in that 6-4-3-2-1 mindset, Mr. Esau, setting himself up to hit that boundary first, and then at the last option, rotate strike for one. Short, pulled away. Oh, Ackerman missed out there, pulled that away to the long boundary, just picked up one. Really should have put that into the stands.
Yeah, and that's the nature of John O'Bird's bowling, Buxy, as he closes off that over. He's been short. He has settled a little bit better in that spell, but if there was one bowler these guys can target if he's dropping it short, it is John O'Bird. At the end of the 21st over, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins cricket team, 122 without loss, chasing that mammoth total of 303 as set by the Western Province cricket team earlier on in the day.
George Linder at the top of his mark, preparing to bowl his 6th over. How many more overs do you think he bowls here, Mr. Esau? Does the captain Kyle Verreynne let him continue on and bowl out, or does he bowl the 6 and then look to come back later? What's the thinking for George Linder here?
Yeah, they're looking to him to get a wicket.
He's dragged that one down, and Marcus Ackerman steps up to the mark. Bang, helps that along, past fine leg for 4. Good start to the over for the Dolphins once again. Boundary.
Not a great delivery from George Linder. As you look at this one, from fantastic shot from Marcus Ackerman in the previous over wide, long on. That is an outstanding cricket shot. He shows his prowess, he shows his power, and a great shot.
Oh, pedal this time. Inside 45 this time. Nandre Berger, the chasing fielder, can't get that. That's 4 more. Well done, Marcus Ackerman. Excellent batting.
Buxy, not sure about this line from George Linder. And I know he's got a long on cow, deep square, but the line is down the leg side as we look at this delivery. Outside leg side, Marcus Ackerman setting himself for that pull shot and hits it down there for 4. A relieved dot, but Marcus Ackerman seemed like a sniper shot him in his hamstring, Buxy. We call that a sniper has shot him. Seemed to be struggling a little bit with that hammy after that pull shot behind through the sort of like fine leg area for 4. So currently this partnership is the same as Fortuin and Yaneman Malhan from the Rocks, 130 in the first wicket partnership. So yeah, if they get a single, this will be the highest wicket partnership in this tournament, in this competition. And there it is, Buxy. They now hold the highest wicket partnership in this competition. Smuts and Ackerman, 131.
Excellent partnership so far, Mr. Esau. Not to put the markers on them, but both batters have been excellent. As we said, Ackerman might have gone to sleep just a little bit for a few overs, but definitely come alive in the last 2 overs. And this has been an excellent start for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, Linda tidy, but just coming back to Ackerman as he finishes off the 20. You look at this delivery from Linda, short, pulled by Marcus Ackerman for a 4. Here's the paddle again, the line of attack, Bucks, outside leg stump. You're really not allowing your captain. He set the field for you. Just the line not good enough. But coming back to Marcus Ackerman, he has been really impressive today. And this would be the good thing for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team, is to know that you've got depth in your squad. Ervia hasn't scored, Rulofse hasn't scored. You're bringing Marcus Ackerman into the lineup, and all of a sudden, bang, this young man is showing what he's capable of.
As we look at that amazing picture of the Durban skyline, not too many clouds in sight, certainly none over the Kingsmead Stadium right now. Beautiful weather for cricket, beautiful weather to be out and about. Get down to Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead, if you're in the area, and support your local box. Lovely to see the young cricketers, the future of the Dolphins. Change in bowling from the Umgeni end, Mishlali Mpongwana. Bowling his first over for the day, 32 matches, economy of 5.9. He's going to need to do a little bit better than that today. He's taken 34 wickets. The Western Province team are going to be hoping that he can make that 35, 36, 37 if they're going to win this game. The Dolphins have got off to a good start. Number 47, Mpongwana.
Yeah, Pongwana into the attack for Western Province, Buxy, and he has to be that guy to break this partnership. They'll be looking forward to him being able to. I saw his bests were 4 for 30 something, and so they'll be looking forward to him being able to make an impact in this game.
Starts well. Bit of bounce, bit of carry. Where's that been all day?
Brilliant start from Mpongwana. Really hit the wicket hard and good response. If you look at that keeper, saying, where has this guy been? Why haven't we been able to bowl this sort of areas?
As we look at that start again. Hits the deck hard. Oh, brilliant.
And again, that angle, Buxy, from over the wicket.
Ackerman just on top of the bounce that time. Just jabs that away for 1. How do you think the Dolphins batter should approach this, Mr. Esau? Do they look to attack Mpongwana from the start? Do they look to assess, see what he's about, and then take it from there?
Yeah, I think the big thing, looking at that first delivery, because of his height, I'd have a look at him first. I'll keep rotating. And if he does, if you look at this field, he's got mid-wicket up. So if he slides into my pads, I would hit him over there. But generally speaking, I'll just be having a look at him. He's pitched that up and another single. So, but early doors, just have a look at him, work out what he does for a couple of overs, and then from there, if he's not expressed, but he does get a bit of bounce, so you need to be aware of that. If he's full in length, I would attack him, but back of a length, I'd be a little bit more circumspect, just to drop and run and rotate.
I think Marcus Ackerman has got other ideas here, Mr. Esau. We saying have a look, just assess him. But with that mid-wicket fielder up and no cow corner, Marcus Ackerman hitting comfortable. John Smuts hasn't faced a lot of the bowling in a little while. They might fancy his end. Just open it up, bring in Kaya Zondo, stop the flow of runs for a bit, which might bring in another wicket. But wickets are order of the day right now.
Good shot. I want to come back to that point, and I hope there are some young batters listening to this conversation about John Smuts being starved of strike. Buxy, that can lead to frustration at times, and through that process, you could lose a wicket. Marcus must just be aware, him and John says you could lose a wicket. Marcus must just be aware, him and John, in their communication as they are having a chat in the middle, that let's make sure we don't get stuck at one end and we don't starve each other of strike, because we have all seen that. If you starve any batter that likes to feel bad on ball, that could lead to a wicket. After 23 overs, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins 134 for none in their run chase. Well set at this stage, Bucks.
Well set. Although I just want to make a note that that run rate is climbing a little bit now. It's up to 6.3 runs and over. The run rate achieved so far from the Dolphins is 5.8 runs and over. With every dot ball, that run rate is going to climb. It's important that the Dolphins make sure that they keep their intensity up. They keep looking to be proactive and attacking. Chasing 300 is not an easy score. You're gonna have to go one way throughout your innings, and I'd like to see the Dolphins batters continue on in that positive form. But change in bowler, you called it earlier, Mr. Esau. Nandre Berger, the leading wicket taker so far for the Western Province Blitz, back into the attack. Oh, he's hit him. Bit of extra bounce there has hit him on the glove. Immediately, Marcus Ackerman takes his glove off, throws it to the ground, and is checking his fingers. The physiotherapist, Nick Moffat, for the Dolphins, running on. Kyle Verreynne looking concerned at Marcus Ackerman as well.
Buxy, it's just, and again, the power of the fast bowlers, just the pace of Nandre Berger is hit Marcus Ackerman on the hand, and a stoppage of play like this, we've watched enough cricket, we've seen enough cricket. Sometimes this is not what you want from a Hollywood Dolphins point of view. Momentum is with you. Wrapped on the glove, Marcus Ackerman by the pace of Nandre Berger. Just a stoppage, and it just breaks the momentum in terms of the batting innings. Let's hope he's okay. Let's hope he'll be fine, but a welcome relief drinks break for the players. If you've just joined us this afternoon, Western Province Blitz versus the Hollywoodbets Dolphins at Hollywoodbets Dolphins Stadium, Kingsmead. 302 for 8. Western Province scored. There were some good contributions from their batters. Benningham, it was Dezorzi got a bit of a start. Valentine Katime he played well for 50. So did George Linder, as well as Abdullah Bayomi, and they got them to 302. And in this run chase, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins have been outstanding. They've been excellent up to this point. Just Marcus Ackerman just getting hit on the hand, but both batters on 64 at the moment. And just welcome treatment for Marcus Ackerman. Like I said, let's hope he's okay. But Buxy, sometimes just a stop in the game like this breaks the momentum, breaks the rhythm. A bit of pain for the batter, and you got to work through this.
Definitely, I think Marcus Ackerman knows that he's got to stay on the field. He's got to keep going here for the Dolphins. I think John Smuts, his opening partner, would be encouraging him to do so. Just something I'd like to mention is the 12th and 13th man there, Banele Cele and Odi Modimo Akane. These two youngsters, in particular Banele Cele, just finishing school a couple of years ago, just getting the opportunity to be a part of it. To be a part of the squad, to go out there, be a part of the conversations, check on Ackerman, hear what the batters are saying, feed information on and off the field. What a fantastic learning experience for the youngster from the Dolphins.
Absolutely. There's nothing better than for young players to be in the environment, to learn, to grow from those who are playing at this level, and just transferring of information, Buxy. That is so critical. Umpire Thomas Mokorozi just making sure that proceedings are all in order, checking in on the batter Marcus Ackerman and Abongile Sodum, also having a chat to John Smuts and Nandre Berger. Concerned players just wanting to make sure. I saw early on when Nandre Berger hit John Smuts on the head with a bouncer, just checking in, are you okay? And so good care factor. As much as it's competitive on the field, guys are still just checking in with each other, and that's a good touch from the players.
Most definitely, as much as it's competitive out there and you're wanting your team to do well and win, there's still that care factor amongst the players around the country. Really good to see.
Yeah, and also just to remind our listeners that this is the highest wicket partnership in this competition between Marcus Ackerman and John Smuts. They broke the record of Clyde Fortain and Yanaman Malhan from the Rocks. Ackerman pushes and he's going to be looking to get two. The call is yes. Mpongwane has spotted. Smuts is not. It's a half-hearted appeal, but he didn't change direction. He just continued on running straight.
They're targeting the old man, aren't they? Yeah, Mr. Esau. They're
John
targeting John
Smuts.
Smuts' end.
Excellent delivery from Nandre Berger. He's really, after he's hit Ackerman on the hand, he's coming. He hasn't had a word. He's just come down the wicket, Bucksy. He's just stared at him to make him know that I'm here. I'm trying to put you under pressure. And just to come back to that highest wicket partnership between Smuts and Ackerman is for this season, 136 runs for the first wicket partnership. Excellent, and the Dolphins will be looking for some more from them at this stage, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team.
Bottom edge, that's gone down for 4. Marcus Ackerman's done well there to get better on it. Nandre Berger looks like he's bowling with some good pace, really sending it down. Typical fast bowler, aggressive, always in your face type of stuff, and he'll feel hard done by. I think that boundary might just rev him up a little more as we see him come in, cut bottom edge, and that's raced away to the boundary for 4. Bit of relief for Marcus Ackerman and the Dolphins there.
Good pace from Nandre Berger. It's always good to see. Putting good energy.
Sean.
How good has Tony DeSorzi been today in terms of extra cover and the work around mid-wicket? It's been good fielding from him. He batted so well at the start of the day for Western Province. I must say I was impressed with his ability to strike the ball, and he's shown in the field that he's not just a good batsman, he's adding value to his team. Tony DeSorzi, hats off to you.
He's been brilliant so far, hasn't he? I'm sure the performance analyst, Romano Ramu, brilliantly played once again by Marcus Ackerman. I'm sure the performance analyst for the Western Province Blitz will be keeping tabs on that, and that fielding index for the Western Province Blitz must be right up there, and a lot of thanks must go to Tony DeZorzi for the diving stops he's putting in here today.
Yeah, Ramu himself, not a bad cricketer. As a youngster, went to Selborne College and is from East London and now applies his trade with the Western Province Blitz as a performance analyst. And good to see the guy staying involved in the game. Bucksy was a very good right-hand batsman. Played in the Coca-Cola Weeks for Border. And happy to hear that he's still involved in the game. After 24 overs, 141 for none. The key here is keep the momentum going, Bucksy. Keep rotating and keep building up as they're chasing a big score of 303.
Cut away, only to find the deep cover fielder just for 1 run. Marcus Ackerman looking like he's shifting gears.
Yeah, Ackerman, and it's all about intent. It's almost like after that hit on the hand, not that he's waking up, but just his energy. He wants to take the energy back to the bowlers, and this is probably where he's at his best. Opportunity, and he was stranded. John Smuts and Abdullah Bayomi there at the point, at backward point, having an absolute shy of the stumps, and John Smuts was gone for all money that time around. Bowled by Mpongwana. We said that he potentially, Buxy, had that golden arm, and he's come, and Marcus Ackerman has gone too far across his stumps, and he's had his leg stub uprooted by the young seamer Mpongwana. Just the breakthrough that Western Province wanted. If we look at this delivery, Ackerman in front of his stumps, Mpongwana, and he shimmies across and exposes his leg stump, and a beautiful full delivery, Yorker length. Ackerman gone for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Well played, a good innings from him, Buxy. I'm sure he would have wanted to kick on, but 72 of 82 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
Marcus Ackerman will be happy with that. As much as he'll be disappointed for losing his wicket, he'll be happy with that performance. Back into the team as a replacement for Sarel Ervia. 72 of 82 balls. Got the Dolphins off to an excellent start with the experienced John Smuts. He'll be happy with that. As we see Kaya Zondo, the most experienced Dolphins player, homegrown, coming out to the Undertaker soundtrack. Is he going to take the Western Province down under here?
Kaya Zondo, 165 matches, 3,985 runs at an average of 31.9. A higher score, SAA versus Australia A, 117, Buxy. It would be lovely for him to get this sort of figures today for his team in their run chase. But very, very experienced Kaya Zondo.
Very experienced, as you say. In a run chase like this, the Dolphins will require all of that experience. Kaya is the type of player that will take a little while to get going. He's not your guy that's going to come in and from ball one strike you boundaries and score at 125. So I think the way John Smuts plays this innings now becomes very important. Kaya's really got to get a runner ball as he's getting himself in, and John Smuts is going to have to keep the Dolphins up with that rate. Short and wide. Again, you cannot keep that man, Tony De Zorzi, out of the game. Cut away by Kaya Zondo, but a diving stop by Tony De Zorzi at point, saving a couple of runs. As we just look at that wicket again, Mishlali Mpongwana through the crease. Looks like a little bit of a slower ball. Ackerman missing out, upset with himself as he walks off. Mpongwana into Kaya Zondo. Short again, and Zondo just works that one behind point to get off the mark. That's always nice. That always settles you when you get off the mark.
Yeah, with Kaya Zondo, we saw against the Momentum Multiplied Titans that he is a man that loves width. He loves to play off the back foot. That's how he gets his innings going. And so Mpongwana, especially with the performance analysts, guys will be very mindful that we need to get it full to Kaya Zondo, get it up to him. But yeah, if you're giving him width and it's back of a length, Kaya will be onto it in a flash.
Slightly overpitched. John Smuts just toe-ended that one. No run, a little bit disappointed. He checks his bat. End of the over. 144 for 1 after 25 overs. Still a decent start from the Dolphins. Their current run rate is 5.8 runs to the over. Their required run rate is 6.4 runs to the over. The Dolphins need 159 runs to win off 150 balls.
Yeah, I think the challenge for the Western Province bowling attack will be what do they do with John O'Bird? Abdullah Bayomi bowls a bit of seam from what I can remember from his SA under 19 days. And so just how they find that balance. They've still got Dane Patterson as a seamer and Buren Hendricks. Obviously, currently they're bowling Nandre Berger. They're striving for more wickets, but they're also bowling their overs out, Buxy. So at some point, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins needs to keep that in mind as to those bowlers like Bird and Bayomi that might come and bowl and try and score off them.
Massive shout. Look to just be going across Kaya Zondo there and missing that off stump. Umpire agrees on that, not out. Just looking at the overs left, 25 overs left. You've got 4 overs as we look at that replay. Just missing the off stump. Not out. Looking at the bowlers so far, Nandre Berger has got 4 overs. George Linder has got 4 overs. And then you've got Dane Patterson with still 7 overs to go. That's 15 overs out of the next 25 that the Western Province have to bowl. You've got 10 overs to find somewhere. You still have the experience in Buren Hendricks, who's got another 5 overs. But there's going to be about 5 to 6 overs that Western Province are going to have to find.
Yeah, very true. And so they would have to go to Bird or Bayomi or one of those guys to come and bowl those overs. This is a critical part of the game, Buxy. Their best seamer against probably their 2 most experienced batters in the Hollywoodbets Dolphins setup. Varane has made his intentions clear. He's brought the slip in, obviously trying to create pressure on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins men. He's been so accurate, hasn't he?
He's been really good. He's really attacking that top of off from Kaya Zondo. Kaya Zondo in his defense has been solid in defense as well, just allowing himself to get in, just allowing himself the few balls that he needs just to come to grips with the situation of the game as well as with the pace of the wicket. Kaya just has to be careful about taking too long to get going though.
Yeah, we said it, and you got John Smuts on the non-striker, Buxy, 65 of 66. You don't want to starve him too much of the strike. Get him on strike, rotate, let him face deliveries.
Hard length once again. That top of off, Kaya Zondo solid in defense. It's been a very good over so far from Nandre Berger, doing exactly what his captain wants from him. If he can finish off here with a wicket, even better. But so far, 4 dots, and with every dot, the pressure builds. 159 runs to win. That's still a lot of runs, Mr. Esau, as the dot balls continue to put pressure on the batters.
Still a long way to go.
Bit of an inside edge there from Kaya Zondo. And the Dolphins batters make their way through for 1 run to finish the over. Just 1 from it. An excellent over by Nandre Berger. He's got 3 left.
Yeah, Nandre Berger, it looks like he comes from the Gauteng area, Buxy. He's played a bit for Gauteng and for the Lions and has made the move down to the Cape to play for Western Province. A real talent, 28 years old, and so still got lots of fast bowling in him. One would hope that in the future that he would perhaps at some point don the colours of South Africa. I mean, it's always nice to have fast bowlers, but when it's left arm quick, you think of guys like Mitchell Johnson and some of these guys would be a fantastic asset to have a left arm quick in that SAA Proteas space. And so let's hope that he can stay fit and continue to bowl as he has done this season and perhaps end up in one of those spaces. Mpongwana strikes and Zondo is hit right across it, perhaps hitting the leg stump. Buxy, it seemed to have been swinging in. Also not so convinced about the shot that Kaya Zondo has played. Would have looked a lot better if that bat came straight down, but umpire Thomas Mokorosi has felt like it's in line, it's hit, and he's lifted the finger, so Kaya Zondo has to go. We spoke earlier about that fuller length. He likes to play off the back foot, and that's 2 down for 145 for the Dolphins.
Back-to-back wickets here for Mshlali and Pongwana. As we look at this replay, foolish length. Kaya Zondo looking to hit that ball over the mid-wicket, missing it. Umpire agreeing that that one would be crashing into leg stump. Kaya Zondo not happy at all. Stood at the crease for a while, looked at both umpires, probably feeling that ball might be going down leg stump or might be going a little bit high. But he's come from wide of the crease and just angled that one into the stumps. It looks like it's just skid on a little bit there and crashing into leg stump. Zondo not happy, but he has to go, and that brings to the crease the young Bryce Parsons. We've heard a lot about him. We've seen some really good performances from Bryce Parsons. His highest score in this format, 59, Gauteng versus Western Province in 2019-2020. He's got an average of 17.1, but he's still a young player. It's only his 15th match. He's got 150, and the Dolphins are going to need him to make that 250s before the end of this game.
Yeah, Buxy, and I think there's a common thing for me when you got a guy on 65 of 66, John Smuts. Whoever comes in and bats with this guy for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins has to understand that you've got to get the man on strike. So get off strike. Kaya got stuck a few times, and so you see, therefore he was dismissed. You need to rotate strike.
Mpongwani, again, very good hard length, attacking that off stump. Bryce Parsons, nice full face of the bat, no run. Well, this is the thing, as we spoke about, the dot balls, which leads to a loose shot here and there, which leads to wickets, and that stems the run flow. As Mpongwana runs in to Parsons. Dot ball once again. Bryce Parsons showing good awareness to try and get the one, just dropping the one in the pocket. But Dazorzi, that man, quick on the ball once again.
Yeah, Mpongwana running into Kaya Zondo. Mid-crease, full of length, and Kaya's trying to flick that over mid-wicket. Seemed to have been sliding down with that angle, but yeah, umpire Thomas Mokorosi lifts his finger, and he's the man that counts ultimately. The man in the middle counts. He's given him out, and he's got to go. Have to say, Mpongwana has been consistent. He's hit the wicket hard. And again, he's got that angle right, Buxy, to the left-hander, slanting it across Bryce Parsons in this instance. And really tall, nice, strong action gets through. As we look at this delivery, nice, easy approach and effort in the crease. Just with the wrist and with the angle, nipping it. And Bryce Parsons will have to be a little bit more circumspect in terms of this angle. He wants to nick him off as he's got Buren Hendricks in picture at slip.
Bryce Parsons knocks that away into the leg side to get off strike. John Smuts facing his first ball in a while here, Mr. Esau. As we've been speaking about, he's been starved of the strike. How does he approach this now as the experience better that's in? How does John go about his innings?
So John has to allow the young Bryce Parsons to get in. So he needs to allow him 10 balls, and then he will just rotate in the meantime, and then they've got to pick up the momentum. So he has to allow Bryce Parsons to settle as he's a new player. It needs 10 balls, and then from there John can not play overly attacking, but they can start to build that partnership up.
The Western Province players just taking their time, making sure they get their field setting 100% spot on to John Smuts. The momentum is with them at the moment. They can afford to do that. They've just brought the third man fielder up into the ring and dropped the long on. As Mpongwana goes in to John Smuts, finds the outside edge. It goes to that man at the short third man bar, or on the ring at short third man. No run. An excellent over. Another wicket for Mishlali Mpongwana. What an inspired spell this has been so far.
Yeah, 146 for 2 from Mpongwana. He's shown the ability to swing the ball back into the right-hander, but at that last delivery, Bucks, he got one to straighten, and John Smuts pushing hard at the ball, ended up at short third, showing his array of skills as a seam bowler. As we look at the youngsters still having fun, Bucksy, just creating cricket games anywhere they can find a space to play. And this what it is all about. The One Day Cup, and from Cricket South Africa's point of view, be part of it. Come and join us, making sure the kids are involved and having fun. So good to see.
So good to see that the youngsters are out here playing their own games, but from time to time supporting the professionals as well. Nanre Berger overpitched this time. Bryce Parsons presents the full face of the bat on the ball. And again, it's that man, Tony DeZorzi. He's been in the thick of things all innings. Another good stop in the extra cover region.
He's saved a lot of runs. He's been clinical in that position at extra cover. It's a busy area where the seam or spin is bowling. Berger. Great stop of his own bowling. You can't keep him out of the game, Nandre Berger. And what is still good, in the 27th or 28th over, you've got a slip in. Province are making their intentions known. They realize that this is the window period. Bryce Parsons has just come to the wicket. They've got their main striker on, their main strike bowler, Nandre Berger. And Buren Hendricks, that slip, awaiting that edge.
Brought the length back a little bit there. Just a little bit of nip off the wicket, beating the outside edge of Parsons. Mr. Iso, I just get the feeling that since the reintroduction of Nandre Berger from the Old Fort Road, and he's come in, first ball he's hit Marcus Ackerman on the hand, just been a bit of something in the wicket. The game has just changed a bit. The momentum has shifted. As he strays onto the legs of Parsons, who manages to knock that down to fine leg for one. But the momentum of the game has just shifted. Nandre Berger has come in, hit the deck hard, come in with really good pace. At the other end, you've had Mishlali Mpongwana, who's bowled 3 overs, 2 wickets for 7 runs. He's just been on the money, and he's the guy that's reaped the fruits of the hard work, the disciplined work that the Dolphins have put in, or the Western Province bowlers have put in right now.
Yeah, I have to say that we spoke earlier on when Marcus Ackerman got hit on the hand. That is what you don't want. It just stops all the momentum. Up to that stage, they were really going well. It stopped the game. Berger continued his aggression. He walked down a few times to Marcus Ackerman. Didn't have words to say, but just stood there with good presence. But it's bowling high pace, and so that's how Mpongwana has benefited from the aggression of Nandre Berger. And the thing that has stood out for me with Nandre Berger in the second spell from the Old Ford end, Bucksy, has been how accurate he's been. He has given no width as he finishes the 28th over. Hollywoodbets Dolphins 147 for 2. You can feel the momentum has shifted. You can feel that all of a sudden now the run rate is 7.1, where at one stage they were well on track. This is what a wicket does. But also when you starve the in player of strike and the wicket falls, the rate climbs.
100% right there, Mr. Esau. John Smuts has been starved of the strike. He's now having to reset himself and get himself back into the game before he can go again. 156 needed off 132 balls now for the Dolphins.
And again, you can see Bryce Parsons feeling that pressure. I spoke a little bit earlier about allowing yourself 10 balls to 15 balls to get going. He's faced 9 balls already and already starting to feel the pressure from Mpongwana. And it's all about rotation. If he gets one, John gets one, that's where the momentum is stopped. Ackerman was good. He was rotating. John was rotating, and then there was a boundary in between. But now it's dot, 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 followed by dots. It leads to a false stroke.
Bryce Parsons seems intent to run down the wicket at Mpongwana. It's a really brave move. We spoke earlier about when does Kyle Verreynne, the captain of the Western Province team, make the play? When does he make the play? When does he bring the fielders in and attack? He's done that, and there's been really good reward here. Bryce Parsons looking to charge Mpongwana because he's bowling with the mid off and the mid on up. He's looking to hit him over the top, down the ground. But unsuccessfully. But that's pressure. That's pressure through the dot balls. Pongwana has taken out his slip now, put Buren Hendricks into the mid wicket area just to cover that attacking shot from Parsons.
So you've had dot, dot. He finds the fielder. And so if you look at that picture, Dazorsi's at extra cover. And at point, I think it's Bayumi. There's a big gap between extra cover and point, and I'm not so sure. It's just a simple drop and run into that space. And now we've got 3 dots because he's trying to hit a boundary and he's faced 11 balls. So he's putting himself under pressure, is Bryce Parsons. And the game has really gifted him a single in that cover point area.
Another dot ball. Parsons looking to force it into that space that you've just spoken about, into the cover, and he's unable to do that. This is what I love about the game, Mr. Esau, in that you have a young Bryce Parsons in a pressure situation in the game. He hasn't started well. He's got 2 runs off 12 balls. The pressure is building up on himself as well as on the team. From a mental perspective, is he equipped to deal with this situation? Is he equipped to come out of this, to turn this around and put a big performance on the board? I guess time will tell.
So I think the big thing for me with Bryce Parsons in terms of what you're asking is just, if I was him, I'd be tapping into John Smuts as an experienced player. The key is get off strike. Keep talking to the guy that's been there for 28 overs. Get a feel from him as to what the wicket is doing, what the bowlers are doing. And then through that process, Parsons is an attacking player, but you still need to be able to spend time at the crease before you start hitting. And that's what Bayomi showed, and as well as Ketime. They got themselves in first and then they started hitting. But he's just wanting to hit from ball 1.
Down the ground, John Smuts has drilled it. Oh, misfield. Misfield by Ketime here at the long on boundary, and that's 4 runs to John Smuts and a welcome boundary. A bit of a release of pressure there. The Dolphins would really have needed that.
So in the strategic point of the game, Bucksy, Western Province would feel like advantage to them because John has taken I know it's not a risk, but he's had to play, as you look at the shot, an aggressive stroke just to put some sort of pressure back to the Western Province team. But if I was Kyle Verreynne, I'd be saying that's a good sign for us as a defending team, because the more John does that, he can haul out to long on to the mid wicket boundary. And that's where a guy like Bryce Parsons has to understand his role here. You have to get off strike, young man. You have to rotate so that John doesn't feel that pressure to hit boundaries.
Buren Hendricks back into the attack from the All Fort end, replacing Nunray Burger. This is a big part of the game here. This is a crucial stage. Nunray Burger has bowled really well as Buren Hendricks comes into Parsons. Down the ground, on drive, beautiful shot. Bjorn Hendricks starting off where he finished off in his last spell. He overpitched too often, allowing the batters to get their hands through the line of the ball. Bryce Parsons once again, bang, hands through the line of the ball, down the ground. Beautiful on drive for 4.
Beautiful shot from Bryce Parsons, but look at where he's looking to hit Buxy. Down the ground. In the previous over, he's looking to hit the ball square of the wicket. This is a much better option. Mid off, mid on up. Young man, hit down the ground. In screen, you can see mid on, mid off. They've just gone out of screen. Hit the ball downtown, and Buren has to be careful. If he's going to pitch up, this young man will just hit him downtown.
Excellent cricket once again from Bryce Parsons. He's able to work that down to the third man boundary on the offside for 1 run. Excellent passage of play for the Dolphins. The last 3 balls have really given them a bit of a boost. The 4 of the last ball of the over for John Smuts, and then the start of this over, the 4, then the 1, 9 of 3 balls. Dolphins in a good space.
Yeah, in that process, they also brought up their 150 runs, and so they're now 157 for 2.
Overpitched once again, and John Smuts hits it hard down the ground, finds the long on fielder. Dane Patterson down there doing the fielding, 1 run.
Yeah, Buxy, we said earlier on, John, you don't want him to risk too early. We saw on Wednesday night Jason Smith playing so well for the Dolphins. He got into the 70s and got out. Someone has to go deep. 140, 50 from somebody is going to be critical in this chase.
On the money by Bjorn Hendricks, and a really good drop into the pocket there on the offside by Bryce Parsons, and a scampered single. This has been a good over so far for the Dolphins. 2 balls to come, 7 from the over so far. Momentum slightly shifting back to the Dolphins. They'll need to keep this up though. They're still quite a bit behind the ratio, Mr. Esau.
Yeah, options over mid-off for John Smuts, and De Saucy being at mid-wicket. John will be looking to hit it over the heads there, and so let's see what he does. Good delivery from Buren Hendricks, the hard length, back of a length, and he squeezes it down to third man where Mpongwana does the fielding. A good bouncer there from Buren Hendricks, showing all his skills, and to close off that over. Right, 160 for 2 after 30 overs as the players get a welcome drink. Hollywoodbets Dolphins still need 143 runs of 120 balls at a rate required of 7.1. Their current rate achieved is 5.3. So they've still got their work cut out in terms of this run chase.
We've got a group here in front of me. Guys, I need you to shout for me. I'm going to hold the microphone right away. I want you guys to shout. What were you saying earlier? I was on the 6 and then as loud as you can. I've got 8 tickets. You guys have one each. You can get 3. On 3. 1, 2, 3. I think that deserves a round of applause, doesn't it? Very nice. Well done, guys. You guys appreciate it as well. Well done, guys. That's awesome. Anyway, what you guys do, the Dolphins need to score. Let's see how come back. 23 to win from 20 overs. So 1 to 7 point on John Mason. 71 out. With it is Bryce Parsons, who's 9 not out at the drinks break.
Right, welcome back from a well-deserved drinks break for players on either side, and 30 overs have gone, and so the Dolphins, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, currently 160 for 2. John Smuts on 71, and he's been joined by Bryce Parsons, that is 9 of 17. Runs required 143 of 120 balls. As John knocks that to the long on boundary for a single. Buxy, all eyes will be on Bryce Parsons as to how he plays the next 5 to 6 overs. It's going to be really important. Bongwane bowls to John Smuts, and that gets bludgeoned down through the long on boundary. The misfield there by Ketime. Earlier on, it went for a boundary.
Bryce Parsons, a play and a miss outside off stump. As we see the replay from earlier on, Mpongwana bowling at Bryce Parsons. Parsons plays and misses outside off stump. Just the important things for the young batters here, as we saw just before the drinks break, Bryce Parsons struggling to get bat on ball, struggling to get the ball away, was becoming very frustrated. It's so important for a young player in a pressure situation to stay calm, take a deep breath, look around, slow things down, as we see Mpongwana coming into Parsons again. Parsons down the wicket, squeezes that one behind point for 2 runs. Just back to my point there, it's so important for the young Bryce Parsons to just keep a level head here right now. He's just got to stay in the game. He's got to stay in the moment, take it one ball at a time, keep it very simple, get bat on ball, do the simple things right. As you do that, you begin to build a little momentum within yourself, and then the next thing, a half decent ball or a 4 ball, bang, you put it away, momentum is going your way. The more frustrated you get, the harder it gets for you to time your ball, and it often leads to a wicket. Shot! Beautiful shot. Driven past Tony DeZorzi in the extra cover area. Excellent sweeping on the boundary by John O'Bird. Excellent work down there. 2 runs to Bryce Parsons.
Buxy, to your point, if I look at these two batters, I know Bryce Parsons is a positive cricketer, but he seemed to just want to take everything on his shoulders, forgetting that John Smuts is 72 of 73. So just need to be careful, keep the composure. Not everything rests on his shoulders to hit every ball, and so good point. Stay calm, keep rotating, keep presenting the full face of the bat.
Mpongwana over pitches. Parsons missed out. Over pitched. Driven straight to Valentine Kitime at mid-off. Parsons looks a lot more positive after that one, not so frustrated with himself. I think that reset has helped him. He's on 13 of 21 balls. He's the type of player that can catch up. He's just got to keep that composure. Down the wicket, driven just wide of mid-off. Ketime tidy at mid-off, just the 1 run.
Parsons looks so much better when he plays with a straight bat. And so, with 31 overs gone, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are 166 for 2. They still need 137 runs from 114 balls. Do the Hollywoodbets Dolphins need? We've had a fantastic day today at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, and so there are a few clouds around, but the weather should be good. Uh, That's a bit of a wide ball from Buren Hendricks. Didn't quite come out that well, but just coming back to the weather, the game is all good. It should finish well within time, and so there is a bit of rain expected later on, but that is only once the game is completed. For the moment, it looks good. This run chase is still on. It's still a very good game to watch, and so yeah, keep if you're in this vicinity, come down and watch this fantastic spectacle.
Shot straight to Tony DeZorzi once again. That man can't be moved. Another diving stop from him in the extra cover area. How many runs do you think he's saved so far in the game, Mr. Esau?
Probably 10 to 15 runs. Tony DeZorzi has been exceptional in that extra cover area. And yeah, like I said, he batted well, but he saved so many runs today for his team in that position.
That drop one, Bryce Parsons. He's got quite a few of those away. That's been excellent from him so far. Just hitting the ball into the pockets, rotating strike. Just a point on Tony DeZorzi, especially for the young cricketers out there, and the point we made earlier about being multi-dimensional. You have to be able to field well, and you might go through a game or through a couple of games or even a season where you haven't contributed as much as you would have liked to with the bat, but you can still save your team runs in the field.
Bucks is such a critical point, as a batter. Sometimes, if you're a straight batter, like in his case, I think he only bats. You have to add extra value. It's different when you're an all-rounder because you bat and you bowl. But in his case, he's a good batter, and you must be able to field. Add more value to your team, and that's the key thing. Fielding plays such a critical role when it comes down to selection as well. The player that can field better, he will be the guy selected for that position or that team.
Smuts just knocks that one into the extra cover region, no run. But that's so important, and I think your coaches out there could use that as a way to measure the players as well. How many runs saved per game? So you work out his batting average, which all the coaches I'm sure do, and then you also work out how many runs is this player saving me in the field. Add that to his batting average, and you get the true value of the player.
John hits that to mid-off and scampers through for a single. Just be intrigued as to the strategy from the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Bucksy, it seems a little bit all too circumspect. I know a runner ball gets them close, but I just get the feeling that want to see a little bit more intent in terms of, especially when the field is up, there's an opportunity to get a boundary over mid-off. In this case, both mid-on and mid-off up, and so they need to capitalize on those opportunities.
On the pull, Bryce Parsons pulled that wide. Oh, excellent effort down on the fine leg boundary bump from Guana, but can't fully execute properly, and that ball goes over the boundary for 4. A welcome boundary for the Dolphins and Bryce Parsons.
We have seen a bit of that from Buren Hendricks today in his bowling spell, Buxy, not being able to close out the overs. It's a strange one for an experienced seamer. I knew he had his field up, but down the leg side, that slower ball, and just helped on basically by Bryce Parsons, who is now 19 of 25, 32 overs gone, 173 for 2. The Dolphins, 130 runs of 108 balls. You want to keep the balls and the runs close. They're well on track, Buxy. They've still got 8 wickets in hand, and that's the key thing for the batting team, chasing the wickets in hand, with some really good cricketers still to come, including that man, Jason Smith, the form player. He's been in such magnificent touch for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team, and so yeah, keep pushing. And you got Bradley Porteous as well, and so Tsapang Toli showed his ability with the bat, Andile Semalani and his athleticism and power. So these two have got to keep going and keep the balls and the runs close. That should make for a good finish. Patterson comes into John. It scampers. De Sorsey, that man again, you can't keep him out of the game. Direct hit. They know his caliber as a fielder. That's why they put him in the high traffic areas. De Sorsey has been magnificent.
He has been. I know we've spoken a lot about him, but his fielding has been so crucial in keeping the Dolphins below the rate. Another fielder, maybe not at the level of Tony De Zorzi, and then the Dolphins get away. Bryce Parsons just looking to drop that, but here we have the skill on display from Dane Patterson once again. Those change-ups, the cutters. He's got a good Yorker on him. This is going to be difficult for the Dolphins now. I know there's 106 balls left in the game, Mr. Esau, but I just get the feeling that the Dolphins are going to have to make a play with Parsons very soon. The more they look to just hit the ball along the ground and find the fielders, the more the pressure builds.
We mentioned it early on, Buxy. It's that experience in the bowling lineup. You've got a guy like Dane Patterson bowling at this stage of the innings. For the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, you had a young man like Bradley Porteous bowling, Andile Semalane, and so even the captain Ethan Bosch, they're very young. Now you have an experienced guy at this stage of the innings, knowing what he's doing. I mean, he'd be very happy, and so that's the difference in between these two teams. In terms of the context of this game, is who's bowling, does he understand what he's doing with his skill set? And you can look at even the body language of Dane Patterson. He knows exactly what he wants to do to Bryce Parsons, and he's bowled. How many times hasn't he bowled to John Smuts over the years? And so that for me is the difference. That experienced bowler being able to execute on point.
We spoke about the calm in the experienced players as compared to the younger player. We saw the calm in Dean Elgar on Wednesday night. We see the calm right now in Dane Patterson. Nothing seems to be phasing him. He's 3.5 overs, none for 16, but he knows he's got to go at around 4, 5 and over. The run rate will keep growing for the Dolphins, but what I'm really impressed about is just his overall demeanor. Calm, composed, relaxed, taking control of the field, aware of the situation, playing the game at his pace.
So good from Dane Patterson as John knocks that to long on for a single. And Pato very happy with going 4, 5 and over. We look at the rate, required 7.5 that the Dolphins need, and so the rate achieved is only 5.3. They have to target, and it looks like George Linder is back for a couple of overs, and so potentially for Bryce Parsons as he bowls into him, an opportunity to hit him over wide, long on, and mid wicket over the boundary areas, and so this is an opportunity for Bryce Parsons to get stuck into George Linder to just lift that or bring that run rate down, in fact, and
cricket from
balance
the
it
West
out.
End, you can win yourself some tickets.
Yeah, crucial part of the game right now. The experience at both ends. Dane Patterson from the Umgeni end, and now George Linder from the Old Fort end. John Smuts, how does he approach this? Does he take George Linder on? Or does he continue to look to rotate strike? Just looks to hit that into the gap in the offside for one, but fielded at point.
Linder very flat in trajectory. Buxy not allowing John to get under him. He's going to be flat, quick at the stumps, and hopefully not giving too much width for him to access extra cover. He'd be happy with that. John just knocking that down to long off for a single, and he'll work away at Bryce Parsons, the young left-hander, because he knows he's going to want to attack him, and so this should make for an intriguing battle between the two left-arm spinners.
126 runs to win off 100 balls. John Smuts has got to keep going. Bryce Parsons has got to take the attack to George Linder here right now. This is a crucial part of the game. The further and further the game drifts on, the more the Dolphins will fall behind. He comes down the wicket. George Linder sees him and fires it in at the pads. Bryce Parsons just works that one down to long on. I just get the feeling Bryce Parsons has got to look to give himself that room towards the leg side, hit the ball towards a short boundary on the offside and straight over the mid-off and the bowler's head.
Yeah, Smuts knocks that to the sweeper. He'll only pick up one. Yeah, you make a good point, Buxy. So that left arm spinner Linder to Parsons, he's got mid-off up and he's got a long on back, and so there's a big gap between mid-off Tony DeZorzi and the long on fielder, and so there's a real opportunity for him to hit it straight over the bowler's head. Once again, a dot ball. You don't need too many dots at this stage of the innings. You want to be going 6 and over, just constant rotation. That does lead to frustration, as sometimes the batters will want to hit a big shot. Just keep rotating and making sure the scoreboard is ticking. Umpire Abongile Soduma has lifted his finger. George Linder, we said that he would be looking to hit the stumps, and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins lose another wicket, a crucial one, as Parsons is 21 of 30. He's got to go, and very unfortunate for Bryce Parsons, but he's got to go. He got trapped in front. As we look at this delivery from George Linder, flat in trajectory, hitting the stumps. Abongile Sodumo took his time, and he lifts the finger, and Bryce Parsons has to go for 21 of 30. That partnership of 34 comes to an end. 179 for 3, 34 overs. Dane Patterson to bowl.
As Parsons makes his way off the field and up the stairs to the dressing room, onto the field steps the in-form batter for the Dolphins, Jason Smith. Jason Smith has been absolutely phenomenal so far this season for the Dolphins. Average of over 100. He's scored 100 so far in this competition. In comes Jason Smith. He's cool, he's calm, he's collected. He can hit the long ball, and he's gonna need to do everything in his power. He's gonna need to play one of those excellent innings that he's already played so far this season to get the Dolphins home here.
Yeah, the Dolphins have got their big players at the crease in John Smuts and Jason Smith. What a time to come to the crease. What a moment for this young man, as this game seems to be set up for him and John to Hollywood. The the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are in a real need for a victory here, Buxy, and so they have got their best players at the crease. And Jason Smith, he's been the form player in this competition for the Dolphins, Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and it's a good time for him to come to the crease. Felt like John Smuts just missed out there. He only had one man to beat at square leg, that man Tony DeZorzi, and he hit it straight to him. He had the whole of the leg side. He just needed to hit it simply in front of square and find the single. But yeah, it's a dot for Dane Patterson. It continues his bowled 4.1 overs naught for 17. They'll be looking for two, simply only one as they settle.
So Jason Smith, we spoke a lot about him. He's the form man in the competition. He also has the highest average at Kingsmead from all of the Dolphins batters. His average is 51.5. The Dolphins are going to need every bit of that and more today.
Yeah, the key for Smith and Smuts would be, Buxy, not to let the rate climb too high on them. Good start from Dane Patterson. He's accurate. He's at the stumps. But just to come back to Smith and Smuts, you don't want that run rate to climb too high. It's on 7.9 at the moment. As we look at this dismissal, the wicket for George Linder, it's hitting off stump halfway up. Umpire Bongile Sodumo took his time and then says, "You got to go, Bryce Parsons." Good start from Smith. He's off the mark in the Jason Smith fashion, where he normally knocks it to the sweeper boundary for one, and he's away.
Dane Patterson still in his stride, nice and relaxed as you see him walk back to his mark there, looking around, communicating with his teammates, making sure the field is set exactly how he wants it as he runs into bowl to John Smuts. Smuts on the pull, and there's a man out. John O'Bird does the fielding down there. Just one run. It's been an excellent over so far from Dane Patterson. Only 3 runs from it. He's only gone for 20 runs in his 4.5 overs so far. And this is purely down to the experience and the skill that has been on display so far from Dane Patterson. Last ball, he runs in. Oh, not yet. He's just dropped that one in the run-up. He'll be looking to close out the over here to Jason Smith. Smith knocks that into the leg side for one. And that's the end of the over. 4 from it. 5 from it.
Yeah, Buxy, what has been good from Dane Patterson, what I've seen from him as an experienced seamer, is that he takes control of his field. He sets his field. And that is a big thing currently at the moment in terms even of school cricket. The working relationship, Buxy, between the coach and the captain is important. So much so that the captain has to learn. And so if we look at the comparisons, 186 for 5, Western Province were, and currently the Hollywoodbets Dolphins 183 for 3. 3 runs in at Buxy at this stage of the game, and so it's neck on neck. You know, as I come back to the previous discussion, the relationship between the coach and the captain and allowing that growth, and so much for the coach not to take complete control of the field settings and the bowlers. Good delivery from George Linder. But just coming back to this discussion, I know this is at a sort of professional level, but the starting out process for coaches and captains to work together on field and off the field, how important is that?
Jason Smith just drives that down the ground and fielded by mid-on, 1 run. it's so important, that point that you bring up, Mr. Esau, that the coaches allow the young players to express themselves, to try things, to make mistakes. But I think equally important is that reflection that happens during the breaks in play as well as after the games, so that the captain can then learn from the mistakes that he might be making in the field. John Smuts just hits that through the cover area for one. John O'Bird doing the sweeping there as he's done all day and doing it really well. And I think just back to the young player as well, he's gotta be allowed the freedom to make decisions, to problem solve, to deal with his emotions as the game ebbs and flows as well. George Linder just again at the stumps, nice and attacking. Jason Smith good on defense.
Yeah, what Jason wants to do is just to stay in there, stay patient, keep rotating. He's got good form and good rhythm, Jason Smith, and so you got to hang with John Smuts. Come on, build a partnership.
Slower, struck down the ground, past George Linder for 4, and a welcome boundary for the Dolphins. That'll do Jason Smith the world of good as well for his confidence. I'm not saying that he's not confident. He is the form man in the team, so he's coming in with a little bit of that as well. But that always just settles the nerves, especially in a pressure situation. As we see George Linder come in, full delivery, struck, umpire has to duck out the way, 4. Just punched.
What a brilliant touch from Jason Smith, being able to get that ball, Buxy, from just on and around off stump, past Tony DeZorzi, full stretch to the extra cover boundary, and John O'Bird doing good work. Yeah, just coming back to your point, Buxy, you've made some good points. That reflection and at the breaks, providing the captain some sort of feedback through questioning and asking questions. Uh, it's so important. The art of captaincy is something as coaches we have to keep nurturing. Our captains, when they come to us, don't know everything, and so we need to, as coaches, facilitate that learning and allow them to make mistakes, and key point to reflect with them as to what they were thinking in that situation and what their options were. And so it's a critical part of the game. We have to continue to develop captains to make sure that they understand field placings. And the same thing with our bowlers. Spend time with your bowlers, sit with them and sit with the captain and work out at which stage of the game do we need this, what sort of field do we need for which batters. And so important part of the development of our kids.
Excellent little touch there from John Smuts. Just 1 run. Dane Patterson doing the fielding of his own bowling. And it's such a crucial thing. And if there's any coaches out there listening, just from my experience, one of the top primary school coaches who's also coached at other levels, his name is Knowledge Vilakazi from KZN, a good leg spinner himself back in his younger days, said to me once, you've got to allow the players the opportunity to express themselves, to as a coach then see who can surprise you. If you don't give the youngsters the opportunity, you never know who can surprise you. So that's sort of advice that I've taken on board, and it's really helped me with my coaching. But back to the cricket, there we see Dane Patterson, skills on display once again. That off cutter just beating the bat of Jason Smith.
He's been good for Western Province. He's played a key role in terms of this bowling attack as he runs into bowl. Jason Smith and scampers through for a single. But yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed this sort of chat, Buxy, around the coach and the captain, and Pato just ignited that thought into me as he was setting his field earlier on, knowing exactly where the fielders need to be for which batsman, John and then Jason Smith. And we want to encourage that thing out. We want to allow that sort of learning to take place, guys. Don't take it away from the players. Spend time with them, facilitate that learning, and they'll be better off for it.
John Smuts, as we've seen throughout his innings so far, just working that into the area on the leg side between long on and mid wicket for another single. I think one of the other important things for the coaches and the players out there watching Dane Patterson right now is just he's playing the game at his own pace. He's making sure that his field is set 100% the way that he wants it to be set before bowling the ball. Solid defense by Jason Smith. Another good change up from Dane Patterson and a dot ball, crucial dot ball for Western Province. And yeah, just getting back to Pato, he's just making sure his field is set. So often you see in the junior game, the bowler will just run up and bowl, and a fielder might be drifting and not in the position where you need him to be. And then the next thing, it goes to that fielder, and the team then pays the price. But Patterson just leading the way and just being a good example in making sure that his field is. And he's bowled him. Bowled him, bowled him, bowled him. Massive wicket for Dane Patterson. Jason Smith has to go. Looking to clear the long on fielder. Missed it. Bowled. Massive wicket.
Massive wicket for Western Province. The form player for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Jason Smith. The option with long on back, looking to clear that boundary. But Patterson has been so accurate, in line with the stumps and the leg stump out of the ground. Timiest wicket for Western Province Blitz.
That's the build-up of pressure. All the dot balls on Zondo, and then the wicket of Zondo, the dot balls, and the pressure build-up on Parsons, and then the wicket of Parsons. Jason Smith has had to come in and get going from the start. He's 10 off just the 12 balls. Had to get going. Missed one, and he loses his wicket. Western Province now well and truly in control of this game, and the Dolphins will need something special from John Smuts if they are to claw their way back and win this game.
Yeah, Smuts will have to really single-handedly take this game by the scruff of the neck. He's going to need some of the next couple of batsmen to hang with him, and in comes Bradley Porteous, the new batter for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins team. This is his 27th match and highest score of 100, Buxy. That could be a good time to get something close to that at an average of 31.3, 350s and 100. Not bad, not a bad record for 27 matches from Bradley Porteous.
That highest score of 100 coming against the Western Province team in Cape Town at Newlands last year. So he likes playing against this Western Province team, and he's going to need to play a great innings here today if the Dolphins are going to be successful in this run chase.
I feel like John Smuts has missed out on that delivery from George Linder. There was definitely an opportunity to hit it wide of that mid-wicket boundary rider on the leg side for a couple.
Oh, Jesus. Found the outside edge there. We've been speaking about how John Smuts has been starved of the strike. He's faced very few balls in everything that's ensued from the time Marcus Ackerman was in up until now. He's had very little of the strike, and the Dolphins just under the pump. I think largely because of that. Oh, outside edge. That ball runs away to the third man boundary. 4 more for John Smuts. He goes to 86 of 91 balls.
Yeah, a bit of fortune for John Smuts there as Linda is looking to hit the stumps, and as we look at this delivery, Linda looking to hit the stumps, and just a bottom edge from John Smuts could have gone into the stumps but gone away for 4 runs. That adds to his tally. That man again, Tony De Zorzi, has been outstanding. He's just saved so many runs for his team today in that extra cover area.
He's been absolutely brilliant. George Linder with 2 balls left in the over. Dot ball, another dot ball. He's been superb. 1 for 44 in 8.5. What a spell so far. Outside edge once again. And fielded by Buren Hendricks at short third man. 5 runs off the over. John Smuts still on strike, which is important for the Dolphins here.
Very important, and a good point, Buxy, you've mentioned about being starved of strike. I thought the Dolphins should have been better in that space from the management and the leadership of the guys coming from the dugout, the new batters, just to remind the batters that get the batter that's in, get him on strike. And that's where Patterson, I think, is just suffocated them a little bit. He's been happy to bowl to the new batter and applying pressure on them, giving John Smuts one. And so I've just been really surprised that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins betting unit haven't been more proactive to get John Smuts more on strike.
Patterson into Smuts. He's pulled it. It's gone over Verena. And that's 4 runs. And that's the 200 up for the Dolphins. 203 for 4. That welcome boundary. John Smuts just looks like he's getting going now. He knows he has to. He's got to get going. See that ball again. Bouncer. It's taken pace off it. Slap. Edge over the keeper for 4. John Smuts into the 90s. Down the ground. He's running hard. And no, just the 1. John Smuts just makes his way down to Brad Porteous. Just a word of encouragement, bit of advice for the young batter who takes his guard, facing his first ball in a pressure situation. The Dolphins require 99 off 70 balls. It's still a lot of balls, but they've got to get going. The Duckworth-Lewis par, which is a good indication of where you're meant to be, is 213 runs right now. Wide, driven down the ground, 1.
Yeah, the big thing in the run chase, Buxy, the thing we always highlight to the young batters, they don't always get it right, is you've got more time than you think. Just keep rotating, keep ticking the board. There will be some boundary deliveries later on in the innings, but don't allow the rate to climb too high. Stay in touch, 6 runs and over, keep ticking with the odd boundary. That should balance things out for you.
Off cutter once again by Dane Patterson. John Smuts just working that into that man again. Tony De Zorzi at square leg. No run. John Smuts 92 of 97. Deserves 100 here. Will need to get a big 100. This is going to have to be 140 plus if the Dolphins are to win this game. Short, pulled away. And just 1. Fielded in the deep by John O'Bird.
Dane Patterson has been excellent in terms of execution as to exactly where he wants the batters to score, and this is what experience does. He's had the people in the right places, deep mid-wicket boundary rider, and as the new batter comes, he just shifts it around. He puts De Zorzi at mid-wicket, deep square back and a long on, and he keeps his offside field up.
Pace off once again. Dot ball. Dot ball to finish. Another really good over from the experienced head, Dane Patterson. Dolphins require 97 from 66 balls. 11 overs left in the game. 97 runs. Required rate 8.8 runs to the over. The rate achieved so far from the Dolphins is only 5.3 runs to the over. With every over, with every dot ball, that run rate required continues to climb. George Linder, in his last over, is 1 for 45 of 9 overs so far. He's going to need to finish strong here for the Western Province team. Starts with 1. John Smuts just drops that into the pocket on the offside. Brad Porteous to take guard, faces first ball from the Umgeni end. George Linder bringing the slip in. Buren Hendricks moves from short third man into the slips. George Linder would like to take a wicket with him here. Fired into the stumps. Defensive shot by Brad Porteous. Dot ball once again. Fired into the stumps. Brad Porteous just pushes this one back. 1 run off the first ball. 2 dot balls. Pressure building. And another dot. George Linder, the experienced man, just playing with his pace so well. Brad Porteous biding his time, allowing himself a few balls to get in. He doesn't have a lot of time, but when he gets in, he's going to have to cash in here for the Dolphins. Great shot, over extra cover. Long off doing the fielding. 2 runs to the Dolphins.
Yeah, the crowd waiting in anticipation. They've hung around, Buxy. They're looking forward to the finish of this, what has been a fantastic spectacle in this Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. Yeah, they really want to be part of it. As that is the slogan for this. I think probably for the cricket space in Cricket South Africa. Come and be part of it.
Porteous just knocks that one into the offside. Fielding once again by John O'Bird, nice and tidy to finish off that over and to finish off the spell. 4 from the over. John O'Bird, 10 overs, 1 wicket for 49 runs, showing his experience, showing his class. Excellent spell from George Linder. Well bowled.
Yeah, George Linder, not just with the bat where he got 50 and also with the ball, 10 overs, 1 for 40. So just comparison-wise, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are ahead at this stage. Buxy 210 for 4, whereas the Western Province Blitz were 202 for 6. So as you can look at the comparisons, keep batting, keep knocking it around, but it takes one man. It's the man that holds all the keys for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team is John Smuts. He has to go for a big one. He has to make this 100 count.
And to put things in perspective, the Western Province team scored 100 off their last 10 overs. As Porteous goes on the pull, pulls that behind deep square leg, 4 runs. Excellent start to the over from Brad Porteous.
A really good shot. Dane Patterson, a rare bad delivery from him, but Porteous aware enough and alert enough and hits that behind square for a fantastic 4 as we look at Patterson running in. Just getting it slightly short and Porteous onto that. Not even that short, but just his ability to get into position early and struck that behind square.
Works that one behind the point. Fielder is coming back for 2 and makes it comfortably. Really good start to the over here from Brad Porteous. Just getting back to the Western Province innings, Mr. Esau. They scored 100 runs off their last 10 overs. That was some serious serious hitting. We spoke about the lack of experience in the Dolphins bowling lineup. At that stage, John Smuts was bowled out, and they really picked the Dolphins bowlers apart.
Good delivery from Dane Patterson, hitting the wicket hard on the length and getting a dot. Yeah, good point. And we speak about experience in the bowling lineup. Your man in screen, Dane Patterson, has had such a calming effect. Nothing phases him. He plays the game at his own pace. And the inexperience, Andile Simalani came and bowled 1 over. He went for 11. And just having those young bowlers at the backhand didn't help the Dolphins at all.
Porteous just works that ball out, just manufacturing a shot there from wide outside off stump into the vacant mid-on area for 1. 7 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. The Dolphins would need to close out this over and every over quite well. John Smuts on strike. Is currently on 94 of 99 balls.
Yeah, it's been a good innings, but he's not done yet. The management from the Dolphins and the team would be hoping for him to kick on and really get a big 100. Fantastic slow ball from Dane Patterson. Really nearly got under his bat. A bit of a knuckle ball from Pato. He's showing all his skills today. Is Dane Patterson has played a lot of cricket in England and also in South Africa. And yeah, very, very good delivery. Nearly got under the bat of John Smuts. I've enjoyed the intent of Porteous. He's 11 of 11. He's proactive in moving around the crease, looking for anything to pounce on.
And a slower ball bouncer once again from Dane Patterson. John Smuts on the pull. Fine edge and a diving catch forward by the captain Calvarena. That is a massive wicket for the Western Province team. And I hate to say it, but the Dolphins really are in a spot of bother right now, Mr. Esau.
Yes, John Smuts departs as Patterson runs in and bowled. That's slower bouncer. John too early on the shot. A feather and a faint edge and taken by Kyle Verreyn. A good innings, but he's got to go. Hollywoodbets Dolphins 217 for 5 after 41. It will be up to Porteous and company now to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Possibly they need a 50-run partnership, but in quick time, and then the rest of the other runs can be hit by some of the other players. Tepang De Tole comes in, showed on Wednesday night his ability to strike the ball, especially the short ball. He will be on that in a flash, but I think his team needs him now to be forthcoming with a good 50. Congratulations to Dane Patterson. He has taken 150 first-class wickets, so hats off to him. And a big congratulations to Dane Patterson on that achievement.
Tepang De Tole has made his way to the crease, having a chat to Brad Porteous. This is going to take a monumental effort from both these batters to get the Dolphins over the line here. 86 runs required or 54 balls. De Tole was brilliant on Wednesday night against the Momentum Multiply Titans. Really targeted that short boundary. Hit 3 sixes in a row into the West Stand. The Dolphins will need more of that today if they're going to get over the line. For now, Buren Hendricks runs in to Brad Porteous. Short, pulled into the East Stand. Brilliant start to the over for Brad Porteous. Dolphins batters across the board have really taken it to Buren Hendricks today. There we see Brad Porteous once again latching onto a short ball, hitting him into the stands.
Yeah, Buren Hendricks, when he's been short, they've really climbed into it. In this case, back of a length, and Porteous, a beautiful positioning and hands and flow of hands, a good contact made, and it sailed over the deep square leg boundary for a 6. In good fashion, he hits a boundary and then rotates it with a single. Good cricket. That's what you want to do as a batter. It brings Tsepang de Tole on strike, and he'll be facing up to Buren Hendricks.
We spoke about Ditole needing a little bit of time at the start of his innings to get himself in. He doesn't have much time here today, Mr. Esau. To win, the Dolphins require 79 or 52. Ditole is he's gonna have to get going from the start. He's got a short boundary towards his offside here. Today pulling towards the long side. Dug in. Short, just a little bit slow on that, a little bit late on that. That ball's hit the bat. Just gone down to mid-on, no run.
Oh, he's so fortunate there because it easily could have been spooned up to Dazorzi, and where the Tolle has got to be careful where he's pulling towards the boundary where John O'Bird is stationed on the deep square leg boundary. It's a massive hit, and so he's going to have to be really careful. The previous night on Wednesday night, it was on a different pitch, and so it was a lot closer.
It's gone on the pull once again. This time he's hit it through the field. And some excellent fielding on the boundary. 3 runs to Ditole. Nandre Berger, brilliant down there, chasing that ball from mid-on. Slide, taps the ball back in. And Dazorzi cleaning up. As we see Dane Patterson here to John Smuts. Rolls his fingers on that. John Smuts too early on it. Nick, and excellent catch by Kyle Verreynne. Buren Hendricks to Brad Porteous. Full and driven. No run. Excellent fielding once again by Tony Dazorzi. You just can't keep this man out of the action. Dazorzi has really frustrated the Dolphins today with his efforts in the field. He's been absolutely monumental in his diving saves and keeping this Western Province team well in the game. 1 ball to finish, 10 runs so far off the over. It's an over that the Dolphins required. Porteous has got to keep going hard here, Buren Hendricks. Pitched up, he's worked it into long on. Ditole going back for 2. And both batsmen supremely quick between the wickets. And that's a 12-run over, much needed for the Dolphins.
Very good running between the wickets, an excellent display of how you need to be running. Run the first one hard, and you've got 2 very quick runners in Dotole and Porteous at the crease. So the Western Province fielders will have to be aware, especially when it goes to the big boundary. They will be running hard, these 2. Right, 229 for 5 after 42. They still need 74 or 48. Game on. It's still anybody's game, and so these 2, though, do hold the key with Simelane to come, and Ethan Bosch as well. But these 2 have got to get the Dolphins close, and we have seen the power of Simelane. He can come in and really, and so they've got to set it up for Simelane and Bosch to come and finish it off at the end.
Mpongwana back into the attack. He bowled brilliantly in his first spell. 5 overs, 2 for 18. But these are the overs that the Dolphins are going to need to cash in on. Ditole on strike. He's pulling his leg side boundaries, the short boundary. He has to look to cash in to that short boundary as Mpongwana runs into Ditole. Pushing the ball across him. Umpire says no wide. Ditole not happy with it.
Seemed very fortunate there for Mpongwana. It was inside the wide line, and so hats off to the umpires, Thomas Mokorozi, in terms of not giving that as a wide. Those are the margins, Yeah, if the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, if they manage to chase down the score, this would be the highest successful run chase at Kingsmead in Cricket South Africa in this competition. And so the previous best was 270 by the Titans in the last game. And so, yeah, if the Hollywoodbets Dolphins chase this one down, they would hold that record here at Kingsmead in the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup competition. Mpongwana seems to be going wider and wider, Buxy, but he's going to have to somehow come a little bit closer.
Struck hard through the covers. John O'Bird doing the fielding once again. The plan here for Mpongwana to Ditole, the left-hander, was hitting towards that short boundary, is just to take the ball across him, bowl the ball just inside the wide line so that he hits the ball into the offside. He's got third man back, he's got the deep cover back, and hopefully just to do some damage control when Ditole hits towards the long side of the boundary. Right now, bowling to Porteous, the right-hander, who's hitting towards the long boundary on the leg side. I think he can afford to get a little bit straighter. He'll need to be a little bit straighter. The Western Province fielders are on the boundary, making sure they've got fine leg out, they've got deep square leg out, cow corner out, long on out. Let him hit it into the leg side for one. He goes straight. Porteous misses out.
Porteous has missed out on a fantastic opportunity to hit a boundary behind square, and so opportunity missed. The Western Province team have really got a big leg side field out, long on, cow, a deep square and fine leg. And so just watch these two, Porteous and the Tsepang Ditole. They are quick between the wickets to that big boundary. They will be looking, if they touch down, to get 2 runs. But I think they also need a few boundaries in this quest. Oh, another dot from Mpongwana. 2 dots in a row, and this will just lead to more pressure, Buxy.
Definitely, the Dolphins can't afford dot balls at this stage. Mpongwana following the plan quite well, bowling the ball at Porteous. He's got the protection out on the leg side. I think Porteous is trying to set himself to hit the ball through the offside field, forgetting though that he can also score through the leg side. Leg side, they're going to have to run hard for 2 here. Porteous coming back, and well run once again by both these batsmen. 2 runs.
Yeah, that's their trademark, these two batters, Ditole and Porteous, is that ability to run between the wickets. So for me, Buxy, if Porteous can just get any sort of bat on that leg side, 2 runs per ball will just keep them in the hunt. You know, he seems to be looking for the big boundary. The trap is set, long on, cow, deep square. Just keep running. Something will come in your direction.
Slower ball. He's hit that over the offside, and a drop catch by Buren Hendricks on the short boundary. They scamper back for another 2. How costly will that be?
Costly drop there, Buxy. I also thought that Porteous could have done a little bit more with that delivery. He had the whole offside field up over extra cover, or mid-off would have been a boundary, but be that as it may, that drop catch could hurt Western Province later on.
68 required from 42 balls. Porteous and Ditole still in. They have to just keep plugging away. They've got to keep fighting. Buren Hendricks, after dropping that catch on the deep extra cover boundary, takes his place at the top of his mark. He's got to finish well here. He's been expensive today. 8 overs, none for 65. The Dolphins have fancied him today. He's got to finish strong here for the Western Province team. He brings his mid-off up. He's got the leg side fielders out square. Into the body of Ditole, who knocks it away to Tony Dezorzi just for 1.
That will possibly be the game plan, to Ditole into his body. And looking to the big boundary, they'll be forcing him to hit in that direction. Porteous, on the other hand, he has the opportunity to hit the ball to the short boundary on the leg side, and they'll probably be forcing him to hit to the offside to the big boundary. So this is the cat and mouse that will be happening between Buren Hendricks, who's experienced, and the young Bradley Porteous.
Hendricks has brought his square leg up and his fine leg up. He's got to bowl wide outside off here. He's executed that brilliantly. Brad Porteous, aware of the field, aware that the square leg is up, has just shuffled across the stumps, try to get offside of the ball to hit that ball to the short boundary. I think he's going to have to keep persisting with that, Mr. Esau. That's his best chance of getting that rate down and getting the Dolphins well into the chase here.
Yeah, Buxy, the big thing for these two young batters is to get bat on ball and keep the board ticking. You can't afford too many dots at this stage of the innings. Get bat on ball and run.
He spooned that over the point fielder. Excellent fielding by Dane Patterson on the third man boundary, and they scamper back for 2. It's just not going the Dolphins' way. On another day, something like that, you might get an outside edge and it comes inside Dane Patterson for 4. Province just seem to be having the rub of the green right now.
You could see from their batting performance, Buxy, they are calm, they are a confident bunch. They've played good cricket, and even if you look at their body language, they look in control. There's no panic. As Porteous tries to play a scoop and a little bit of chaos at the moment as they scamper through, which should have been just a single, has ended up being two runs for. Was that 2 runs, or what did the umpire indicate? 2 runs for Brad Porteous. Don't think the paddle is working the dill scoop for him at the moment, as that has caused an injury on his arm. And again, this is the stoppage that we spoke about earlier on. Nandre Berger hitting Marcus Ackerman on the hand, and so now it's again at such a crucial stage of the game with 63 of 38. That option, he has shown that it doesn't work. It's hit him on the hand, and so this stoppage almost favors the fielding team rather than the batting team, Buxy.
100% agreed with you. That's where the momentum shifted in the game initially. Ackerman hit on the hand, and a stoppage in play allowed the Western Province team to reset, re-strategize, and they came back strong and took 2 quick wickets after that. The wickets of Ackerman as well as Zondo, and then Parsons soon followed after that. I think this break for the Dolphins here might not be a bad thing, just to get a bit of water, a bit of rest, a message from the outside, just to allow them just to settle a little bit. It's a massive chase. 63 still required of 38 balls, 9.9 runs and over. The Dolphins have no other option but to go hard and go really hard, and hopefully they can take this game right down to the wire and give this crowd that is still here in attendance something to cheer about, and yeah, just to keep the Dolphins in the hunt in the competition.
Yeah, it's a must win for them, Buxy. They have to win this game to stay in the hunt in this competition. And yeah, the crowd have hung around this afternoon. They've been here from the start of this day. They want to see this match through, but they want to see the home team, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, come out tops. And so they are well on track. They just have to keep rotating, bat on ball. 2 runs a ball should get them there, but minimal dots. You cannot afford dots, and when the boundary option comes, take it with both hands.
Brad Porteous looks okay now. He's had a little bit of treatment, a little bit of ice that always help, a bit of that magic spray. Gets his gloves back on and resets himself. 2 balls to go in the over. Brad Porteous has got to be looking to hit Buren Hendricks back over his head. If he gets the length to go leg side, short boundary, he has to pick that up. Shot! Driven through the offside. Fielded by John O'Bird, but 2 more runs.
Yeah, good work from John O'Bird on the sweeper boundary on the offside, but a conventional cricket shot played, and that is better from Brad Porteous. He has shown he's good when he's hitting the ball straight, and there's a definite option down the ground over the bowler's head if he wants a boundary, and if it's short, he can hit to the leg side. Wide ball as he bowls a off cutter. Buren Hendricks. He has to re-bowl that one.
Brad Porteous is on 30 of 23 balls. He's been absolutely phenomenal from the time he started this innings. Took a couple of balls to get himself in, although didn't have a lot of time. But the intensity that he's batted at, the way he's run between the wickets, the shot selection has been superb from the young man so far.
Buxy, just some food for thought. Something I want to ask you after this ball. As he gets bowled, Buren Hendricks bowled Brad Porteous, and again looking for too much, I think, not presenting the full face of the bat to the ball, and it's Western Province strike again twice. The stoppage in play, it was first Marcus Ackerman with a hand, and so Porteous with his arm. Wicket, wicket, as we look at this delivery from just not looking to hit the ball straight enough. Hendricks into Porteous, looking too square and inside edge onto the off stump. Such a crucial stage of the game. I wanted to ask you about Jason Smith and him batting at 5. Is there perhaps an opportunity to get the young player in earlier, Jason Smith, with such good form, not just today, but I almost felt today he came in a little bit late. Should have gone in a bit earlier, maybe where Bryce Parsons went in, just to sort of alleviate some of the pressure on the younger players. Andile Simelane comes in, a powerhouse, a ball striker. Perhaps this is his day with a bat. Bucks, it was really tough for him and tough on the young man. He was asked to bowl 1 over. He went for 11 and we didn't see him again. But perhaps he can steal the hearts of the home crowd through his batting performance.
Andile Simelane is coming in with not a lot of experience, but he's an athlete and he's very powerful. We saw that the other night against the Titans, the way he finished that innings off, and he's going to need to play another cameo like that tonight if the Dolphins are going to get close. Pongwana still in the attack, getting his field set to Ditole, who's hitting towards the long boundary. He's going to have to push the ball across them. He's 2 for 24 currently. Across he goes. Ditole driven and fielded well. Fielded very well by Dane Patterson in the cover area. Just 1 run. Just to get on your point, I think that conversation was most likely had in the Dolphins camp. When do we send Jason? Do we send him now when Parsons went in? I think after the wicket of Kaya Zondo, they would have been having that discussion and they probably would have opted, or they did opt to go with Parsons. I don't think it's worked today at that stage because the Dolphins had got off to such a good start around that 25 over mark. Get your informed batter and get Jason Smith in, give him the time he needs. Driven down the ground. What a start by Andile Simelane. Tony DeZorzi once again. Diving stop at long on. Saving a definite 4. This man has been an absolute Trojan in the field here for Western Province today.
Not sure if you get a fielder of the day, but if there was such an award, Tony DeZorzi, hats off to you. Take a bow, young man. You have been outstanding in the field today.
Just been selected for international cricket, well, not too long ago, but really showing us why.
Mbongwana has been a handful today. He's not expressed, but he's tall and he's really, in his execution, has been good. 6.3 overs, 2 for 27. He's done a really good job for the captain, Kyle Verreynne, in and amongst the experience of Patterson and Hendricks and Nandre Burger, obviously as a young quick, but Mbongwana he's done a good job for the skipper.
Shot driven wide of long off this time and sent back. Titola sent back by Andile Simelane. Just 1. Simelane faced just the 3 balls now. Has looked really good on the drive. He struck the ball well down the ground. Looks an exciting prospect.
The Tole, can you believe it? What a catch from Carl Verreyn in Mpongwana. Hats off to him. He saw the man getting ready for the scoop, took the pace off the delivery, and what a top catch from Carl Verreyn. As the Dolphins now, Buxy, have lost again another wicket and making it more and more challenging as these wickets keep falling.
As we see that wicket, Dutole giving himself the space. That ball would have been wide outside offside. Dutole just getting right across there, looking to scoop that ball over the 45. Unfortunately, but a glove on it and a diving catch once again by Carl Verreyn, showing his class.
247 for 7 after 44.5. It looks like a big mountain to climb now for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team, requiring 10.8 runs per over. That is a lot of runs.
Dolphins captain Ethan Bosch making his way to the wicket. We saw him pick up a little bit of an injury on the hamstring in his third over of the game. Had to leave the field towards the end of the first innings. Walks out to bat right now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to run too well between the wickets now with Similani, but I'm sure he's going to give it a good tonk here and try to get the Dolphins close. His top score of 68 versus the Lions. The Dolphins are going to need something like that today. We know we can hit the long ball. We know we can get going super quickly. The Dolphins need 56 of 31 balls. Can he play a captain's innings here to get his team close and over the line?
He's definitely going to need to come in and show from the front and lead from the front, Ethan Bosch. But this man Pongwana, 3 for 28 of 6.5. He's been impressive.
Driven first ball and 4. He's off the mark with a 4. Hobbling along as he runs through there. He's definitely hurt. I don't think there's going to be a lot of running here, but he's going to need that stand and deliver stuff.
Yeah, as we look at Pongwana just running up, he sees Dutole going across and follows him, and what a top catch from the captain, Carl Verreyn, in the celebration. Happy for his team, Carl Verreyn. What a fantastic shot. First up by Ethan Bosch. He just creamed that and has beaten the sweeper on the boundary very easily with offered from Pongwana, and Bosch slap 4. Excellent. No chance for the sweeper boundary on the offside to that short boundary.
Buren Hendricks to finish his spell. 1 for 73 in 9 overs. So far, Andile Similani hitting towards the short boundary on his leg side here. Buren Hendricks with the square leg up is going to have to bowl wide outside the off stump. Does that. Similani cuts. Outside edge. Beats Dane Patterson at third man for 4.
I have to say, not a very good delivery in terms of how the field is set short wide. He's saying to Similani basically, take a free hit. Buren has to be a bit tighter in terms of just outside the off stump. That was too wide, and given the treatment by Similani. Much better line from him, and so if you look at his figures, Buren Hendricks, a man of high standards and a quality bowler today, has been tough. 9.2 overs, 1 for 77. So not his usual high, or not really on par today with his standards. And so the Dolphins have taken a liking to him today. He's really gone for too many runs in this game. I just feel like Similani's missing out, Buxy. Two of those, he got a 4 and then a dot. This has sometimes been the challenge with the Dolphins in the chase this afternoon. It's 4, it needs to be a 2 or 1, and there's just been too many dots. We saw it with George Linder when he bowled to them as well. 4, then dot, 1. That becomes problematic when you're chasing a mammoth total like 300 2.
Driven through the covers. Just gonna. Oh, they're going back for 2. Bosch injured, but somehow makes it. Leading from the front as a captain here. You just wonder, is he gonna do himself more harm by running that way? There's still lots of cricket left to play in the season. He's got to be careful here. Understand the situation of the game. You got to bat with intensity. You got to try and run hard and take every run on offer. You've just got to look to protect your captain and your leading bowler for the rest of the season. Buren Hendricks comes back into Andile Similani. Outside edge. And he's held out. Excellent catch by David Bedingham at point. Similani has to make his way back to the change room. And that's another big blow by Western Province.
Baxi, I've just found it interesting as we look at this dismissal from Similani, the bat angle of him and Porteous. They both got out. He's got out court point, and Porteous was bowled inside edge. They just simply not looking with a straight bat down the ground. Hendricks is running around the wicket, and so bat presentation downtown would be a much better option. There's Similani opening the bat far too much and getting caught backward point by David Bedingham.
Spot on there, Mr. Esau. Just looking a little bit too square. Maybe not the best option because he'd be looking towards the long boundary there. Might have been better if he just positioned himself a little bit more offside and looked to hit the ball straighter or into the leg side. But he's got to go. And in comes Okuhle Cele. We're well into the bowlers now. His highest score is 13 not out in the 2016-2017 season at the Chatsworth Oval. He bowled extremely well. His career runs is 30 with an average of 15. Those not outs help. But he joins his captain and he's got a momentous task in front of him right now.
Yeah, big task for Okuhle Cele. He's going to have to. There's no real time to waste. Yeah, they've got to get on with it, him and Ethan Bosch, and really find some boundaries. And obviously he's got to be mindful that Ethan Bosch is not the quickest between the wickets because of that niggle. So there's a lot to deal with in terms of this run chase, Buxy. Yeah, they're going to have to hit boundaries, but also take whatever runs come their way.
Dot ball to finish the spell for Buren Hendricks. 2 wickets. Picked them up at the end of his spell. 77 runs. I beg yours. Spell done. I guess job done. Right now, 46 to win of 24 balls. Almost 12 runs and over.
Yeah, for Buren Hendricks, he would be happy with those 2 wickets, but I think he will assess his runs per over. He is an experienced campaigner, and he will definitely, going into the next game, that will be a focus area for him as one of the experienced bowlers in the Western Province team. Talking of that, another one enters the fray from the Mgeni end is Dane Patterson. And as easy as that, Buxy, a slower ball, Ethan Bosch chips it into the hands of the extra cover fielder. I think it's Bayomi. Oh, sorry, it's Buren Hendricks, and that's another wicket for Western Province.
Ethan Bosch, the captain, has to go. As we see that wicket again on the replay, just looked like a cutter here from Dane Patterson. Yes, like knuckleball, just looping out of the hands, dipped really late. Ethan Bosch just getting under it and scooping that to Buren Hendricks at extra cover on the ring. Captain makes his way back. The Dolphins 9 down. Othniel Bartman, the last of the Dolphins batters, makes his way out of the change room, down the steps. onto the field. It's all but done now, isn't it, Mr. Esau?
Yeah, it's all but done now. And so, as Othniel Bartman walks in, you made a good point about Ethan Bosch. I think the management team would be a bit concerned. He's not just the seamer, he's also the captain, Buxy. And so, they're really going to have to look after him as there's still lots of cricket to be played in the cricket season. Different competitions, I take it. So, they're really going to have to look at that hamstring and taking care of him as a player.
So we're into the fast bowlers with Neil Bartman and Okushle Cele to finish it off. What do they have in store for us here? Dane Patterson, once again, as we've seen all day so far, communicating with his players, making sure the field is absolutely spot on. His execution of his skills has been spot on. 3 for 38 in 8.1 overs. Patterson into Bartman. LBW shot. Umpire says not out. That one's going down leg. As we saw Neil Bartman make his way to the crease. He's limping as well. I think he had left the field earlier on. He just bowled a couple of overs. SJ Ervia coming onto the field for him. He looks to be carrying a bit of an injury as well, which is not a good sign for the Dolphins.
Yeah, umpire Thomas Mokorozi says that's it. It's caught behind, and that man Dane Patterson strikes and completes this innings of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as they win this match. They've come all the way from the Cape. They've come out. They put a formidable total on the board of 302. And their bowling has been so good. That man Mpongwana. But for me, the impressive guy has been Dane Patterson, and he has been the one that has really been exceptional. There were some good performances from their batters in Bedingham and Ketime. Linda played his role, and so some good contributions from those men. The Zorzi got them off to a good start. But in the bowling department, it has been the experience that has made the difference. Dane Patterson and the man in picture, Dazorzi, number 33, he's probably saved between 15 and 20 runs. Excellent commitment from him. And so, yeah, the Western Province team walk away from this game, Buxy, as victors. They continue their dominance. I'm sure they move even further ahead. They'll stay top of the table after this result today. Kyle Verreyn, a very happy man, congratulating his teammates. And yeah, been a good performance from them, Buxy.
As we see on screen there, Western Province winning by the 45 runs. They've been absolutely brilliant and clinical today. I think we've seen the difference between an experienced side and a Dolphin side with a little bit less experience. We've seen the 4 half centuries in the Western Province team. Although they would have liked someone to go on and cash in and get a big score, the rest of them just chipped in. Every time they got an opportunity, they chipped in. They got the half century. You had 4 guys to do that. You end up on 300. The last 10 overs of their innings, they scored 100 runs, which was absolutely brilliant. They took the inexperienced Dolphins bowling attack apart there. We saw an incredible finishing knock from George Linder. And then from the bowling department, we've just seen the experience shine once again, haven't we? We've seen Dane Patterson finishing off with 4 wickets. He knows Kingsmead very well. He's spent a few seasons here, as we see him in picture, just greeting the grounds people who he would know. He would have met these people and seen them on a daily basis when he played for the Dolphins. So finishing off with the 4 wickets there, George Linder, superb. Just his experience, absolutely superb. George Linder, 10 overs, 1 for 49. But it's the experience of the Western Province team that's been excellent. And then the one who surprised us all, Mpongwana, 3 for 32 in his 7 overs. I think the Dolphins would have been looking to take him down. He would have been one of the men that they would have targeted. But unfortunately, from the first ball. We just saw that extra bounce just nipped away from the left-hander Marcus Ackerman, and he's just continued that on throughout the spell, bowling an excellent spell. At the end of the day, here from Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead, Western Province, 45-run win, and just further cementing their place on top of the log.
Thank you, Buxy. We thank you also to our producer, Wayne, that has been helping us, and his men doing a fantastic job. Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. Ladies and gents, it's been awesome. Signing out from Hollywood Bets, Kingsmead, thank you. And also to the community that came out today. You were unbelievable. You stayed till the end, and so continue to be part of it. Thank you very much.